Chapter 1496. Dang. Immortal multicolored light splashed in all directions. The myriad chi cauldron on top of Yi Fan's head was almost sent flying. His body trembled violently as the killing sword in his hand slashed horizontally, finally blocking the boundless psyche power. The great Mahamayuri was too powerful and simply couldn't be defeated by humans. She fought against Yi Fan with her bare hands, pressing forward step by step with matchless divine might. With a wung sound, she directly slapped over with a palm as white as jade. However, it was extremely terrifying as it carried the boundless power of faith from Mount Meru, directly colliding with the Emperor weapon. Yi Fan held his sword horizontally as golden blood surged all over his body, raising his battle prowess to the extreme. The dark red long sword in his hand became scarlet red as strands of sword radiance were shaken out, slashing forward. Sonorous sounds rang out incessantly. The great Mahamayuri's gaze was intimidating as her jade-white palm condensed with the power of faith. When she slapped down, the sparkling sword chi was shattered. Sword chi crisscrossed in this place as killing intent swept across 100,000 li. The two were like two balls of light dancing in the air. One wrong step and blood would splatter on the spot, destroying both body and spirit. Emperor Qi pervaded the air. Yi Fan's mind was shaken. The enemy was too powerful. She almost became the quasi-emperor. As expected, she was above the world. The great Mahamayuri formed a seal with her right hand and swept upwards towards Yi Fan's chest with astonishing might. Yi Fan continuously slashed out several sword radiances, only dispersing the psyche power when they struck the precious seal. Boom! Yi Fan let out a long roar. The long sword in his hand contained the true meaning of the celestial emperor fist, erupting with incomparable radiance. He continuously slashed forward, a total of 8 times. The radiance was dazzling and the momentum was like rushing thunder, causing the sun, moon, and stars to lose their luster. This kind of might shocked the heaven and earth and made the gods weep. Many meteorites in outer space exploded and turned into fine powder. The small planets in the distance were even more so split apart and turned into dust. However, it was precisely this kind of powerful attack that was blocked by the great Mahamayuri. Her white and flawless hands brandished the Mount Meru psyche power, slapping over and over again, forcing Yi Fan to retreat. The great peacock's might suppressed the 9 heavens, his divine appearance intimidating. He was extremely powerful as he soared above the heavens. His gaze was like sword beams, clanging as he fought, becoming more and more courageous. Yi Fan's expression was solemn as he tried his best to resist. The battlefield was very far away from Mount Meru, deep in the firmament. Mahamayuri had only borrowed a portion of the power of faith and not the entirety of Mount Meru. Otherwise, Yi Fan would have been in grave danger. The psyche power of Mount Meru was omnipresent. If all of it was used on one's body, it would be as if one was wearing an emperor's robe. This was the accumulation and precipitation of thousands of years. It was rumored that the eminent monk of the Buddhist sect stood in the great Thunderclap Temple, innately undefeated and invincible. Mount Meru was too tall, known as 84,000. Even though this was an exaggeration, it wasn't without reason. It towered into the boundless heavenly domain, directly entering outer space, many small planets circling around it. The battle between the two became more and more intense, but Yi Fan was retreating, deep into the starry sky, far away from the main mountain, so as to weaken the influence of Mount Meru's psyche power. Without a doubt, if Mahamayuri stood on Mount Meru, Yi Fan wouldn't have a chance at all. That would be equivalent to an existence that was about to become the quasi-emperor, killing him with a flawless emperor weapon. On the other side, Princess Divine Silkworm led her people to launch an all-out attack on Mount Meru. It was even more intense. She had a flawless emperor's robe, and 9-colored immortal light danced around her body as she forcefully clashed with Mount Meru. At this moment, the old monk Moku, who was the great sage, shone all over. He held the weapon of Amitabha the great emperor, the demon-subduing pestle, and launched the fiercest counterattack. Battle cries shook the heavens. Mount Meru didn't show any weakness. The golden arhats, bodhisattvas, and ancient Buddhas all attacked, taking the initiative to attack Yi Tong, Dongfang Yi, the divine knight, and the others. The people of the Ji family, Sky Demon Palace, and Great Shia Empire had also joined the battle. The people of the Divine Silkworm Ridge were also attacking. This place collapsed and cracked. Divine light shot into the sky, and it was extremely terrifying. For many years, Mount Meru had been very peaceful. At most, it was just a conflict of ideals within the Buddhist sect. But now, there were countless powerful enemies, and a large army was invading. This was rarely seen since ancient times. Yi Fan glanced at the battlefield on the other side. He wasn't too worried, but he himself was in big trouble. The Buddhist sect wanted to get rid of him first, and then Mahamayuri would turn back to deal with the Princess Divine Silkworm, who was even more difficult to deal with. After so many years, there hadn't been many people who dared to see him as a weakling. But now, he experienced it. The other party wanted to kill him first, treating him as prey. A hint of coldness appeared at the corner of Yi Fan's mouth. He didn't dare to be careless, but he wasn't afraid either. He used the Rho formula and went straight into the sky. He appeared above the dark sky and was a distance away from Mount Meru. Mahamayuri let out a clear cry, and Mount Meru below rumbled. Boundless Psi-force shot up into the sky, following her into the outer realms, causing many small planets to tremble. Although her Psi-force had weakened, it still allowed her to be incomparably domineering. Her killing intent soared, shocking the world. BZZ. On the head of the great Peacock King, the golden crown she wore emitted boundless Buddhist light. Waves of chanting rang out, as though there were 3,000 Buddhas chanting, so loud that even the deaf could hear. On the golden crown, there were many vivid and lifelike diagrams. They were none other than the diagrams of Buddhas achieving the Tao. They contained the laws of heaven and earth, and the secrets of becoming an emperor. This was a terrifying magic tool, the strongest weapon of the great Peacock King. At this moment, it flew up, and the power of faith from Mount Meru drowned out the heaven and earth. The Tao tool was too terrifying. Vaguely, a Buddha walked out, pointing to the sky and the earth. He chanted sutras, and only he was supreme, wanting to suppress Yi Fan. At this moment, the boundless Buddhist power of Mount Meru surged over like the sea. It didn't decrease much because of the distance, especially when this tool appeared. It was easier for him to use the Buddhist power. The great Peacock Kings might suppressed the 9 heavens and 10 earths. A cold smile appeared at the corner of her mouth as she stared at Yi Fan and then at the divine Silkworm Princess. Yi Fan retreated again, holding the dark red killing sword to defend himself. The great Peacock King became more and more powerful. Buddhist light shone around her. She was graceful and luxurious, and the golden crown could crush the ages. She kept closing in, suppressing with the massive Psi-force of Mount Meru. At the same time, she took off an arm bracelet. It was translucent and dazzling, comparable to a diamond chakram. It shattered the sky, and with the power of faith, it destroyed countless meteors and went straight for Yi Fan. The situation had reached the most critical moment. The great Peacock King launched a thunderous attack, wanting to quickly finish off Yi Fan. This was because she didn't want to be too far away from Mount Meru, as her Psi-force would decrease as the distance increased. Suddenly, Yi Fan put away the myriad chi cauldron, and a rusty green copper cauldron appeared. It was broken and appeared above his head. With a rumbling sound, under the tremendous pressure and the will force that contained Emperor energy surged over, the damaged green copper cauldron revived. Its entire body shone, green and sparkling, almost translucent. Immortal multicolored light shot out, releasing undying radiance. All the pressure that Yi Fan endured was blocked. A cold light shot out from his eyes, and he pounced forward with the dark red killing sword in his hand, going straight for the great Peacock King. Clang! Divine light suddenly appeared, and the sword chi was like a rainbow. Yi Fan slashed out and cut off an arm bracelet. The great Peacock King's body shook, and she couldn't help but let out a long cry. This was a very important tool to her, and she didn't expect it to be destroyed just like that. There were still a few arm bracelets on her arms that had been refined in pairs. It wouldn't be perfect if one was destroyed. What was even worse was that the power of faith was swallowed by the green copper cauldron. Even the golden crown was in danger, and the Buddha's Tao attainment diagram that had just appeared dimmed. Yi Fan raised his sword and slashed straight at her most powerful tool, the golden crown. Clang, clang, the great Peacock King threw out the last few arm bracelets. They were all sparkling and resplendent, and they collided forward to block the sword chi. However, at this time, Yi Fan not only had the immortal sword in his hand, but also the green copper cauldron. The two emitted light together, and their auras became many times stronger. Their whole body was like a celestial furnace that smelted all power and pressed forward. Crack! The power of faith retreated, and the few arm bracelets were cut off and turned into fine powder. The great Peacock King could only hurriedly put away the golden crown. She rode on the 5-colored divine light and disappeared into Mount Meru. Yi Fan chased closely from behind. He used the row formula to the extreme, and the Emperor's sword in his hand was raised to slash at the great Peacock King from behind. Boom! After all, they weren't too far from Mount Meru. As soon as the great Peacock King approached the peak, she mobilized all the power of faith and blessed her body. It was as if she was wearing a true emperor's robe. Compared to before, she was countless times stronger. Her pure white clothes were torn apart by some fluctuations during her retreat, and a pair of forearms were revealed. This made her expression incomparably cold. Everyone was shocked. The great Peacock King was invincible, but she was chased back by Yi Fan. This made everyone horrified. Di Zun's Immortal Ascension Cauldron. It's the green cauldron of ancient heaven. Many people cried out in surprise, including the experts of the Northern Dipper race and the Outer Realm saints who had come to watch. Summon the exorcism pestle. The great Peacock King said coldly. She stretched out her hand to borrow the Emperor's weapon from Moku. She stood on Mount Meru and was enveloped by boundless telekinesis. As long as she didn't leave the mountain, it was equivalent to having a flawless Emperor artifact protecting her. Yet, she still wanted the demon-subduing pestle. It was obvious that she wanted to rush into the sky to kill Yi Fan. Moku hesitated slightly. He held the Emperor artifact with both hands and sent it over. During this process, the power of faith on Mount Meru surged to resist Princess Divine Silkworm's attack. With a whoosh, the great Peacock King turned into a ray of divine light and charged toward Yi Fan again. The power of faith behind him swept over like a sea. Without the Emperor artifact, you're only relying on the power of faith to protect Mount Meru? You're underestimating us. Princess Divine Silkworm sneered. She was the great sage, and with the immortal robe of her race, her divine might was unparalleled. With a rumble, the aura on her body was extremely terrifying. She was about to step onto the pure land of Meru. The shockwaves surged like raging waves. Some golden arhats were too far away and directly turned into meat paste. Blood mist drifted in the air. Facing the overbearing great Peacock King, Yi Fan was retreating, avoiding his attacks and buying time for Princess Divine Silkworm and the others. However, he suddenly saw a cold smile at the corner of the great Peacock King's mouth. He immediately felt that something was wrong and shouted, "Oh no, there's a change on Mount Meru." There was no need for him to say anything. Princess Divine Silkworm had already sensed that Mount Meru was filled with endless killing intent. It was a phoenix's nest and couldn't be touched. There was a great emperor killing array here. Rumor had it that the Mount Meru killing array was limited by materials and had been destroyed over the years. There wasn't much left, but she didn't expect that to be the case. Clearly, the great Peacock King had done it on purpose just now. It looked like he was going to risk everything because the artifact had been destroyed, but in reality, that wasn't the case. He had set up a trap with Moku to lure her into it. Boom! Princess Divine Silkworm's attack was fearless because they were well prepared. She took a step back and wanted to leave Mount Meru because she had only taken a few steps. "You can't leave," the great sage Moku said coldly. He fully activated the array and mobilized the power of faith to suppress Princess Divine Silkworm. Clang! 9 kinds of divine lights danced on Princess Divine Silkworm's body, shining brightly. She stepped on the great Empress pattern and retreated, but she felt a great pressure. The killing array was activated and directly attacked. "Let's see where you can go." Fart! Suddenly, a blazing immortal light flew over from the void and shone on Mount Meru. It shone with the 9 colored rays of light on Princess Divine Silkworm's emperor robe. The two of them fused together and opened up a passageway. Princess Divine Silkworm took a step out. She wasn't surprised at all. In the void, Jizue's clothes fluttered. She held an ancient great emperor's mirror in her hand, shining the most resplendent light in the world. She was the one who had taken action and brought out the Ji family's supreme artifact. The original plan was to use the Great Emperor's weapon and the ancient sovereign artifact to directly charge into Mount Meru and rescue Hua Hua at lightning speed. They didn't expect Mount Meru to be much more terrifying than they had imagined. Legend had it that most of the great array left behind by Amitabha had been destroyed, and not much was left. However, recently, it had overturned people's understanding. Kill this peacock first and cut off its path of return. The effect will be the same, Princess Divine Silkworm said coldly and rushed into the sky. Chapter 1497. Clanging sounds rang out incessantly. Every piece of Princess Divine Silkworm's armor flickered with a cold metallic luster. It shone with 9 different immortal lights, as if the galaxy was flowing in reverse. The might of her attack was incomparable, causing the entire Mount Meru to shake. In an instant, she rushed to the sky above the outer realm. Mount Meru towered into the outer realm, surrounded by many meteorites and divine islands. This was the embodiment of the Buddha's great power and the current situation of the Pure Land. In Buddhism, it was believed that Mount Meru was the center of the universe, and everything revolved around it. Crack! The ancient emperor's battle robe shone and trembled continuously, causing the many small stars surrounding Mount Meru to explode. Princess Divine Silkworm was like a god with boundless magic power that was unstoppable. This was just a fluctuation that was naturally released by wearing the ancient emperor's armor. It was already so terrifying and destructive, shocking and revering everyone. Buzz! Princess Divine Silkworm's beautiful hair danced in the air as she pounced towards Mahamayuri. Her eyes emitted cold lightning that was sharp and oppressive as she slapped her palms over. The world was rumbling, and the galaxy was trembling. The ancient emperor's battle robe fluttered rhythmically as 9-colored immortal light danced in the air. Its might was shocking as it swept through everything in its path. Mahamayuri let out a clear roar and charged over with the demon-subduing pestle in his hand. He was invincible, displaying an aura of looking down on the world and being the only one in the world. Clang! The demon-subduing pestle emitted boundless Buddhist light and collided with the 9-colored immortal light emitted by Princess Divine Silkworm's hands. It was like 2 metal stars colliding, producing flames that caused the universe to tremble. This was an invincible might. It was the most terrifying confrontation, causing the hearts of all the saints to tremble. Their legs trembled, and they almost couldn't stand. Fut! A few streaks of blood splattered. These were the saints who had infiltrated the universe with ill intentions and were waiting for an opportunity. They hadn't expected these 2 women to be so powerful. They had killed their way here and shattered under the fluctuations of the Emperor weapon. The 2 women were like lightning, making all the heroes sigh in admiration. Their beautiful hair fluttered in the wind, and their eyes were as sharp as heavenly swords, piercing through the universe. They spread their wings and soared into the sky. Boom! The great Mahamayuri smashed down with his demon-subduing pestle, tearing hundreds and thousands of large cracks in the universe. Dazzling rays of light exploded in all directions with the point of destruction as the center. The Divine Silkworm Princess faced the enemy with both palms, slashing over like 2 heavenly blades. The 2 collided violently. Divine waves were boundless, and the divine sea was boundless. This was a great collision of the extreme path. Bang! Mahavira Mahamayuri's realm was profound, and he had the ability to seize the fortune of heaven and earth. The demon-subduing pestle in his hand pressed down, and at the same time, his right leg swept out. Behind him, a vast amount of Mount Meru's power covered the sky and the earth, pressing forward. Amidst the rumbling, Mount Meru trembled, as if an ancient great emperor was resurrecting, emitting a terrifying and monstrous might. This leg was slender and perfectly straight, appearing extremely elegant under the spotlessly white light clothes. However, right now, it was murderous and seizing one's soul. Vast and mighty Buddhist power was wrapped in endless radiance as it descended. The divine silkworm princess's phoenix-like eyes widened in anger, and her entire body shone. The ancient imperial battle robe clanged and vibrated violently. A pair of divine wings stretched out from her back like the divine wings of a phoenix, tearing apart heaven and earth. Clang! She was like a phoenix spreading its wings, dazzling and resplendent. A pair of divine wings tore apart the endless power of faith, sweeping forward to resist the great enemy. The divine silkworm armor had a total of 9 transformations, corresponding to the realm of the divine silkworm. This time, it displayed the divine transformation of the ancient emperor's transformation from a silkworm to a phoenix. Legend had it that after the 9 transformations' ultimate realm, there would be a 10th transformation where the 9 transformations merged into one. However, it was very troublesome for the ancient imperial battle robe to appear in this most powerful state. Under normal circumstances, it was difficult to do so. Mahavira Mahamayuri's expression changed. He didn't expect that this armor wasn't fixed and would actually change according to the battle situation. The crimson phoenix divine wings that cleaved down were dazzling, tearing apart the defense. Clang! She swung the demon subduing pestle and smashed it down. The two emitted boundless light and produced an earth-shattering sound, almost shattering this universe. It was impossible for Emperor weapons to truly collide. They fought through the immortal light they emitted. Otherwise, no one would be able to withstand that kind of divine might, and the wielder would be shaken to death. Surround and hunt her. The divine silkworm princess was very decisive. After experiencing Mahavira Mahamayuri's power, she decided not to fight alone. This was because her main purpose was to save someone, so she could use all means at her disposal. In a battle between emperor weapons, one's cultivation wasn't the most important. However, this was an existence that almost became quasi-emperor after all. Moreover, she could use the power of faith. Whoever fought her alone would die without a doubt after a long time. Yi Fan naturally took action. He had been watching covetously all this time. In order to save his disciple Hua Hua, there was nothing more to say about dealing with the Buddhist sects. Ji Ziyue also moved when she heard this. The emperor mirror hung above her head, like a divine moon releasing an immortal radiance. Her physique was special, and she could draw the essence energy source that filled the sky, activating the emperor weapon to attack Mahavira Mahamayuri. Kai. The void mirror condensed the universe and concentrated the source of all Taos. The surface of the mirror was warm and sparkling. It shone with a light that cut through the ages and shot towards Mahavira Mahamayuri. This light was eternal. Once it shone, heaven and earth wept, killing demons and gods. It was like a war song rumbling, destroying everything in its way. Mahavira Mahamayuri's entire body shone, displaying a matchless divine ability. 5 beams of divine light rushed out from his back, condensing with the endless power of faith from Mount Meru and pressing forward. In that instant, the primal chaos surged and heaven and earth shattered. It was as if a new universe was being opened, and all material things were destroyed. An intense collision occurred. The eternal immortal light shot out by the void mirror struck the 5-colored divine light, splitting apart the power of faith. It was as if a glass divine platform had been shattered, and patterns suddenly appeared. Dang! At the crucial moment, it was still the demon subduing pestle that took effect. It swept over with ferocious power, colliding with the immortal light. Immediately, boundless Buddhist light swept across the starry sky, causing the universe to tremble. They were too far away from Mount Meru. Even though the power of faith was endless, it wasn't as terrifying as standing on the mountain. It couldn't block the Emperor weapon's attack. This was a shocking battle. All the saints were shocked, and the 10,000 ancient races trembled. No one would have thought that so many Emperor weapons would be used in this battle. It shook the world. Boom! Mahavira Mahamayuri roared, and the golden crown on her head shone with resplendent light. The Buddha Tao attainment diagram circulated, as if it was about to come back to life. She held the demon subduing pestle and went straight for Ji Ziyue. Buddhist light shone, as if all the stars in the sky were pouring down. Princess Divine Silkworm went forward, waving her divine wings and hacking down to block this unparalleled magic power. Ji Ziyue herself wasn't afraid either. Her fine black hair fluttered in the wind, and her beautiful and moving face shone with astonishing brilliance. Her white teeth bit her red lips, and her hands formed a seal. The emperor mirror on her head became even more resplendent, becoming one with the universe as it pressed forward. Everyone couldn't help but sigh. The Ji family was extraordinary indeed. Not only did they send their holy daughter here, they even sent out their void mirror. This was a huge move. One had to know that regardless of whether it was the Xia imperial family or the Jiang family, although they had sent out some of their family's experts to help, they couldn't use emperor weapons. This was because the implications were too great. The Ji family dared to do this, not hesitating to go to war with the Western Desert Buddhism. They were staking it all on one throw, tying them to their clan's war chariot. This required great courage. Everyone knew how terrifying the Western Desert Buddhism was. Since ancient times, very few people dared to attack them. Shocking immortal light appeared, and the battle in the sky became more and more intense. Kai Yi Fan had already joined in. A shocking sword radiance slashed down, forcing Mahavira Mahamayuri to use the demon-subduing pestle to defend. At the same time, she quickly descended towards Mount Meru. She faced 3 people at the same time, and even with emperor weapons in hand, it wasn't enough. She didn't have enough faith power, so she had no choice but to retreat. Chong. The cauldron on Yi Fan's head shone with green light, protecting him as he rushed forward. He raised his sword and slashed down. The mountains and rivers lost their color, and the sun and moon lost their light. His attack power was unparalleled. Mahavira Mahamayuri didn't want to continue fighting, because if this continued, she would die without a doubt. She avoided the 3 people's attacks and wouldn't fight them head-on. She chose a target and wanted to break through from Ji Ziyue. Comparatively speaking, her realm was slightly lower, so it should be easier. Rumble. The demon-subduing pestle's light was boundless, and pure psychokinesis surged like a river of stars, protecting her body. She bravely moved forward, pouncing straight at Ji family's pearl. She didn't even hesitate to leave some openings for Princess Divine Silkworm and Yi Fan just to break out. Without a sound, a phantom appeared behind Ji Ziyue, activating the void mirror together with her. Emperor's chi erupted, shaking out a monstrous might. With a rumble, the sky collapsed, and the demon-subduing pestle trembled violently. Mahavira Mahamayuri's path of attack was blocked, and the blood in her body was churning. It was an old man. His entire body was faint and extremely blurry, as if he was about to pass away. Even his body wasn't real. A person who is about to decay. You shouldn't belong to this era. Are you the great sage that was sealed in the source of God by Ji family hundreds of thousands of years ago? Mahavira Mahamayuri said coldly. Everyone was shocked. Regardless of whether it was the saints from the outer realms or the ancient races, their hearts churned violently. This was the difference between a family that had produced a great emperor. They had the divine origin liquid that others couldn't reach and could seal the outstanding experts of the ancient times. This was their unique foundation, and now, the great sage had actually appeared. Everyone's hearts rose and fell, especially the saints, because they weren't just looking at the surface, but also understood some shocking information from within. The path of immortalization was about to open, and it wasn't far away. Otherwise, the great sage of Ji family wouldn't have escaped from the source of God. The ancient great emperors had deduced that in this era, this was the protector they had left for their descendants. Only at this moment could the terror of a family that had produced a great emperor be reflected. In the post-primeval era where the world dried up, only those who had become great emperors could refine the divine origin liquid and use it to seal the outstanding people of the younger generation. In peaceful times, all the holy lands were on equal footing, but in this critical period, it was obvious who could reign supreme. The great emperor's family was the true ruler. The path of immortalization is about to open. This kind of commotion quickly spread, engulfing the vicinity of Mount Meru. All the saints and ancient race experts were shocked, and they were even more shocked than when they saw the battle between emperor weapons. That might not be the case. Maybe this person broke free in advance because of other matters and appeared in the world. While everyone was shocked, the great battle continued and became even more intense. Although the great Mahamayuri was unmatched, they were now competing in emperor weapons. Even a god couldn't stop them. Even if she had endless power of belief to protect her body, this still wouldn't do. She could only retreat and not clash head-on, or else she would undoubtedly die. She attacked unhindered, wanting to retreat to Mount Meru. She displayed the extraordinary divine ability of an unrivaled expert, coming back to life in a land of death as she roared between heaven and earth. Boom! Princess Divine Silkworm's armor changed again, and there were talismans flickering on it one after another. The phoenix clothes turned into true dragon armor, coiling around the heaven and earth. A dragon swung its tail, causing the great Mahamayuri to tremble violently, and blood flowed out of its mouth. Kai! Yi Fan charged over, brandishing his sword. Killing intent surged for hundreds of thousands of miles, engulfing the heaven and earth. The boundless sword waves were like a vast ocean. Her fine black hair danced in the air, breaking under the great Mahamayuri's golden crown. She hadn't shaved her head, and at this moment, a section of her hair was cut off, flying everywhere. Her head was almost cut off. Chapter 1498. This sword shocked the soul. Sword chi traversed tens of thousands of miles and almost touched the great Mahamayuri's head. Her black hair danced in the air, scattering in the air and turning into 5-colored divine peacock feathers. Each of them flickered and fluttered before shattering in an instant. The great Mahamayuri was furious. As the protector of this generation, who could harm her? She had received the worship of all living beings for many years, but today, she was suppressed again and again. She brandished the demon-subduing pestle, her eyes incomparably cold as she charged at Yi Fan. The aura of this supreme weapon overflowed into the heavens, simply suppressing the past, present, and future. The boundless Buddhist power was boundless, each strand like a galaxy. Wang! The green cauldron above Yi Fan's head swayed. Green multicolored light surged as if a universe was opening. The rust disappeared, and its entire body was sparkling and translucent, shining on its own to resist the pestle. Meanwhile, the killing sword in his hand also revealed its sharpness. This sword was very special, its killing intent far exceeding that of any emperor weapon. The immortal slaughtering diagram on it shone, vivid and lifelike, cutting through the universe. This was a terrifying collision. Light swallowed and spat out, surging violently. On the side, the divine silkworm princess and Ji Ziyue also activated their emperor weapons to kill the Mahamayuri. Kai! At this critical moment, although she was furious, she could only choose to retreat. Boundless power of faith covered the sky and earth, forming a bridge that led to Mount Meru. She stepped on it, crossing space and time, crossing over. Where do you think you're going? Several emperor weapons surrounded her. They all shone and slashed forward, especially the blurry phantom beside Ji Ziyue. It was even more terrifying, melting into one with the void and being everywhere. This time, he personally moved forward with the Emperor Mirror, blocking the way forward. Your entire body is covered in the aura of decay. You can't change your fate even if you live to this age. People like you should have long returned to the yellow earth. The great Mahamayuri shouted. Behind her, 5-colored divine light rushed into the sky, condensing the power of faith. She held the demon-subduing pestle, and the three merged into one, smashing down. With a loud boom, ocean-like power surged down, densely covering every inch of space. It was as if a galaxy in the universe had collapsed. This elder's expression didn't change. His figure became even more indistinct and dim, but the void mirror shone resplendently like a blazing sun. It turned into a shield, blocking in front of him. All types of symbols appeared on the surface of the mirror, reflecting radiance. Something surprising happened. The overwhelming divine power that was rushing over was reflected back. The imperial mirror used the enemy's Tao to attack the enemy. It was a horrifying performance. The great Mahamayuri's expression changed. He hastily retreated and even used the demon-subduing pestle to block the attack. As a result, he was shaken so badly that his chi and blood surged and his body trembled. And at this moment, Yi Fan and Princess Divine Silkworm arrived again. Their attacks were great, and the fluctuations of the arch weapons were vast and mighty, swallowing heaven and earth. 3 or 4 Emperor weapons shook at the same time, cutting off the great Mahamayuri. Their auras surged, auspicious energy surged, immortal multicolored light brilliant, illuminating this place in a multicolored haze. Kill. A Buddha character appeared on the great Mahamayuri's white forehead. His aura surged to the extreme, drawing upon the psyche power of Mount Meru to attack with all his might. Rumble. Mount Meru shook, as if the copper furnace that smelted heaven and earth had overturned and was about to destroy the world. Endless divine power surged up, resonating with the Buddha character on his forehead. The great Mahamayuri moved the heavens and the earth, avoiding Yi Fan, Princess Divine Silkworm, and the others. He didn't clash head-on with them, turning into divine multicolored light and rushing down, wanting to escape. Unfortunately, their defenses were too tight, and he couldn't break through at all. Amitabha, excellent, excellent. The old monk of Mount Meru, Moku, chanted the name of Buddha. At this moment, he suddenly moved. He rushed up into the sky, using a forbidden technique. It was unknown how much faith power he drew from Mount Meru, wrapping it up. Thunder rumbled, and terrifying divine might shocked the 9 heavens. At this moment, Moku was like a Surya, emitting boundless light, causing Mount Meru to boil. Light pierced through the clouds. To be more precise, he was holding a strange Surya in his hand. He was worshipping it devoutly, maintaining this special posture as he flew up into the sky. It was astonishing. The great Mahamayuri felt that kind of majesty. At this moment, the entire Mount Meru seemed to have been revived, turning into a huge life form. Divine might surged over. She attacked with all her might, converging with Moku who was coming up to support her. This shouldn't be the Buddha's Surya, right? It actually caused so much faith power to boil up from Mount Meru. It's heaven-defying. The spectators could see it the most clearly. At this moment, the faith power was countless times stronger. It turned into a bridge that connected to the heavens, directly reaching the firmament and closing in on the great Mahamayuri's feet. No one had expected the old monk Moku to have such a heaven-defying method. He actually wanted to rescue the great Mahamayuri, exceeding everyone's expectations. The saints from the outer realms were envious. They really wanted to interfere at this moment, causing the 2 sides to collide fiercely and injure each other. However, the Emperor weapon was too powerful. Who dared to take the risk? Boom. Suddenly, a shocking change occurred. In that void sky, a wave of terrifying aura suddenly erupted, shattering the void and cutting off the endless faith power, cutting off the path forward. This was a demonic jar that released an aura that made even the sun, moon, and stars tremble. Strand after strand of dark light scattered down, crushing the endless heavens and shattering the courage of all heroes. The jar's body was simple, as if it was made from pottery. The engravings on its surface had beautiful lines, as if a young lady's elegant immortal body was engraved on it. It released a fluctuation that made countless unmatched heroes feel fear. Heaven swallowing demonic jar. This demonic jar that made everyone's expressions change upon hearing its name appeared here, attacking the old monk, shattering the path ahead. It began to devour endless faith power. Who didn't know this great emperor? Who didn't know about her? She slaughtered her way through the 9 heavens 10 earths, making the supreme beings of all heavens and 10,000 regions tremble, all creatures bow down in worship, shocking past and present. Even though she had passed away, no longer in this world, the demonic jar that was forged from her body was still alive. It was to the extent where some people said that this was the same as a vicious great emperor's unconventional long life. Bow. The faith power was shattered. The heaven-swallowing demonic jar released a light noise. The instant the lid was opened, heaven and earth swallowed, everything refined, nothing it couldn't break through. The 13 great bandits, mysterious old undying, old blind, Tu Tien, Jiang Huairen, and others appeared, activating this extreme Dao Emperor weapon, making it release the most terrifying heaven-shocking divine might. This was a hidden chess piece, displaying its might at the crucial moment. Duanda didn't come, currently unable to break out of the cocoon. However, he borrowed the heaven-swallowing demonic lid. The 2 half-emperor artifacts clashed, their divine might matchless. This unforeseen event was too sudden. Everyone thought that all of the Emperor artifacts had appeared, all of them appearing, never expecting another one to appear at the final moment. It was a shocking event. Today's battle was definitely going to be recorded in the annals of history. Forget about everything else, just the simultaneous appearance of so many Emperor artifacts was already a formidable great event. The heaven-swallowing demonic jar directly smashed over, scattering the faith power. The old monk Moku maintained a strange posture, both hands holding the sparkling ara in his fist. He knelt in the void, watching the battle in the sky. At this time, he was suddenly attacked, his expression immediately changing. He couldn't stop this attack at all, only able to quickly fly out, forcefully condensing faith power to carry him. Then, he formed a psychic battle armor, even more so using the ara to protect the space between his brows. He was a great sage, borrowing endless faith power to take action. It was equivalent to fighting with an emperor weapon. However, when he suddenly suffered an attack, it was a bit too late. Strands of dark light descended. Even though they didn't directly hit him, they still pierced through the psychic battle armor, brushing past his body, immediately making him cry out loudly. Pu. The old monk Moku's legs shattered, and then they broke apart inch by inch, turning into a bloody mist. The mist spread along his body, not even the faith power able to stop it. Ah! He couldn't help but roar out. It looked like he was about to break down to his waist. In that instant, his body broke apart, everything below his head exploding, turning into a bloody paste. However, things were even worse than he had imagined. The heaven-swallowing demonic jar was too terrifying. Even if a strand of energy brushed past him, there was still no medicine that could save him. In the end, his head also exploded, only leaving behind the fist-sized ara he held. It released multicolored light, carrying divine radiance as it rushed into the boundless heavens. Only now did this mysterious ara truly awaken, possessing life. The great Mahamayuri roared towards the heavens. Even though she was a woman, she possessed a starry river-devouring aura. Her beautiful hair that was cut off danced about, the Buddha character on her sparkling white forehead flourishing even more brilliantly. Meanwhile, that strange ara that rushed into the sky unexpectedly temporarily merged with her Buddha character. It was like a dream, making her directly disappear from her original location, releasing a strange Buddhist power. What? This is emperor-level fluctuation. Could it be the ara left behind by the Amitabha Great Emperor? Everyone was shocked. The things that happened today were too shocking. First, many emperor weapons appeared, and then there was a supreme treasure that was suspected to be an emperor's ara. It made everyone's eyes burn with passion. What will happen if it merges with the psyche seed left behind by the Amitabha Buddha? At the side of Mount Meru, the divine silkworm Daoist held a large vermilion gourd and poured a mouthful of wine into his mouth, muttering to himself in a drunken manner. From start to finish, he didn't participate in the battle. He was like a dispirited passerby, watching his clansmen fight. He didn't have the slightest bit of vitality. Where do you think you're going? The armor on the divine silkworm princess changed again, turning into a Kuan Peng. It reached out a pair of giant claws, tearing downwards. Even though she lost the great peacock king's figure, she still took action based on her intuition, identifying that direction. At the same time, the void mirror shone, incomparably sparkling and translucent. It shone in the sky, quickly drawing out an expanse of immortal radiance, illuminating the location of the great peacock king's true body. He had actually already descended from outer space, not far away from Mount Meru. The heaven-swallowing demonic jar at the very bottom trembled, black light bursting out like a perfect great Tao vase. Tens of thousands of strands of energy landed on Mount Meru, erupting with heaven-overflowing radiance. At the same time, a weak streak of black light brushed past the great peacock king's legs, immediately causing half of his body to explode into a bloody mist. Kai. And during this process, Yi Fan also took action. The emperor's sword in his hand descended, turning into a shocking scarlet radiance. With a pu sound, it chopped off the great peacock king's right arm, causing it to explode on the spot. Clearly, this was a disastrous result. The great peacock king was struck by the heaven-swallowing demonic jar and the spirit treasure celestial being's killing sword. Not to mention that she wasn't the quasi-emperor, even if she truly entered this realm, she wouldn't be able to withstand it. Her mutilated body exploded inch by inch, turning into a bloody mess. According to common sense, her body and soul would inevitably be destroyed, dying without a burial ground. However, something astonishing happened. The Buddha's relic on her forehead shone brightly, illuminating the entire Mount Meru and protecting her head. Together with the evil-subduing pestle and the others, she fell under the withered body tree in front of the great Lei-Yin temple. What is that? It actually dissolved the emperor's weapon's murderous intent. Not only were Yi Fan and the others astonished, even the outer realm saints and ancients were indescribably shaken. Who cares what it is, as long as it isn't the Amitabha Buddha coming back to life? Otherwise, it's useless even if the deities come. The people on Yi Fan's side were about to launch another attack. However, a vast Buddha's body rose in front of the great thunderclap temple. Its terror overflowed into the heavens, and the enormous life fluctuation suffocated everyone. The people on Yi Fan's side, such as Li Tian and Longma, wanted to slap their own mouths. They felt like they had jinxed themselves. What nonsense did they say just now? This was truly an emperor-level life fluctuation. The whole world was shocked, and everyone was trembling. Many saints knelt down and involuntarily kowtowed. They simply couldn't withstand this kind of matchless might. Chapter 1499. Mount Meru was incomparably majestic, its peak piercing into the boundless cosmos. Multicolored mist circulated around it, like an immortal platform. At the peak, a temple sat there, majestic and majestic. Its tiles flowed with a purple-gold luster, as if they were cast from metal. A holy and auspicious aura pervaded the air. In front of the great thunderclap temple, an ancient Buddha towered high into the sky, its enormous figure stifling. The power of a great emperor pervaded the air, and a vast ocean-like life force surged. The saints all knelt down, their souls trembling. Facing such fluctuations, they felt like ants looking up at a giant dragon. They deeply felt how insignificant they were. Amitabha Buddha, everyone was dumbfounded, all of them like wooden statues. Great waves surged in their hearts. This was too shocking. Boundless Buddhist light blossomed, illuminating all directions. Every strand of aura shocked the world. The great Buddha was majestic, tens of thousands of jong tall. Buddhist power flowed from every pore of the golden Buddha body, pouring down like a waterfall, submerging Mount Meru, turning this place into a vast lake. The pure land of Mount Meru became an ocean of Buddhist Dharma. Great compassion, great virtue, great kindness, at this moment, filled the 9 heavens. Everyone couldn't help but want to prostrate themselves in worship, especially the saints. In this boundless world, this was a miracle. After the initial trembling, everyone gradually returned to peace. They had a feeling of wanting to convert to the Buddhist path, never leaving Mount Meru, distancing themselves from the clamor of the mortal world, living by the ancient Buddha lamp. A type of compassion, a type of Dharma, pervaded the air, guiding people to become good, to become enlightened, to convert people to the 3 treasures. The divine and holy aura shook the world. At this moment, the millions and millions of creatures in the western desert were startled awake. They gazed at Mount Meru and kowtowed together. The saints were shaken, and all the heroes knelt down devoutly. Those with higher cultivation levels felt fear, while the weaker ones could only admire and kowtow. No one would have thought that the peaceful Mount Meru would have so many major events today. Not a single one of them could be recorded in the annals of history. Is this real? On Yi Fan's side, several emperor weapons had already been gathered together. Everyone was solemnly on guard. Only with the defense of these emperor weapons could they not be infected by this atmosphere. Even those as ferocious as the savage and evil as Li Tian were stupefied, continuously blaming themselves for being a jinx. Whatever they said would appear, this was just too inauspicious. The Buddha's head and face were blurry and shrouded in the chaotic mist, making it hard to see clearly. However, one could vaguely make out that it was similar to the Amitabha Buddha statue worshipped in the temples. The other parts of his body shone resplendently, and every inch of his skin was so terrifying. It made people wonder if he could break through the universe with a single movement and cause a star field to collapse. This was an unparalleled aura that caused even the heavens to rumble under its pressure. The long river of time was reversed. There was a type of great Tao scripture that sounded, rumbling deafeningly. An ancient Buddha was preaching the Tao, passing down the laws under the heavens, passing down the Tao from past to present. Was this the obsession of the great emperor, or was he really not dead? At this moment, even Yi Fan and Princess Divine Silkworm were uncertain, let alone others. Such an unforeseen event was completely unpredictable. Emperor weapons, formation patterns, and power of faith had all been considered, but who would have thought that there was still a great emperor? How inauspicious. I heard a group of crows cawing in the morning, but I didn't expect to hear a damned monk. Longma muttered to himself. Even now, he was still stubborn. Yi Fan and the others were silent and didn't move. There really weren't many choices to retreat or defend. If he was an emperor, he wouldn't be able to leave at all. In the distance, the saints were horrified and terrified. They didn't know what to do, and many people knelt down. Everyone was devout and kowtowed to the ground, wishing that they could remain kneeling forever. This scene was very strange. There was auspicious Buddhist power circulating, and resplendent light bloomed. Mount Meru seemed to have turned into a god, as if it was going to ascend to the celestial world. Rays of auspicious light shot out one after another. However, after waiting for a long time, the Buddha didn't move. He still stood there, releasing a vast ocean-like fluctuation of life and saving the world with benevolence. Hey, something's wrong. He's like a statue, not reacting at all. The old undying, divine silkworm princess, and the others of the 13 great bandits all focused and released their source of energy, as if they had sensed something. Yi Fan opened his heavenly eye and was also observing. Meanwhile, divine silkworm Daoist poured a mouthful of wine into his mouth and narrowed his eyes, staring at the Buddha on Mount Meru. The golden body Dharma, the phantom imprinted on Mount Meru in an instant, isn't the true body. In the end, they came to the same conclusion. This wasn't the true Amitabha Buddha great emperor. He had passed away in meditation for more than 300,000 years, so it was impossible for him to appear in this era. When they understood everything, everyone let out a sigh of relief. They were really stunned just now. That didn't make sense. No one could live for so long. Even if the Buddhist great emperor grasped all kinds of longevity techniques and used other methods to fight against time, it was impossible for him to appear like this. The source of everything was naturally that Surya. It was resplendent and sparkling, a holy object left behind by the Buddha after he passed away in meditation. It was the most precious immortal treasure of the Buddhist sect. In the end, the great Buddha finally disappeared, turning into a rain of light that filled the sky and scattering down. It entered Mount Meru and returned to that enormous Surya. It was brilliant and sparkling like a heart carved from an immortal diamond. There was an indistinct Buddha body inside, mysterious and unfathomable. Yi Fan and the others looked at each other in dismay. Even though they were sure that it was a phantom, they all agreed that this Surya was formidable. In front of the great Thunderclap Monastery, multicolored light flowed and the aura of life pervaded the air. The great Peacock King's head was shining, and waves of Tao sounds accompanied the growth of her bones. Her flesh was also moving rhythmically as she reconstructed her true body. If it was anyone else, forget about the great sage, even Quasi-Emperor would undoubtedly die after being swept by the Emperor weapon. It was impossible for him to survive, yet she didn't suffer any damage with the help of the Surya. At this time, her vital energy wasn't injured, and her source wasn't reduced. She was directly reborn, and her blood energy was abundant. Her Dharma body was exceptionally powerful, and there was a type of unrivaled power that stood at the peak. Everyone seemed to have woken up from a dream. Those who were kneeling down just now also stood up. A weak trembling voice sounded. Another primordial spirit flew out from the Surya, its luster dim. It was the old monk Mo Ku. Even he actually survived. Everyone recalled that at the final moment, he used this Surya to protect the space between his brows, transferring his soul, thus escaping disaster. Buddhas undergo nirvana, and the Surya represents the hope of life. It possesses the power of nirvana, and that was why they all avoided the Emperor weapon's calamity. The old blind bandit sighed. Are we still going to attack? Longma asked. Even though he was stubborn just now, that was because he was forced. Either way, things were already like this, so there was nothing he could do. However, he still felt waves of fear inside. Even now, there was still a bit of lingering fear. Surround them, Yifan said. The important figures here split up, arranging themselves up. They all held emperor weapons in their hands, aiming at Mount Meru. 4 or 5 ancient great emperor weapons appeared at the same time, releasing a world-shaking pressure here. However, Yifan didn't allow anyone to attack, because right now, both sides were extremely fearful of each other. I'll ask one more time, are you going to let my disciple return? His voice rumbled, resounding through the clouds, causing many nearby saints to sway. They couldn't help but be overwhelmed with shock. The golden blood energy of the saint body surged, his aura piercing through the heavens. The light in his eyes was as cold as the edge of a blade, causing people to tremble. He is a fruit of my Buddha realm, we can't let him wander outside. Great Mahamayuri's will was firm, not wavering in the slightest. Amitabha, Amitabha, Amitabha. The old monk Moku's primordial spirit was still injured, and without recuperating for tens or hundreds of years, it would be hard for him to recover to his peak. He also expressed his attitude. That isn't the Tao of Amitabha. Didn't you guys chase that great demon down the mountain back then? Why are you guys capturing this kind of inheritor now? Jizue spoke. This flower blooms in the past, in the present, and in the future. This is a fruit of the Buddha realm, it has nothing to do with you guys. Moku said. The bandits were all emotional people. Someone shouted, I only know that he is Yifan's disciple, but now, he is being forcefully suppressed in Mount Meru, becoming a slave. What logic is this? Taking 10,000 steps back, you guys have already obtained those inheritances, so why aren't you letting him down the mountain? We can't let him down the mountain, he can only walk in front of the ancient temple for the rest of his life. The old monk didn't back down. You really won't let him go? Yifan's voice turned cold, and his expression was cold. Convert to the Buddha realm, get rid of his evil roots, and transcend the mortal world. From now on, he will transcend the world, and this is a great merit. Benefactor, please return, don't go against the heavens. Buddha is merciful, and only those who are fated will be saved. Moku had just experienced a calamity, but his expression had calmed down. These words infuriated many people. Kill. Yifan only had one word. The Buddha spoke of mercy, and he spoke of slaughter. He chose to attack decisively in front of Mount Meru. Even though he knew that the Buddha realm was deep, he was fearless. If he didn't fight until the heavens and earth split, then no conditions could be discussed. Yifan waved the killing sword, slashing towards Mount Meru, and used the power of the extreme Tao to suppress it. At the same time, the Void Emperor mirror shone, and the sparkling and translucent mirror shone with unparalleled divine light. It swept through Mount Meru, causing the mist to collapse and the power of faith to boil. On the other side, Princess Divine Silkworm, the Old Undying, and the others also activated the 9-colored immortal clothes and the heaven-devouring Devil Jar, launching a fierce attack, attacking Mount Meru. However, Mount Meru wasn't simple. The ancient emperor's formation had awakened, shocking the ages. The entire mountain was densely packed, and the patterns were dazzling as it completely sealed the mountain. Moreover, the power of faith was condensing, turning into a giant ancient Buddha. It stood there majestically, looking down on all living things. The two stacked together, and their defensive power was shockingly great. It was as if an ancient emperor had awakened and was protecting this place. Is this the Amitabha Buddha's seed of faith? The divine silkworm Daoist opened his intoxicated eyes, shooting out a sharp light. He threw down the wine gourd and stared at it without blinking. The appearance of this great Buddha was very strange. It was exceptionally powerful, as if an emperor's shadow had condensed together with the great formation. It was terrifying to the extreme. Jizue sighed softly. They had seen the power of the combination of the numinous treasure celestial being's formation diagram and the 4 killing swords. Now, it actually achieved the same result through different means. The demon subduing pestle rose and fell, joining in and condensing together. It was terrifying beyond compare. And at this time, the entire Great Thunderclap Temple shone. That Surya scattered out a rain of light, actually showing signs of merging into the formation. It was difficult to take down Mount Meru in a short period of time. This place was impregnable, and there was a Buddha's imprint circulating. Not long after, everyone stopped attacking. Activating the Emperor weapon consumed a lot of energy, and they couldn't do it without limit. They decided to surround Mount Meru and seal it off from the outside world. Great Mahamayuri and Moku couldn't attack. They could defend the mountain, but they couldn't attack. They had already learned their lesson in blood. I'll do it. The Divine Knight stepped forward and directly ascended Mount Meru. His entire body instantly shone with boundless light, erupting with a terrifying aura. Chapter 1500. The Divine Knight stood in the air. Bolts of lightning as thick as mountains struck down from the sky, followed by a vast ocean. This was the world-shocking Great Sage Tribulation. Everyone was stupefied. Who was this? Everyone's attention was focused on him. Many people didn't recognize him and had never seen him before. He's actually this powerful. Is he going to cross the legendary Great Sage Tribulation? Everyone was astonished. How powerful was he to have such a terrifying sea of lightning? The heavens were about to crash down. In just a split second, the sea of lightning was boundless. Primal chaos surged and tore apart heaven and earth. Blazing light poured down endlessly. This was an aura that made people's hair and bones tremble. Even though they were separated by an endless distance, they could still feel the heavenly might. To choose this time to cross the tribulation and send down tens of thousands of streaks of lightning in front of Mount Meru, everyone was shaken. This person was extremely daring. The most shocking thing was that the power of this tribulation was too vast and boundless. At first, the lightning was as thick as mountains, but now, it was as if the universe was overturned and the eternal universe was smashing down. This was a world of great heavenly lightning. There was lightning everywhere, and heavenly punishment was everywhere. It formed mountains and seas, vast and immeasurable. The Great Sage Tribulation was rare and not many people had seen it. Normally, those who crossed the tribulation would choose an uninhabited area and fight with their lives on the line. Moreover, they had to guard against any disturbances. The Divine Knight was still so calm in the face of such a powerful tribulation. It was impossible not to be shocked. Only Yi Fan knew that the Divine Knight was extraordinary in the past. He had been suppressed too ruthlessly. If he hadn't cultivated on Earth, his accomplishments would have long since shocked the world. If he can pass through such a powerful tribulation, there will be another terrifying great sage in this world. At this moment, the saints in the outer realms all changed their expressions. The 10,000 ancient races were also frightened. The Divine Knight's tribulation was too extraordinary. There were actually 9 suns in the sky accompanying it. In the end, the 10th great sun appeared. It made his entire body shine resplendently as if he was cast from gold. His golden hair fluttered in the wind as if he was about to ascend to immortality. He held the dragon's spear in his hand and pointed it towards the southern heavens. He resisted the heavenly might with his body without the slightest bit of fear. Boom! It was as if the sky and earth were being split apart. The sea of lightning was boundless, and the chaotic aura was surging violently. The Divine Knight in the center was the most powerful and the most saintly. He looked down at Tianfa with a pair of sharp and intimidating eyes. 10 heavenly suns covered the sky, appearing side by side. They were so dazzling that one couldn't open their eyes. This was a type of great scene. All those who underwent tribulation that produced abnormal scenes would have their names shake the past and present, powerful beyond compare. This person is too terrifying. He can actually suppress his cultivation base and choose the time and place of his own will. He can control the rhythm of the heavenly tribulation and only release it now. The boundless sea of lightning crashed down on Mount Meru. Everyone knew that the Divine Knight wanted to use the heavenly tribulation to strike the Buddhist gate. If the monarch weapon of the Buddhist gate was triggered to undergo the tribulation together, the consequences would be catastrophic. Yi Fan, Ji Ziyue, the divine silkworm princess, the old undying man, and the others had long received a voice transmission from the Divine Knight. They retreated with their arch weapons and did not dare to come into contact with it. The sea of lightning that filled the sky struck down, shaking Mount Meru so much that it rumbled, but it still stood tall and did not move an inch. When everyone saw this, they were indescribably shocked. Although they knew that the pure land of the Buddhist gate would not be breached, they were still scared after witnessing such a heavenly tribulation with their own eyes. This was the tribulation of the great sage. The lightning was so boundless, but it could not destroy a single blade of grass or tree on Mount Meru. It was truly shocking. Mount Meru had something similar to the heaven-deceiving array pattern. Otherwise, it would be more than this. Boom. At this moment, the power of faith from Mount Meru suddenly went against the heavens and engulfed the heavens. It actually almost burned the sea of lightning clean. Everyone was dumbfounded and simply couldn't believe all of this. Mount Meru was too powerful. What kind of runes were rushing out? They could actually devour the heavenly tribulation. The ocean-like power of faith swept across the heavenly tribulation and went against the flow. An even more terrifying heavenly tribulation descended, striking at the divine night and smashing towards Mount Meru. There was no end to it. It was like one galaxy after another, becoming more and more powerful. This great tribulation lasted for a whole 4 hours. The divine night successfully broke through and became the great sage. Moreover, he immediately reached the second heaven of the great sage, directly crossing the first heaven. Unfortunately, no matter how endless the heavenly tribulation was, it could not damage Mount Meru at all. It was as if nothing had happened on the sky-reaching mountain. Everyone sighed. The divine night was amazing, but he couldn't really destroy Mount Meru by transcending the heavenly tribulation. Even Yi Fan with his humanoid lightning emperor tribulation might not be able to do it. Mount Meru was impenetrable, and for a moment, it was actually helpless. The divine night healed his injured body and replenished his divine energy. In the end, his blood energy soared into the sky, and his aura was at its peak. After all of this was done, he didn't retreat. Instead, he asked Yi Fan and the others to protect him with the support of the emperor weapons. The divine knight was solemn and dignified. He sat cross-legged in the void, chanting an incantation while facing Mount Meru. What is he doing? Does he want to rely on his own strength to shake the Buddhist gate? Many people didn't think so. Although the sages in the outer realm all admitted that he was powerful enough, destroying Mount Meru was like an ant trying to shake a tree. However, something inexplicable and unbelievable happened. On Mount Meru, strands of Buddhist energy turned into a rain of light and shot out in all directions. Someone exclaimed in surprise. The rain of light fell like a spring breeze, and people felt a kind of auspicious power. Reverse nurture. Soon, people understood what the divine knight was doing. He could actually reverse the power of faith and break it down into a rain of light that scattered in all directions, benefiting all living beings. This was a reverse process. Mount Meru gathered the power of faith, but the divine knight was doing the exact opposite. He dissolved it and illuminated all directions. Boom. Inside Mount Meru, the old monk Moku couldn't sit still anymore. He directly punched out a great sage fist toward the divine knight to stop this strange law. Swish. Yi Fan's sword slashed out. He was standing at the side, protecting the divine knight. How could he let the great sage of the Buddhist gate succeed? He slashed apart that giant fist of light. This is destroying the foundation of Mount Meru and disintegrating this place. Everyone saw through the profoundness and were all shocked. Who was this? Why did he have this kind of method? Many people were astonished and felt that it was inconceivable. This was definitely a taboo method of the Buddhist gate. It was difficult for outsiders to see through it. This golden-haired man was too extraordinary. Yi Fan naturally knew what was going on. Where did the divine night come from? Vatican City was also a divine land that gathered the power of faith, so it wasn't unfamiliar with this kind of secret. The divine night didn't rely on the power of faith to cultivate, but living in that kind of environment, how could he not understand this kind of taboo secret? At this moment, there was naturally a reverse hand. The divine silkworm princess, the old undying, Ji Ziyue, and the others all stood by his side, protecting him. Moreover, they supported him with their emperor weapons. Mysterious and powerful multicolored light overflowed and surrounded him. Not only could Emperor weapons attack, but they could also emit gentle power. If used, they could also benefit others. When mentioning the strength of the ancient emperors, people would always think of their world-shocking battle prowess. For example, they could destroy galaxies and reopen the sky. They thought that they could make a large number of stars fall with just a slight move. It was obvious that they were looking at the problem too extreme. If that was the case, how would the ancient emperors get along with their family and friends? Their magic power would naturally be reflected in nourishing all living things. Some people once thought that the ancient emperors were too strong and that it was difficult for them to marry and have children. This was naturally looking at the problem too one-sidedly. They could regenerate withered trees, make fallen flowers bloom again, and restore the old to their youth. Their power was not only reflected in extreme strength and killing, but it could also nourish things silently, gently, and peacefully. The divine silkworm princess and Ji Ziyue were both supported by the emperor weapons. Dense light mist flowed out and supported the divine knight's body, helping him circulate his magic power and dissolve Mount Meru's psyche power. Yi Fan retreated. His killing sword was really difficult to control. Compared to other emperor weapons, it was too special. Its killing intent was too strong. If he made a mistake, he wouldn't be able to nourish the divine knight and might even be cut into dust. Rumble. With the help of the emperor weapon, the divine knight's laws were like a vast ocean, rushing towards Mount Meru quickly. The moment it came into contact with the psyche power, a boundless rain of light evaporated and scattered in all directions. What happened? On this day, everywhere in the Western Desert, the mortals, men, women, old, and young were all shocked. The rain of light fell on them, all their illnesses were alleviated, and they were full of energy. This was the psyche power that they had contributed to devoutly worshipping Buddha. Now that it was being returned, they naturally had a different feeling. In front of Mount Meru, many cultivators were shocked. Many of them were also drenched by the rain of light and felt extremely comfortable. Mount Meru was giving, changing its previous taking stance. Only those who were there personally could understand how terrifying this reversal was and what it meant. Everyone was in awe of the divine knight's methods. He could actually pry open the psyche power of Mount Meru. Amitabha. The old monk Moku chanted. Mahamayuri's expression was cold as he stared over. Boundless rain of light fell. On this day, it was the same everywhere in the Western Desert. Many mortals' illnesses were cured and their bodies became much stronger. This was an act of blessing all living beings. Mount Meru's halo was immediately shaved off a layer. Many golden arhats, bodhisattvas, and ancient Buddhas were all shocked and worried. Li Tian, Dongfang Yi, and the others were naturally overjoyed. This was truly a heaven-defying method. They didn't expect the divine knight to be so amazing and attract everyone's attention. However, it was truly a pity. After this situation continued for a period of time, the divine knight could no longer dissolve Mount Meru. The pure psyche power accumulated there was even heavier than the sun, moon, and stars. What's wrong? You can't do it anymore? Yi Fan asked. The divine knight sighed and said, Amitabha is a truly compassionate person. This method is useless against him. Everyone was puzzled and listened to his detailed explanation. Mount Meru was vast and had been incomparably prosperous since ancient times. Mortals prostrated themselves in worship. Naturally, there were also those who believed in bodhisattvas and other ancient Buddhas. Some Buddhist saints only knew how to take, and it was easy for them to dissolve this psyche power and give it back to all living beings. However, since ancient times, the laws and seeds of Amitabha's psyche power had been operating on their own. There was giving and taking. All living beings believed in him and gave him psyche power, and he would also nourish them. This was a balance. Now, the divine knight could break through the psyche power of others, but it was difficult for him to move the slightest bit of Amitabha's psyche power. This is the great emperor's method and great spirit. Yi Fan sighed. There was no solution. There was giving and taking, and this psyche power came in an upright manner. Even though the divine knight knew the mysteries of the psyche power, he couldn't move the slightest bit of the great compassion power. What do we do? At this moment, everyone was at their wits' end. They couldn't attack, nor could they dissolve the psyche power. Mount Meru was impregnable. It seems like there's only one way left, Yifan said. His gaze was resolute as he surveyed the western desert. Chapter 1501. What should we do? Dongfang Yi asked. His hair was messy and his bronze-colored body was as strong as a flood dragon. He held a large stick and gestured at Mount Meru. Yin and Yang coexist, Yifan replied. The western desert was vast and boundless. From its name, one could tell what kind of place it was. The most common was the Golden Desert, with many oases like pearls decorating it. Yifan soared into the air, his Yuantian eyes shooting out a sharp light as he took in the entire mountain and river. The so-called oases were very large, easily spanning thousands of li. It was not strange for the slightly larger ones to be tens of thousands of li in circumference. They could not be measured with the perspective of the other side of the starry sky. In fact, if all the oases were added together, the area would be an astronomical figure. It could be called a boundless land of Buddhism. Yifan stepped in the void and imprinted many runes. These were the Xing rune arts, emitting bolts of lightning as he circled around Mount Meru. Finally, he returned to his original position. Many people looked at him in confusion. The Outer Realm saints were also astonished. Yifan had been very powerful today, leading everyone to besiege Mount Meru and using so many emperor weapons. It was truly shocking. Even at this stage, he still could not break through. What other tricks could he rely on? What does he want to do? Is there anything more powerful than the weapons of the ancient emperors? Many people shook their heads, not believing that he could defy the heavens. At this point, everyone agreed that it would be difficult to change the outcome. Yi Tong's eyes lit up. They had already guessed what Yifan wanted to do after seeing him walk around Mount Meru. Next, Yifan silently calculated, incessantly carving in the void as if he was calculating something. Endless symbols appeared. They were like phoenix feathers, dazzling and terrifying. Genesis technique. Yifan was using Genesis technique to carry out complex calculations. He wanted to densely cover the surroundings of Mount Meru and seal it. Even emperor weapons can't do it, can Genesis technique? Qi Luo was puzzled. The old assassin was really helpless against Mount Meru and felt that there was no other way. We'll know once we try, and this is only the first step, Yifan replied. In the surroundings, everyone gradually understood what he wanted to do. They acknowledged his strength, witnessed his terrifying aspects, but they did not believe that he could seal Mount Meru. Even the people on his side, the divine silkworm princess, the old man, and the others suspected that this would probably not work. However, Yifan was unmoved and pondered seriously. Let me try. After an indeterminable amount of time passed, he raised his head and looked off toward the western desert. He stared at Mount Meru, preparing to begin the magic. Roar! Yifan let out a long roar. Golden blood energy surged from the top of his head and rushed into the sky. He began to move. His hands moved about, drawing upon the draconic qi under Mount Meru. This was a big dragon, and it was an unparalleled ancestral dragon. Apart from ancient veins like Kunlun, there were few that could compare. At this moment, the subterranean divine marrow, dragon qi, and Genesis qi all began to seethe and resonate with him. With a flip of his hand, Yifan sent a series of patterns into the ground to inscribe laws. This was a huge project. Yifan had poured his blood, sweat, and tears into this formation for a full 8 days and 8 nights. His hair was dyed white. To him, these 8 days and 8 nights were equivalent to 80 years or even 100 years. He was completely immersed in it, forgetting everything else. Apart from the formation, there was nothing else. In the end, he let out a long sigh. Mount Meru was surrounded by densely packed runes. The entire mountainous region had become a forbidden land. Ji Ziyue came forward and handed over a bottle of the ancient celestial being's life spring liquid. He took it and drank a mouthful. After resting for a while, his fatigue was swept away and he recovered. Even the vigorous saint physique was in such a state. One could imagine how shocking the consumption was. Normally, it would take years to lay down this formation. Is it done? Qi Luo asked. The old assassin had a worried expression. During these days, not a single one of the Outer Realm saints left. Instead, there were more and more people. After such a shocking change, who wouldn't want to see the result with their own eyes? No one believed that Yi Fan had any heaven-defying methods. Although he wouldn't say it out loud, they were sneering in their hearts. Wanting to break Mount Meru with a formation was just wishful thinking. This is just the beginning, Yi Fan replied. He soared into the sky and looked up at the sun, moon, and stars. He inscribed even more complicated runes one after another in the void. There were even some that were directly carved into the starry sky. And during this process, Yi Fan didn't care about the price. He took out many divine materials. After so many years of fighting on the ancient starry sky path, he had indeed accumulated a vast amount of materials. There were saint corpses, Deluo silver essence, various magical tools, starry river divine sand. These were all treasures. They were originally left for the heavenly village, but today, he couldn't care so much. These had all become the materials for laying down the formation. He wanted to lay down a peerless formation to trap and refine the Buddhist sect. Everyone was stupefied. That was the winged serpent skeleton. There were even the fragments of the stone man Holy Spirit, as well as the great sage Dao bone, and even phoenix blood scarlet gold. The things Yi Fan used were too shocking, leaving many people stupefied. This was just too extravagant. It was just a single person, yet his collection was comparable to a great treasury. Forget about those holy bones and holy artifacts, just those most primitive divine materials were enough to make one's eyes go red. There was actually immortal gold inside, moreover more than one type. Even though they were all small pieces, not that large, this was still world-shocking, making everyone's mouths and tongues go dry, stupefied, all of them a bit stupefied. Divine treasury, someone said with a sigh. There were actually so many things. Yi Fan was simply a big fat sheep, making one want to rob him. However, after seeing his recent performance, all of these thoughts disappeared. If they dared go up, they would definitely be courting death. In the sky, the holy bones were the stones, the Dao soldiers were the flags, and the divine gold was the pattern. It was dazzling. Yi Fan carved formation patterns, drawing upon the power of the heavens, mightily descending. No one could see what exactly happened on the ground because they were all in the ancestral dragon vein. However, they could see everything clearly in the sky. The boundless starlight was like a sea of smoke, pouring down in torrents. Drawing upon the heavens, this kind of method seized the fortune of the universe. Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. No matter what, after today's battle, Yi Fan's name was destined to shake the world. Who dared to oppose him? A single person being able to mobilize so many emperor weapons, anyone would feel their scalp go numb. And now, he displayed this kind of Genesis technique attainment, making people even more fearful, labeling him as a malignant star. In many people's eyes, he was a great demon sovereign that needed to be avoided. Master's Genesis technique has finally reached great success. Zhong Wuye would be deeply gratified in the afterlife if he knew, Yi Tong said. Time waited for no man. Zhong Wuye had already passed away many years ago. He was not a cultivator and only knew some superficial cultivation methods. His Genesis technique had not reached a higher level, so his lifespan was limited. Is this the most powerful Genesis technique? Once it reaches a certain level, it can change the world. He really did it, many people in the heavenly village whispered. Yi Fan had now surpassed the Yuan Taoist master's realm. After so many years of enlightenment, he was comparable to several ancestors, and he also had his own unique understanding, so he could seal the sky with a formation. For example, the forbidden Genesis technique patterns deduced like the 6 seals for immortals were only a component of this peerless formation. This formation had entrusted his many years of Genesis essence. This formation contained the laws and formation patterns of the superstar field divine map seen in the 50th city of the human race. It was also the condensation of the Yuan Taoist master's blood, sweat, and tears of several generations. This was the crystallization of various Genesis techniques. In the past, changing the world was just a saying for Yi Fan. He often changed his appearance, But now he had really done it. Moreover, in this formation, this was only a small technique, a manifestation of a part of the divine ability. When this vast Genesis formation was completed, Yi Fan was exhausted. Even his body and primordial spirit had dimmed a little. It took him a long time to recover. You can seal Mount Meru just like that. All the saints were doubtful. Many people sneered in their hearts. Benefactor, your obsession is too deep. You need to repent and leave. On Mount Meru, the old monk Moku had a compassionate expression on his face as he chanted Amitabha. The golden arhats, protectors, bodhisattvas, and ancient Buddhas were all fearless. They all looked solemn, but in their hearts, they did not care. It was just a formation. How could it compare to Mount Meru? Open the formation, Yi Fan shouted, activating this vast Genesis technique formation. Runes flickered in the sky, stirring the earth. In an instant, the wind and clouds changed, and the universe lost its color. In the cosmos, endless starlight fell down. The underground draconic chi and Genesis chi also boiled. Yin and yang intersected, sealing this place to refine Mount Meru. Rumble. Even something as powerful as Mount Meru trembled. This was the light of the stars in the sky. It pressed down, shaking people's hearts. However, it only trembled for a moment. It quickly calmed down and became as still as a boulder, returning to its original state. Everyone shook their heads. The saints and ancient race experts sneered, feeling that Yi Fan was too conceited. Did he really want to compete with an ancient emperor? Even if that person was already dead. Benefactor, why do you have to do this? Your mortal heart is too heavy. You can't bear to part with it and you can't let it go. In the end, you will only hurt yourself and bring trouble upon yourself. Moku pressed his palms together. You damned baldy, if you continue to blabber, I will roast you in the future. Longma was furious and extremely indignant. The people of the heavenly village were helpless and felt that it was a pity. This great formation was indeed extraordinary and could reverse the fortune of the universe, but it was still not enough to seal Mount Meru. Let me borrow the emperor weapon. Yi Fan spoke to Princess Divine Silkworm, the Old Undying, Ji Ziyue and the others. He took the lead and placed the green copper cauldron and the killing sword into the origin heaven forbidden divine formation. At this moment, everyone was shocked. They widened their eyes and observed Yi Fan's formation. They discovered that he had deliberately left a few places for inserting formation flags. The green copper cauldron and the killing sword immediately filled 2 places. Then, the void mirror filled another place. The heaven swallowing jar and the divine silkworm ridge's 9-colored battle armor also entered. The great formation shook, as if an ancient emperor had been resurrected. In just an instant, Mount Meru was shaken. What did the origin heaven formation pay attention to? Borrowing the power of heaven and earth, transforming the dragon chi of the earth veins, the sun, moon, and stars to produce power. What it drew upon was the source of heaven and earth. In front of them, the formation laid by Yi Fan directly drew upon the source of the emperor weapon. How could it not be earth-shattering? As for the essence energy needed by the emperor weapon, it directly drew upon the immortal splendor of the universe's galaxy. Boundless mist shrouded the entire Mount Meru in an instant. The killing intent was endless. This place was covered by chaotic chi and truly sealed. Not to mention whether it could be refined or not, it was definitely isolated at this moment. The power was earth-shattering. Everyone's hair went cold and their expressions changed. They were still disdainful just now, but they never thought that everything would change in the blink of an eye. Maybe, we can really take down Mount Meru? Savage was very excited. He scratched his messy hair and revealed a mouthful of snow-white teeth. He held a large stick and sneered at the great thunderclap temple. Yin and yang coexist. This is only the first step. Toughness represents power and killing. It also needs gentle power to neutralize it. Everyone will have to work hard next. Yi Fan said. Chapter 1502. The Great Formation sealed the sky. The majestic Mount Meru and the majestic Great Thunderclap Temple all disappeared from everyone's eyes, only leaving behind primal chaos mist. This kind of method made everyone feel a chill run down their backs. Could it really resist the Buddhist sect? Was the human race's holy body heaven-defying? Hong. It was clear that the people on the mountain couldn't hold back anymore. They activated the power of faith, wanting to take the initiative to attack and break the formation. However, there was no suspense in the end. The Emperor weapon's killing intent was boundless, directly refining the willpower that surged out. I haven't moved yet you guys have already taken action. Yi Fan sneered, activating the runes one after another. The Emperor weapon displayed its might, starting to refine Mount Meru. Wenglong Long. The majestic giant mountain swayed, no longer as calm as before. It seemed like it was going to collapse, releasing endless Buddhist light. This place was filled with the aura of an ancient great emperor, causing even the great sage to frown. Everyone was shocked, immediately fleeing as far as they could out of fear of being affected. Since the ancient times, when had there ever been someone who surrounded Mount Meru? When it came to a true battle, the Buddhist sect had never been weaker than others, yet now, they were at a disadvantage. The mountain swayed, the earth shook, the ancient temple trembled, the purple-gold tiles rattling as if they were flying, causing Mount Meru to be unable to calm down. Don't tell me it can really break the mountain gate. The protector heavenly kings, golden arhats, and the others on the mountain all frowned, unable to remain calm and aloof, all of them revealing a type of hidden worry. The Emperor weapon's fluctuations came one after another, merging together, forming an expanse of natural laws that descended towards Mount Meru, as if the heavenly realm's divine punishment was descending. The sky was being torn apart, the stars were trembling, it was as if the end of the world had arrived. The heaven-origin forbidden formation drew upon the source of all living things. Now, with the Emperor weapon as the source, this kind of power was simply unimaginable. Boundless fluctuations swept up the 9 heavens, shaking the 9 hells. Divine force surged, rising and falling, world shaking and heaven overflowing. The peaceful Mount Meru became a battlefield, turning into vile earth, continuously shaking. There were even mountain rocks rolling down, as if it could collapse at any time. However, this situation persisted for 4 hours, and it was still the same. Mount Meru could not be broken, and the tumbling of the mountain rocks was more or less done, no longer as intense. Everyone was shocked. Was this a mountain gate or a celestial gate? It was already like this, but they still couldn't break in. The waters of Mount Meru were too deep. What kind of formation patterns did Amitabha the Great Emperor carve? It was most likely more than one. Yi Fan sighed softly. It was already like this, yet they still couldn't take down Mount Meru. This really made him feel helpless. Based on the current situation, unless there was a great emperor killing formation to attack, or a quasi-emperor appeared, he would not be able to control everything here. Amitabha. Excellent, excellent. The voice of the great sage Mo Ku sounded again. Although his tone was compassionate, it was full of provocation in this situation. Even if he used a few emperor artifacts as his source to attack, it would not work. However, this kind of forbidden formation pattern still cut off Mount Meru's connection with the outside world, sealing this place like a cage. The Buddhists were powerless to break out. The Buddhist mountain gate was sealed, and the entire Mount Meru disappeared from the world, hidden in the chaotic mist. This result was extremely shocking, leaving everyone stupefied. After this battle, no matter what the result was, Yi Fan's name would shake Emperor Burial Planet and intimidate the experts of all races. He even dared to seal Mount Meru, so what else did he not dare to do? The situation forced us. Now that we've sealed Mount Meru, let's use gentleness to grind them down and break their foundation, Yi Fan said coldly. Since they had already fought to this point, if they stopped now, it would seem like they had started strong but ended weak. His next move was to purify the entire Western Desert. Let the roots of the Celestial Court take root in the Western Desert and sprout. This was something he had long since discussed with Qi Luo and the others. What did the Buddhists care about the most? Naturally, it was the power of faith. They would attack and break them down from this aspect. The star domain was vast. Great Emperor Amitabha had once preached the Tao to 10,000 regions. He had more than one Tao field, but it was clear that the Amitabha ancient star domain and the Big Dipper were the most important. This was especially true for the Western Desert. It was the final place he chose to establish his foundation. Even the Great Thunderclap Temple was established here, and the Emperor weapon was left behind. Yi Fan's actions were undoubtedly stabbing at the Buddhists' heart. It would make them feel a powerful sense of crisis. If we want to succeed, it will definitely be a long process. Truly returning to one in such a short period of time will be extremely difficult. We can't wait that long. Everyone has to display their divine abilities, descend to a place and display miracles to purify all living things. Purifying a pure land was different from purifying a single person. There was giving and taking, creating a paradise. This was the former. And old monk Moka's actions belonged to the latter, pure suppression and enslavement. Some of the ancient scriptures indicate that the Western Desert is too important to Amitabha. He once measured the Western Desert, and viewed it as his country of eternal life. If the immortal domain opened up one day, the entire Western Desert would ascend. Mount Meru will definitely not sit by and watch us destroy everything here. Unfortunately, Mount Meru has been sealed. They can't interfere and can only watch helplessly. Break the foundation of the Buddhist. After Yi Fan and the others discussed, everyone split up. They were all experts here, and there were so many sages. Each one of them was enough to purify a region. Longma, Jiyu Jinpeng, and the others alone had 11 sage kings. This was a powerful force. Adding Yi Tong, Qi Luo, Dongfang Yi, and the others, there were too many. If it was just for spreading the Tao, it would be a waste to use experts of this level. But now, they had to do this. On this day, a great sect called the Celestial Court appeared in the Western Desert. This was not an ordinary spreading of the Tao. The true bodies of the sages manifested to spread the teachings. As long as there was a request, they would answer. Some places were dry and lacked rain. When people prayed to the Celestial Court, there would definitely be an answer. Sweet dew would fall from the heavens, and water would moisten the dry earth. In some places, there were huge mountains. Many mortals prayed to the heavens. Soon, there would be sages descending like deities. They would move the mountains and open up a path, building a smooth path. In some places, there would be chaos caused by war. The people would pray, and immediately, there would be heavenly soldiers descending to quell the chaos. They would return peace to that place, and it would become a pure land. Without a doubt, this was like a huge rock being thrown into a lake. It caused a huge uproar. There was no one in the Western Desert who didn't know that a real celestial court was giving a sermon. Because it was too effective. In places where there was a disaster, as long as people prayed to the celestial court, there would definitely be deities descending from the heavens to solve the problem. Immediately, the Western Desert was in an uproar. Is this true? The celestial court of legends has really appeared. It will purify all living beings and send down blessings. It's actually so effective. Whenever there is a disaster in the world, all we need to do is pray to the heavens. There will definitely be deities from the celestial court descending to solve our problems. Buddhism was deeply rooted. It was impossible to change it in an instant. However, the sages of the celestial court had appeared. The effects were absolutely astonishing. The mortals saw it with their own eyes, and they all rushed to discuss it. In front of Mount Meru, Yi Fan and the others used the Void Emperor mirror to project these scenes into Mount Meru. The Buddhist monks understood everything, and their expressions all changed. This is just the beginning, and there are already people who believe in the celestial court. If this continues, and miracles continue to appear, there is no need to think too much about what the result will be. You all understand what kind of trend this will be, shouted Yi Fan. The great sage Moka's expression changed. If Yi Fan and the others really planned on wasting time, the consequences would be unthinkable. They were sealed here and couldn't leave Mount Meru. They could only watch as the Western Desert became the Tao field of the Celestial Court. This was the long-life country of Amitabha the Great Emperor, and they couldn't afford to lose it. This was the legacy of their predecessors, and they couldn't tolerate it. Because if this continued, the Celestial Court would really take root and sprout. At that time, this place would change its course, and the banner of the Celestial Court would be planted everywhere. The Buddhist sect would then be destroyed. The Western Desert was the root of long life, the cornerstone of Amitabha. If it was occupied by the celestial court, all the arhats and bodhisattvas on Mount Meru would be sinners. You won't succeed. The old monk Moku said coldly. This was the first time he had this kind of expression, and it was no longer the constant bitterness. In just a few days, the news of the celestial court spread throughout the Western Desert. Regardless of whether they believed in it or not, everyone knew about it. This was because it was too effective. No matter what kind of natural or man-made disaster, as long as the number of people reached a certain level and they all prayed together, it was guaranteed that a deity would descend. Amitabha, who are you all to cause chaos in my Western Earth and disturb my Shimin-Chingning? Some people from the temples couldn't sit still anymore. Today, when they heard that Mount Meru was trapped, all of them were terrified. They didn't go to help because it was completely useless. If even the demon fall pestle and great emperor's formation patterns couldn't protect them, then they would only be throwing their lives away. However, when this group of cultivators appeared, they couldn't sit still anymore. This was ruining their foundation. When faced with doubt, the people of the celestial court did things their own way. They continued to preach as usual, answering all requests and appearing from time to time. Later on, there were finally some Buddhist sect experts who couldn't take it anymore. They wanted to cause trouble, but there was naturally no suspense. This was a group of saints, so how could they compare to them? Towards this, Longma, the Black Bear Saint, and the others weren't polite at all. They directly used the spiritual treasure celestial beings' expiation scripture to suppress them, imitating the Buddhist sect and taking them for their own use. In the end, when the common people saw the great monks of the past join the celestial court and prostrate themselves in worship, this undoubtedly caused great waves. Many people began to revere the celestial court. In just half a month, there were many disciples of the celestial court in the Western Desert. This speed was so fast that many onlookers were dumbfounded. They really were stepping on the corpses of the Buddhist sect to preach the Tao, advancing rapidly. However, this left people speechless. The celestial court was truly doing their best to dissolve the world's suffering and deliver salvation. The Buddhist sect couldn't stand it and wanted to denounce them, which was why they were suppressed and converted. Enough, stop. When the old monk Moku saw the scenes reflected by the Void Emperor mirror, he couldn't sit still anymore. The Western Desert was the most important pure land of the future. It couldn't be tainted by others, or else he would become a sinner of the Buddhist sect. You think I'll stop just because you say so? Yi Fan laughed coldly. He was doing this to put pressure on the Buddhist sect. Using softness to overcome hardness was enough. Just seeing this change was enough to make them feel like they couldn't bear it. However, Yi Fan sighed inwardly. If they wanted to purify the Western Desert, this speed was still too slow. Could it be that they really had to wait decades or even a century before they could purify the Western Desert? He could wait, but did he really have to waste his emperor weapons here? This was a headache. Benefactor Yi, you should understand that if this goes on, you won't have a chance. No matter what you do, you won't be able to break through Mount Meru, said the great sage Moku. Then let's wait and see how the celestial court will take root in the Western Desert and blossom with the most dazzling splendor in the world, said Yi Fan calmly. You. Moku's expression was ice cold. He didn't want the Western Desert to be lost, but he was still unyielding. He hinted that they could continue like this and see who could last longer. Since that's the case, I can only do my best. Everything will be resolved today, replied Yi Fan, his expression solemn. Chapter 1503. A stone coffin that was less than the size of a palm and only 4 fingers wide appeared in Yi Fan's hands. Its style was simple and natural, and there were indistinct carvings on it. Upon closer inspection, one could see that they were the sun, moon, stars, flowers, birds, fish, bugs, and other things. They were all ancient objects that had existed since time immemorial. The 9-layered coffin of the legendary era. Yi Fan finally took out this inauspicious object. He was going to use it to attack Mount Meru and break through the Great Thunderclap Temple. Most people were puzzled after seeing it. They revealed looks of doubt and didn't recognize it at all. What use could a palm-sized coffin have? Could it be more powerful than an emperor weapon? Only a few people were moved after seeing it. They vaguely understood its origins amidst their bewilderment, and they immediately thought of many legends regarding this coffin. Is it really a divine coffin from the legendary era? Many people from the ancient races came. A few of the ancient imperial clan elders' voices were trembling. They were closer to the legendary era than the people of today, so they naturally understood more about this type of coffin. Is there something terrifying about it? Many people were puzzled and asked the people beside them. This immediately triggered a wave of discussion. Meanwhile, a few of the older generation experts from the outer realm also looked forward. After getting a bit closer to take a look, they all revealed expressions of shock and their hearts began to beat violently. It really is like that kind of thing. When a few senior experts spoke in a low voice about the coffin's origins and how terrifying it was, everyone felt as if they were doused in ice and snow. A layer of cold goosebumps appeared on their bodies. It was rumored that it was buried above the 9 heavens and would never sink into the yellow earth. Everyone's breathing became hurried and their hearts continuously beat. Where did Yi Fan get this from? He actually had this kind of trump card. It was truly frightening. This kind of thing couldn't be provoked. A single mistake would result in the destruction of their entire clan. The legend of the divine 9-layered coffin is too terrifying. We can't touch it. After seeing it, we should respectfully bury it beyond the heavens and release it into the depths of the cosmos. The Outer Realm saints and archaic imperial clan elders all had serious expressions on their faces. Even those on Yi Fan's side were incomparably solemn. They treated this matter with extreme caution and caution. Among them, there was one whose reaction was the most special, and that was the divine silkworm Daoist. His reaction was far more intense than the others, and with a soaring sound, he stood perfectly straight like a divine sword being unsheathed. He gave off an oppressive aura, completely sweeping away his previous dejection. At this moment, his eyes shone with resplendent divine light, the radiance reaching several li. His lips trembled again and again, his fists tightly clenched. The bystanders naturally noticed his abnormality and carefully inquired about it. However, he didn't pay them any attention. His eyes didn't blink for even a moment, as if he was an immortal statue staring straight ahead. Everyone knew that he had a strange temper, and even the divine silkworm princess was usually helpless against him. Qi Luo, Yi Tong, and the others naturally did not mind and did not disturb him. You want to fight against my Mount Meru? The old monk Moka's voice finally changed. His expression wasn't very good. He chanted the name of Buddha and said, using it might injure yourself first. You don't have to worry about it, Yi Fan said flatly. In the depths of the starry sky, in the battle on the other side of the gods, the indestructible god realm was destroyed. The ancient coffin of the Void Emperor played a great role, destroying all the power of faith. At this moment, Yi Fan took out the 9-layered coffin. Of course, he didn't want to completely replicate the result of the battle in the god realm. The god realm had been tampered with by the celestial being, so the Emperor's baleful aura could destroy the power of faith there. However, Mount Meru was different. It hadn't been cursed, so it was impossible for it to be ignited and turned into firecrackers. In the battle in the god realm, the heroes had only used the baleful aura emitted by the Emperor's corpse to destroy an immortal divine sect. Now, what Yi Fan wanted to use was the true corpse of the god inside, not as simple as the baleful aura. He wanted to place the entire Emperor's corpse inside into Mount Meru. If he succeeded, it would definitely be a devastating disaster. The expressions of the ancient races were all solemn because they clearly remembered an old matter. In the ancient times, a supreme race had once obtained a 9-layered coffin, but it ultimately led to the extinction of their race. All of this was because they had touched the taboo item in the deepest part of the coffin. Back then, when Yi Fan and the others obtained this coffin in the ancestral temple of the Yuhua god dynasty, the sacred prince had also solemnly mentioned the tragedy of the ancient times and warned them. But now, even after using all kinds of methods, they still couldn't do anything to Mount Meru. Yi Fan decided to use this trump card. How many people had seen the entire Emperor's corpse? It had almost never appeared in the world before. It immediately caused a huge uproar. Amitabha, excellent, excellent. The old monk chanting Buddha was angry. He was no longer as calm and composed as before. The light in his eyes was astonishing as he stared at Lin Jiufeng's palm. Yi Fan didn't hesitate. With a flip of his hand, he sent the small coffin into the forbidden array formation. There was an empty array flag position at the front of Mount Meru. Clearly, it was left for this coffin. The baleful emperor couldn't win the battle in one go, but if he used the true emperor's corpse to suppress Mount Meru that hadn't been cursed, it would definitely be effective. He should be able to tear the mountain gate apart. In this world, there was nothing that could harm the great emperor. Even if they died, the bodies they left behind couldn't be damaged. Runes flickered in the heaven source array. Hazy chaotic mist flowed, drawing upon all the source aura of heaven and earth. The patterns spread to the array flag at the front. Yi Fan slit his wrist. Streak after streak of golden blood sprinkled down. He circulated the army formula and sent it into the formation, dripping onto the small coffin. With a catcher sound, a crack appeared. The first layer was opened. Nothing could be seen on this layer. The small coffin inside was a size smaller, but it was still simple. All kinds of blurry patterns were engraved on it. The God Spirit coffin didn't enter the mortal world or the yellow soil. It was forever buried above the 9 heavens. Its origin and care were astonishing. Everyone held their breaths. They were all very nervous. Today, they might witness a grand event that not many people had seen since ancient times. It was destined to be terrifying and would be recorded in the annals of history. The gods are flawless. The mortal world isn't enough to bury them. Even if they die, they won't be tainted. Only the 9 heavens is their final resting place. In the end, they can rest in peace in a place that the mortal world can't reach. Now, the God Spirit coffin was placed in the formation. Once it was opened, a world-shaking event would definitely erupt. 1 layer, 2 layers. The small coffin continuously opened. A lot of blood flowed out from Yi Fan's wrist. Golden multicolored light rushed into the heavens. Powerful fluctuations surged violently. It was as if a golden flame was burning as it flew into the formation. The God Spirit coffin was wrapped in this golden blood. It seemed as if it was burning fiercely. Not long after, 6 layers had already been opened. Nothing unexpected happened. Everyone's hearts were exceptionally stifled. The saints all retreated, hiding as far away as they could. They didn't want to be affected. This place was most likely going to become a land of disaster soon. Stop! The old monk Moku couldn't hold back anymore and shouted loudly. Meanwhile, the great Mahamyuri held the demon-subduing pestle in his hand. He was ready to deal with any sudden changes at any time. The golden crown on his head flickered, and a Buddha Tao diagram appeared. A misty expanse appeared, making her entire being seem divine and intimidating. What do you think? Are you going to let Hua Hua leave the mountain? Yi Fan asked coldly. He is a fruit on my Mount Meru, there's nothing more to say. Yi Fan directly interrupted him. The golden blood on his wrist flowed even more rapidly as he directly opened the 7th layer of the stone coffin. When it came to the 8th layer, the blood on his wrist was no longer effective. He pointed at his heart and cut open a wound, refining the heart blood essence. Catcher. The 8th layer of the coffin opened, revealing the last small coffin. At this moment, the surroundings were extremely quiet. Not a single sound could be heard. Everyone was holding their breaths. Even the arhats, protectors, bodhisattvas, and ancient Buddhas on Mount Meru felt their heartbeats quicken. However, their expressions were still cold and indifferent. They didn't say a single word as they stared silently. The last layer of the ultimate coffin appeared. It was only the size of a thumb and looked simple and ordinary. However, it made everyone feel exceptionally terrified. It was as if they were facing a primordial deity. An invisible pressure surged over. Everyone's nerves were stretched taut. They were extremely nervous as they waited for the final ancient coffin to open. They wanted to see just what kind of great secret was inside. The last layer was sturdy and immortal. It was extremely difficult to open. Yi Fan had used up a lot of the heart blood essence. His face was pale, but it still didn't move. Catcher. In the end, he once again refined his heart-blood. His body swayed because the consumption was too great. He sprinkled the saint blood essence on the stone coffin. It let out a trembling sound and then left a tiny crack. The smallest crack appeared on the last coffin layer, but boundless emperor fiendish energy rushed out. It covered the heaven and earth like a vast sea. It was boundless and boundless as it rushed straight towards Mount Meru. Everyone's expressions changed. The great emperor's origin hadn't even been released yet, but the endless fiendish energy had already surged out and drowned out everything in front of them. This kind of emperor fiendish energy was the most terrifying. It was a disaster for saints, but for the pure and holy power of faith, it was like fire and water in a different furnace. One was the fiendish energy of the dead, while the other was the will of the living. They were extremely opposing. Under the guidance of the Heaven Origin Great Formation, the formation flags fluttered. The 9 layers of coffin from the legendary era trembled. The emperor fiendish energy flowed endlessly from the crack, filling up the heaven and earth as it rushed towards Mount Meru. Without a doubt, this was a great disaster. This wasn't the divine realm. It wasn't cursed, so the power of faith couldn't be ignited. However, the attributes of the two powers were different. There was a feeling of light and darkness merging together. An intense collision. The last layer of the coffin was only the size of a thumb, but the emperor fiendish energy it emitted was so terrifying. It was as if a starry river was falling down, boundless and boundless. Clearly, this was like a mustard seed containing Mount Meru. There was another universe inside, as vast as a world. Yi Fan activated it and lifted the last layer of the coffin lid. The emperor corpse would appear and suppress Mount Meru, breaking through this place. However, at this moment, he felt an inauspicious aura. The Heaven Origin Great Formation's patterns shone, covering the heaven and earth. It made him, who was outside the formation, even more resplendent. Even though it looked divine, Yi Fan still frowned. His body was in intense pain, as if blades were cutting into it. His pores became thicker, steel needle-like red hair piercing out one after another, growing out. At this crucial moment when the emperor corpse was about to appear, this kind of thing actually happened. The Yuan Taoist master's inauspiciousness was greater than the eruption in his later years. And now, it happened to him here. Without the emperor weapon, Yi Fan coldly snorted. Golden blood energy ignited all over his body, burning away all the red hair on his body in an instant. He cut off that strange power. Clearly, things weren't over yet. Woo-woo, evil winds howled angrily. Demonic shadows flickered about. The distant great earth was dusky. A whirlwind of red hair swept up, actually covering the sky and earth. Sand and stones flew everywhere. It looked exceptionally terrifying as it rushed over. Chapter 1504. Woo! It was as if a ferocious ghost was crying or the wailing of the dead. The world was dark and shrouded by dark clouds. This was a terrifying scene. When had something like this ever happened in front of West Earth's Mount Meru? It was as if the gates of hell had been opened and hundreds of millions of heroic spirits were slaughtering their way out. A red whirlwind engulfed the area. Demons and monsters were everywhere and ghosts wept and gods howled. This place was simply uninhabitable. It was as if the gates of hell had been opened and yin qi rushed into the heavens. The ghostly wind split the sky and was especially terrifying. The whistling sound rang out non-stop and some of the short mountains in the distance were uprooted. It looked extremely terrifying. Catcher. In the dusky mist, blood-colored lightning suddenly struck out. It was especially eye-catching and beautiful as if blood was blooming. It was horrifying. This unforeseen event was too shocking and left everyone at a loss for a moment. It's raining. Why is it so fishy? Raindrops scattered down from the sky. There was a pungent smell of blood that made everyone's hair stand on end. Looking up, everyone felt a chill in their hearts. Between heaven and earth, there was actually a torrential rain of blood that quickly came crashing down. This scene was bloody and spectacular. It was as if small rivers were pouring down. The scarlet color was glaring and smashed onto the ground in the blink of an eye. This was a Buddhist Pure Land. Today, there were so many cultivators here, yet such an unforeseen event happened. It made everyone dumbstruck. "It's coming for Yi Fan," Dongfang Yi said. He stared at the gloomy mist and his eyes were filled with wildness. He swung his club and was about to smash it over. The Yuan Taoist master's later years. Ji Ziyue was shocked and worry appeared on her face. "Don't act rashly. Don't provoke this kind of thing." Yi Fan's expression was solemn as he said solemnly. The ominous premonition from before was right. On the surface of his body, a layer of red hair grew tenaciously and drilled out again. It looked extremely terrifying. The people in the distance also understood what had happened. All of them felt a chill down their spines. Someone as powerful as Yi Fan was actually shrouded by an ominous aura, and such a strange unforeseen event happened. Every single Yuan Taoist master will die a miserable death in the end. None of them had a good ending. It seems like his curse has flared up prematurely. As saints, who would believe in ghosts and gods? This is the fatal weakness of a powerful inheritance. It seems strange, but it is actually inevitable. The saints naturally saw the demonic shadows. Some of them even wanted to make a move and catch one to see what was going on. However, they held back in the end. This was because the later years of the Yuan Taoist master were very strange and frightening. In the past, there was a divine body of a saint ruler who lived in seclusion with the Yuan Taoist master in his later years. As a result, blood dyed the great wilderness red. "This is fate, heh," someone said inwardly while taking joy in others' misfortune. Now that Yi Fan was so domineering, no one dared to show it in front of him. Many people stared unblinkingly. Only some old patriarchs of the far ancient imperial family furrowed their brows. The great sage from the outer realms was also deep in thought. "I haven't even reached my old age, and you dare to detain me?" Yi Fan let out a cold snort, but he was still fearless. His entire body burned with golden blood energy, and a layer of his red hair was shaved off. In the end, it was completely uprooted and could no longer grow back. In the past, he needed the green copper cauldron, but now, he only needed to use his own strength. Woo-woo. Demonic shadows flickered, and chilly winds howled angrily. Accompanied by a torrential rain of blood and a whirlwind of red hair, a group of ghost-like humanoid creatures approached. As they approached, one could clearly see that their bodies were covered in corpse hair that was more than half a foot long. Some of them were jet black, and some were scarlet like blood. They were sinister and terrifying. Hualala. The sound of iron chains was particularly frightening in the bloody rain and hazy mist. It was as if the spirits of the underworld had come to detain a soul. "Humph, I want to see how you can make me feel ominous." Yi Fan was fearless and actually took large strides forward to meet them. "Ayo!" A mournful howl rang out. It was deafening and intimidating. It was as if a group of malicious spirits had come out of the cage, making many people shiver from head to toe. This kind of momentum was definitely not simple. This was the Holy Ghost King. "Do you think I'm as easy to bully as the ancestors?" A cold light flickered in Yi Fan's eyes. He turned into a golden bolt of lightning and rushed forward, taking the initiative to attack. Bang! He struck out with his palm and sent a red-haired monster flying on the spot. This was not the ancestors of the past, but a group of powerful yin spirits. He had no qualms about attacking. Fart! The one in the middle was directly smashed into pieces. His corpse turned into meat paste, and drops of blood splashed out. They were like humans but not humans, like ghosts but not ghosts. This was a strange life form. Each and every one of them was very frightening, making people feel apprehensive. Yi Fan was as fast as lightning. He waved the celestial Arch fist and swept in all directions. The golden fists blossomed with resplendent light like two great furnaces burning fiercely, shaking the sky. Almost in an instant, he dealt with the group of yin spirits, leaving only one. He grabbed it in his hand and forcefully probed its sea of consciousness to see what was going on. Woo, unfortunately, this kind of inauspicious creature was only a kind of instinct. It did not have many thoughts, and the clues in its mind were simple and sparse. This was a kind of creature that had just gained intelligence, but it was still in chaos. In the distance, everyone was dumbfounded. This human sacred physique was too fierce. He did not have the slightest worry when facing the inauspicious creatures. He simply and directly killed a group of demonic shadows, and finally grabbed one in his hand. What a peerless great omen. A heaven-defying fierce person. This was what many people thought, and they could not help but sigh. It was clearly an inauspicious scene, but in the end, it was beaten up by Yi Fan and killed all the red-haired monsters. It was completely different from what the Yuan Taoist master had experienced in the past. In the end, Yi Fan was strong enough. Now that he had the combat power of the great sage, this kind of inauspicious creature could not shake him, and those who came would only be killed instead. After Yi Fan finished searching the muddled sea of consciousness, he smashed the red-haired monster's head with one slap, causing it to fall to the ground and turn into a pool of blood. Then, it was burned to ashes. Everyone was dumbfounded. The human sacred physique was so powerful. Who was the one causing trouble for whom? No matter how they looked at it, it looked like he was dealing with a group of country bumpkins, and he killed them all. Underworld. Yi Fan only spat out these two words. After searching through the muddled thoughts, he finally understood. These were the troops of the underworld, and they were here to detain him. Of course, it was not because they were under orders, but because the Genesis technique formation he had set up was too astonishing, and it triggered the instincts of these creatures. Moreover, because of the grandeur of the Emperor Fiend, it also awakened them. The Heaven Source formation and the evil corpse chi were both things that could alarm them, and these muddled creatures were attracted here. The person in charge was not here, and there was no one to restrain them, which led to this result. Sending troops to the Western Desert, the underworld is plotting something big. Yi Fan sneered. Unfortunately, he had caught up with them today, and they had come to detain him. This made him feel quite regretful, and he could not help but shake his head. After killing this group of creatures, all kinds of abnormal scenes disappeared. The old leader of the far ancient imperial family and the great sage from the outer realms frowned, and they also thought of this inheritance, the underworld. Many people muttered to themselves, could it be that they have come? If so, the Big Dipper will not be peaceful in the future. Chasing corpses and chasing spirits, this was the underworld. After so many years, could it be that they were really going to move the Emperor Burial Star? If they succeeded, it would be a sumptuous feast for them. Although it was unexpectedly interrupted, the battle still had to continue. Moreover, the Divine Spirit Coffin was constantly releasing evil corpse chi, and it was eroding the mind power of Mount Meru. Even if he could not ignite it, he could still swallow it. Because the two opposed each other, they would inevitably clash and consume a vast amount of mind power. Yi Fan was very decisive. He drank a jug of the life spring liquid of celestial being to replenish his essence energy, and then he cut open a wound on his chest to refine the essence of his heart blood. He made up his mind to open the lid of the 9th layer of the coffin, and let the Emperor corpse come out to suppress Mount Meru and open a path. The heart blood was like golden liquid, and it was dazzling. Drop by drop, it sprinkled on the Divine Spirit Coffin, causing it to shake violently. The crack became even larger, and the Emperor Fiend surged out, as if it would not stop until it submerged Mount Meru. Yi Fan activated the Genesis technique formation, and the ancient coffin was almost pressed right in front of Mount Meru. Rumble. Mount Meru trembled, feeling a type of threat. The Emperor-level corpse was about to come out, and the pressure was so great that even ancient Buddha Mountain could not remain calm. It fought back tit for tat. Benefactor Yi, are you really going to go all the way? The old monk Moku was anxious. Yi Fan ignored him. At this point, large amounts of essence blood flowed out of his body, and it was extremely precious. How could he give up like this? Catcher. A terrifying sound rang out. The final layer of the Divine Spirit Coffin buried in the 9 heavens was opened. The coffin lid flipped to the side, and immediately, a gale swept about. The sun and moon trembled, and the rivers of stars trembled. In that instant, the entire Western Desert felt like it was being crushed by 100,000 mountains. Everyone felt suffocated, and even the great sage felt fear in his heart. The small coffin was only the size of a thumb, but the primal chaos surged within. It was like a brand new world was currently evolving, and the heavens and earth were being created. The stone coffin looked small and could be held in one's palm, but there was another world inside. With a single glance, one's soul would be swallowed, and it felt as if it was as vast as a sea. At this moment, there was no one who wasn't trembling. Including the great sage, many saints couldn't help but kneel down. Their souls were trembling, and their divine senses were about to collapse. From the thumb-sized coffin, the Emperor Fiend and Primal Chaos rushed out, pressing down on Mount Meru together to intimidate. Yi Fan withstood the tremendous pressure, and in the end, he pushed the coffin towards Mount Meru. But with this movement, many of the heavenly origin patterns directly shattered, turning into dust. One has to understand that there were many saint bones, divine materials, and Saint King magical artifacts. But even so, they still couldn't resist the mysterious fluctuations from the Emperor coffin. Great Emperor. Corpse. Everyone's legs trembled, and they spat out these words with great difficulty. It really came into being. Only an emperor's corpse could be like this. Hong. Finally, the primal chaos erupted, and the Emperor Fiend filled the sky. It completely erupted, and the aura and fluctuations of a true emperor surged out from the coffin, engulfing the 9 heavens and 10 earths. The saints were intimidated, trembling with fear. They couldn't even speak. All of this was too shocking. Only one person cried out, and that was the divine silkworm Daoist. His eyes shot out 2 terrifying rays of light, and then he couldn't help but mutter to himself, "Father, it really is you." The people nearby heard this. Qi Luo, Yi Tong, the old undying, and the others all felt their scalps go numb. This was the divine Silkworm Ridge's ancient emperor? It was too inconceivable. The divine Silkworm princess was also shocked, and said to herself, "Ancient emperor, how is this possible? Didn't they say that his coffin had 9 colors that rushed into the heavens, condensing heaven and earth, black and yellow? It was incomparably huge, and it traversed the river of stars. Why is it like this now?" Chapter 1505. The people on Yi Fan's side were all stupefied. This was divine Silkworm Ridge's ancient emperor? It was earth-shattering. Who would have thought that a single stone would stir up 1,000 ripples? Divine Silkworm Ridge's ancient emperor was definitely a special existence. The 9 transformations were unmatched in the heavens and earth. The 10 transformations could look down on the past, present, and future. His time as an emperor could only be described as glorious and resplendent. He had been an emperor for a very long time, making all supreme beings feel despair, unable to catch up to him. He was known as a divine emperor. And this title, who dared to use it? Divine Silkworm Ridge's ancient emperor used this title, ruling over the 9 heavens 10 earths. The light in Daoist divine Silkworm's eyes was astonishing. He clenched his fists, about to rush forward. Meanwhile, Princess Divine Silkworm was also full of shock. Her words had already been heard by the distant great sage. Even though they were far away, the saints all felt their bodies go cold, their hair standing on end. This was the divine emperor's coffin, yet it was opened in front of Mount Meru. It was truly shocking. The 10 transformations overlooking past and present divine emperor? I never expected it to be him. After a brief moment of silence, there were low murmurs. Everyone was intimidated by that emperor wave, their bodies trembling. Now that they knew of its origins, they felt even more terrified. On Mount Meru, the group of arhats, bodhisattvas, protectors, ancient Buddhas, and others were all stupefied, deeply shocked. The old monk Moku felt a headache. What should he do? It was too late to say anything now. The coffin had already been opened, irreversible. Who could go up and stop it? Great Mahamayuri held the demon-subduing pestle, her expression uncertain. Even someone as powerful as her felt restraining fear, feeling that Mount Meru would most likely face a calamity. "Father!" Daoist divine Silkworm shouted, taking large steps forward. He really wanted to enter the depths of the Genesis technique formation, approach the opened coffin, and see the true appearance of the archaic supreme being. Yi Fan was also a bit stunned. He never expected it to be divine Silkworm Ridge's ancient emperor. This was clearly a bit troublesome. Princess Divine Silkworm came to help, and the ancient emperor's son was also here, so it wasn't good to touch his corpse. However, the coffin had already been opened, unable to be reversed. He couldn't stop it even if he wanted to, he was a step too late. Catcher. The very front of the heaven's origin formation had been shattered, unable to withstand that kind of pressure at all. After the stone coffin was opened, the chaotic chi and emperor aura surged out, shattering everything here. There were no fluctuations more terrifying than this in this world. Everyone retreated, feeling a chill run down their spine. Yi Fan could only back up. At this point, there was no way he could turn around. He couldn't close the coffin lid. Great Emperor-level characters were unimaginably powerful. No one in this world was a match for them. Even if they died, the corporeal bodies they left behind were undefeatable. A single corpse was enough to suppress an immortal inheritance. Normally, it could only be sealed in a coffin, because the Emperor's corpse represented death and destruction. Once it fell into the mortal world, it would definitely be a terrifying disaster. From a certain perspective, the Emperor's coffin was more terrifying than anything else. It was uncontrollable, equivalent to a magic box. Opening it was equivalent to opening the source of blood and chaos. Yi Fan tried to activate the numinous treasure celestial being's killing sword and control the green copper cauldron, hoping to pull the corpse back. After all, this was the divine Silkworm Ridge's ancestral emperor, so using it as a weapon was a bit inappropriate, needing the approval of this bloodline's people. However, right now, it was completely useless, actually unable to move it at all. The body inside the Emperor's coffin was too terrifying. Endless fluctuations spread out like ripples. They looked gentle, but even the slightest ripple was enough to make one's entire body's bones break. Normally, it was even more terrifying than Emperor weapons. It was because the Emperor weapon could be controlled. Without reaching a certain cultivation realm, it was difficult to activate. It would always remain asleep, harmless to others. Moreover, even if one could activate the Emperor weapon, if one's own cultivation didn't reach the peak, it was impossible to completely revive it. It was because this was a weapon exclusive to great emperors, possessing extraordinary power. No one could truly grasp it. Meanwhile, the great emperor's corpse continuously fluctuated, representing the aura of death and destruction. Only by using a coffin to isolate it from the world could it be used, or else it would be a great disaster. Hong long long. The open little coffin slowly moved, approaching Mount Meru, crushing down until even the endless blue skies were collapsing. Unmatched ripples were released, destroying everything in its path. Daoist divine silkworm stopped. This meant that not even his father could move forward. He was his father when he was alive, but after death, his consciousness was extinguished. If he went up, his flesh and bones would similarly shatter. The little coffin pressed towards Mount Meru, almost about to crush it. Correct, it could be described as crushing. Even though it was small, no one would look down on it. In everyone's hearts, it was even heavier than the 9 great heavens, able to destroy everything. This was an archaic emperor. Emperor ripples were spreading, so who could resist them? It was clear that the Buddhist power of Mount Meru represented holiness, while the ancient coffin represented death. The Buddhist light and the aura of the dead collided, the two opposing each other. Within the world-shocking waves, Mount Meru swayed, as if it was about to collapse. The ancient coffin also trembled, the mist within boiling. After receiving this stimulation, both of them shone, no longer calm. The Buddhist light of Mount Meru illuminated all directions, illuminating the entire western desert. The little coffin also flickered with brilliant symbols, and a humanoid figure appeared within. The emperor coffin was immeasurably deep, like an abyss. There was a world within, and that figure was boundless, as if it was about to break through the void and come out. Honglong. Buddhist light shone on Mount Meru. Buddhist figures rose one after another, each one tall and imposing, towering into the heavens. This was the great emperor's formation. It was fully activated, preventing the emperor coffin from approaching. The formation patterns were completely activated, releasing an astonishing might. If the great sage were to enter, he would instantly be smashed into pieces. At this time, the emperor coffin was still moving about, not damaged. Its speed did not change, and it advanced in a manner that was neither too fast nor too slow, about to crush down. Hong. The ripples from Mount Meru became even more intense. The entire mountain was covered in patterns, as if horned dragons were crawling about. The patterns were complex and profound. This was the great emperor's formation, truly activated. It could kill deities and intimidate immortals. It was powerful to the extreme. The little coffin was obstructed in the end, shaking violently. Everyone held their breaths, feeling indescribably shaken. They nervously watched all of this. An emperor-level conflict was about to unfold. Everyone felt uneasy, but also a bit hopeful. The little coffin trembled, as if it was about to flip over. The chaotic energy within the coffin surged like a sea, engulfing Mount Meru in all directions. In the end, a great hong sounded. A humanoid creature was shaken out from the coffin. As soon as it appeared, the 4 seas trembled, the 5 regions trembling. Heaven and earth wailed, the great Tao bowing beneath its feet. This was a shocking scene that everyone would never forget for the rest of their lives, forever engraved in their hearts. The emperor corpse appeared, wrapped within primal chaos, hazy and indistinct. Everyone knelt down on the ground, horrified to the extreme. Every inch of flesh was shaking, feeling reverence that came from their souls. A complete emperor corpse, who in this world had truly seen it before? This was, without a doubt, a majestic male. He towered there, incomparably imposing, crushing all sides until they split apart. Only he would exist eternally, surrounded by mist. I can't see clearly, what exactly does he look like? There was a great sage who said with a trembling voice, "Is this the legendary matchless divine emperor?" Everyone wanted to see him, but they couldn't. This primal chaos mist was extremely special, impossible to pass through. There was no way of seeing his true appearance at all. Out of everyone, the divine silkworm Daoist priest's expression was the most complicated. Excitement, sadness, joy, sorrow, all of these emotions interweaved together. He was already sure that this was his father. Meanwhile, right at this moment, Eastern Wasteland's 7 great life-restricted regions moved. Someone was roused awake, waking up from a deep slumber. A divine emperor with a complete and flawless body appeared in this world. It was different from emperor artifacts, not needing to exhaust cultivation to activate it. His body always released the most powerful fluctuations, shaking up the world. Is it him? He has returned. Divine Emperor, an expert that makes one revere him. A voice sounded in the peaceful and quiet origin ancient mind today, as if it was filled with endless emotions, as well as deep restraining fear. After being roused awake by the aura of a divine emperor, the speaker's mood became complicated. In this world, it was destined to be glorious. In this world, it was destined to be miserable. In this world, there would definitely be great changes. After endless years of waiting, all of it gathered towards this world. There had to be a result. The divine emperor appeared, his might suppressing the 9 heavens. He stood there, as if he still had life, wrapped within primal chaos mist. He approached Shumi Mountain, directly crushing the mountain until it was brilliant, ripples covering the heavens. Catcher. There were some emperor patterns that were limited in material, unable to endure this type of pressure at all. They broke apart when they approached, and then were erased. But it was precisely because of this that Mount Meru emitted an even more powerful fluctuation. This was stirred up. Buddhist power as vast as the sea surged up, and the entire Mount Meru turned into a giant life form. The imperial formation and magical artifact resisted the archaic emperor together. This was a type of ultimate confrontation. How many people in the present world had seen this before? True emperor-level fluctuations pervaded Shumi Mountain. If not for this place being special, the mountain region would have long turned to ashes. Kung Chong. Right in the back, divine Silkworm Ridge's battle clothes rang out, releasing blazing immortal light, vibrating intensely. The divine emperor appeared in this world. After death energy and emperor aura surged, his foundational aura pervaded the air, waking up the emperor artifact that had accompanied him for his entire life and was currently sleeping. It woke up from its hibernation, immediately dazzling past and present. It was as if a lost child saw its parents, continuously releasing light cries, shaking intensely. Clanging sounds rang out incessantly. The archaic emperor's battle clothes disintegrated, turning into pieces of armor that rushed towards the divine emperor, continuously covering his body. Every time a piece landed, a portion of the primal chaos mist would scatter. The 9-colored immortal clothes trembled, releasing a clear sound. The metallic luster was dazzling, as if the heavenly sun was falling. The divine emperor wore the battle clothes. In the past, he was unrivaled at the 9 transformations, overlooking the past and present at the 10 transformations. This battle clothes accompanied him on his emperor's path, sharpening it into an indestructible divine artifact. The emperor artifact revived, fully equipped on his body, becoming even more terrifying. In an instant, a 10th type of light rushed out, tearing apart the great formation of Shumi Mountain. The divine emperor directly entered, as if he was entering an unstoppable realm. When things developed to this point, it already exceeded everyone's expectations. No one expected the divine emperor to appear, and what was even more unexpected was that he put on the battle clothes from when he was alive and directly entered Shumi Mountain. Forget about the crowd, even the divine silkworm princess and the other great sage, as well as the archaic imperial clan's old clan leader and others, all of their fine has stood on end. This was too strange and terrifying. The divine emperor actually had this type of display, as if he still had life. It was shocking, but they all felt inexplicable. Chapter 1506. Mount Meru was vast and mighty as if it was about to collapse. The formation patterns laid down by the Amitabha Buddha Great Emperor couldn't stop the descent of the Divine Emperor. The mountain was about to split apart and tremble violently. Giant boulders rolled down to the foot of the mountain and the grand temple swayed. The great bell behind the temple rang on its own, resounding through heaven and earth and shaking the world of West Earth. This place was in complete chaos. The Bodhisattvas and ancient Buddhas couldn't withstand this kind of pressure and were forced to sit cross-legged on the ground. Their bodies were on the verge of splitting apart and bloody scars appeared one after another. With the descent of the Divine Emperor, not even the Great Emperor's formation patterns could protect this place. Just as Yi Fan expected, the mountain gate had been breached and they could slaughter their way in. The green copper cauldron floated above Yi Fan's head and the killing sword in his hand. He was prepared to enter and save his disciple. Of course, this was extremely risky. He never expected this to be the Divine Emperor wearing the 9-colored immortal clothes. It was even more powerful than the Emperor corpse he had planned. He didn't act rashly because the current situation was too strange. Even he felt that it was a bit unreal. The Divine Emperor seemed to truly have life and consciousness. Ji Ziyue held the void mirror in her hand and stood shoulder to shoulder with Yi Fan. The Old Undying and the others held the heaven-devouring devil jar in their hands and carefully defended themselves, protecting everyone on this side. Mount Meru was completely silent. The old monk Moka's expression changed greatly. He led the Bodhisattvas and ancient Buddhas to sit there and chant Amitabha Buddha Great Emperor. This kind of unforeseen event exceeded his expectations and judgment. It was already too late to say anything now. The great Mahamayuri held the demon-subduing pestle and used the Emperor weapon's divine might to protect the mountain. She stood in front of Great Thunderclap Temple and blocked the spreading archaic Emperor fluctuations. However, upon closer inspection, her body was trembling. This was a world-shocking change that no one had expected. The boundless starry river hung down from the cosmos, creating a vast expanse of whiteness that drowned out the archaic emperor on Mount Meru Mountain. He was bathed in the radiance of the sun, moon, and stars. The 9-colored battle clothes revived and flickered with brilliant luster. It had a cold metallic texture and waves of sonorous divine sounds, making the archaic emperor even more majestic and imposing. Boundless starlight and chaotic energy fused together, scattering down onto his body and wrapping around him, causing his body to seem even more divine and divine. The ancient emperor of divine Silkworm Ridge had become the only existence in this world. When the divine emperor was alive, he was invincible. Even in death, the pressure he exerted caused the western desert to tremble. Everyone, including the great sage, was terrified. All of them were trembling, their faces as white as snow. What? He moved. In the next moment, a saint screamed, as if he was someone from the mortal world, which didn't match his identity at all. It was as if he was frightened, as if he had seen the most terrifying thing. Heavens, the divine emperor is not dead, he's still alive. Another person was horrified, feeling as if his heart was going to jump out of his throat. He widened his eyes, not daring to believe what he was seeing, staring at the figure on Mount Meru mountain. The God Emperor was advancing, ascending Mount Meru step by step along the mountain path towards the majestic temples. Every step was so terrifying, causing the formation patterns on Mount Meru to dim, unable to stop him. Who could believe it? After endless years, the ancient emperor who had long since passed away revived, looking down on the world, walking within the pure land of Buddhism. The saints all felt their blood run cold as they watched. Powerful fluctuations spread outwards, making their legs and stomachs cramp, their bodies weak like sifting chaff. Even the great sage felt his scalp go numb, trembling inwardly. This didn't make sense. How could the God Emperor come back to life? The God Emperor's figure was imposing, his footsteps possessing a special rhythm, neither fast nor slow, consistent from start to finish, trampling the great Tao of heaven and earth under his feet. Mount Meru trembled, as if it was going to collapse. Amitabha. All of the Arhats, Bodhisattvas, ancient Buddhas, and others chanted together, hiding in front of the great thunderclap temple, hiding behind the exorcism pestle. All of them were suffocated by the emperor's might. This is. Even the experts from divine Silkworm Ridge were shocked. The ancient emperor was really still alive. This made everyone go crazy, toppling their understanding of the world. Is the ancestral emperor going to ascend Mount Meru to fight and discuss the Tao with the Amitabha great emperor? What a pity that the other party died in meditation. The God Emperor revived, climbing the mountain step by step like this. What was he doing? After being lonely for 10,000 years, he finally saw Mount Meru, feeling the fluctuations and traces of the great ancient emperor. He was excited to see his prey. At their realm, they were invincible and lonely all their lives. They longed for an opponent that was evenly matched, but finding one was harder than ascending to the heavens. After the God Emperor ascended to the peak, Mahamayuri sat cross-legged on the ground, unable to endure the pressure. Only the exorcism pestle shone, becoming more and more resplendent as it resisted on its own. With a rumbling sound, great thunderclap temple shone with boundless light. The violet gold roof tiles and roof all released auspicious colors. Buddhist energy surged majestically, rushing into the clouds. A Buddhist voice rang through West Earth. A Buddha figure appeared out of nowhere, and no one saw how he appeared. He stood in front of great thunderclap temple, blocking the God Emperor's path. This was a monk in grey robes, wrapped in primal chaos mist. His forehead was indistinct, but if one looked carefully, he looked very similar to the Amitabha Buddha statue in the temple. He stood beside the long withered body tree in front of the temple with a benevolent expression. When his aura rippled out, it was as vast as a mountain. Amitabha Buddha. All the monks on Mount Meru chanted Buddhist chants, revealing astonished expressions. Outside Mount Meru, all the heroes were shaken as well. They couldn't help but cry out in alarm, chanting the 4 words Amitabha Buddha. They simply didn't dare to believe what they were seeing. There couldn't be 2 emperors in one world, and the ancient emperors couldn't meet. This was the common understanding of the world, but today, it was continuously overturned. The God Emperor had revived, and Great Emperor Amitabha had reappeared. Were the 2 going to fight? Many people suspected that they were in a dream. After personally experiencing all of this, they wondered if they had gone crazy. Were their senses still normal? The God Emperor took a step forward, and the immortal clothes on his body made zheng-zheng sounds like the roars of dragons and tigers. The vibrations made people's ears hurt, and they felt as if their flesh was about to evaporate. Great Emperor Amitabha held the exorcism pestle in his hand and released boundless precious light to block the God Emperor's path. The 2 seemed to be opposing each other with equal harshness. Boom! The God Emperor's body expanded and soared into the clouds in front of Great Thunderclap Temple. It was unknown just how many tens of thousands of jong tall he was. Great Emperor Amitabha wasn't willing to fall behind. He similarly soared into the clouds, and his enormous Buddha body towered between heaven and earth. This scene shocked everyone. A battle between emperors and emperors had occurred. After being separated for so long, there was actually a day when they would face each other and take action. Everyone found it hard to accept and believe it. Is that the Amitabha Buddha's imprint? But how can we explain the God Emperor's resurrection? He should be a corpse, and in the end, he ascended Mount Meru step by step. How can it be said that he hasn't revived? The saints were bewildered, and their faces were all pale. Everything that happened today made one's hair stand on end. It was too shocking and inconceivable. If this was true, it might be the most important event in the lives of the great emperors and great ancient emperors. They had been lonely all their lives, and in the end, they had found an opponent. The great emperors didn't meet each other, and today, common sense was broken. Perhaps, every great emperor longed to be born in a different era and fight with the past emperors. They wanted to find a true opponent. Unfortunately, everyone passed away in loneliness. Their wishes couldn't come true, and it was difficult for them to meet others of the same kind. Mount Meru trembled, and the sun, moon, and stars swayed. It was as if they were going to fall down. The two of them wanted to test themselves against the heavens. Natural laws pervaded the air, and the two seemed to be confronting each other. Their bodies continuously increased in size, directly reaching beyond this region. They were so large that they exceeded common sense, shocking the entire northern Dipper star domain until all creatures trembled. Their divine might was matchless. Did the divine emperor really revive? The voices of some of the divine Silkworm Ridge experts were trembling, and their bodies were shaking. After the shock, only excitement remained. This isn't my father's doing. The divine Silkworm Daoist shook his head, his voice carrying sadness and regret. The surrounding people's expressions became sluggish. This was the great ancient emperor's son. Even he said this, so it most likely couldn't be true. However, just now, they clearly saw the divine emperor ascend Mount Meru. Yi Fan released a light sigh. After watching for a long time, he also understood everything. The divine emperor's loneliness and the Amitabha great emperor's regret couldn't be compensated. In the end, they still couldn't meet. These two weren't them. If the true bodies of great emperors confronted each other, heaven and earth would definitely react, and an irregular scene that had never been seen since the ancient times would appear. The great emperors wouldn't meet each other, never having opponents in their entire lives. This curse was difficult to break. This is a confrontation between two weapons, not because the great emperor himself is still alive. The divine Silkworm Daoist pointed out the riddle. His father ascended Mount Meru. Even though he was moving, he didn't develop a consciousness. It was his immortal clothes that were in control, keeping his mighty body from falling, overlooking the endless ages. The Amitabha great emperor's appearance was actually more or less the same. The demon fall pestle revived under the tremendous emperor-level fluctuations, merging with the fist-sized Ara, forming the Amitabha great emperor's void image. In reality, there were no true bodies, only two emperor weapons. Their respective masters' Daos confronted each other, as if they were searching for an opponent for the lonely emperor and great emperor, satisfying their final regrets. In outer space, the perfectly straight divine emperor and the benevolent Amitabha great emperor faced each other. Natural laws swirled, releasing endless divine light. There wasn't a true confrontation, just a probing of Tao and magical techniques. The two didn't fight each other. The two emperor weapons revived, leading everything. They were extremely cautious and careful. Honglong. In the end, their bodies shrunk, returning to their normal height. They reappeared at the peak of Mount Meru, in front of the Great Thunderclap Temple. The Amitabha great emperor disappeared, leaving only the demon fall pestle floating in the air. As for the Ara, it also fell to the ground, unmoving. On the other side, the immortal clothes rustled lightly, as if in grief. In the end, they couldn't keep the archaic emperor. Even seeing his corpse couldn't change anything. Everyone was shocked. How could they not understand what had happened now? Everything was because of the two emperor weapons' revival. Buddhism speaks of transcendence, great enlightenment, and only then can one achieve the Tao of Buddhism. At this time, the demon fall pestle transmitted its divine sense. This weapon actually spoke after reviving. Amitabha Buddha. The old monk Moku and the others all chanted, listening respectfully. It was because they knew that the demon fall pestle was talking to them. Have you all transcended and gained enlightenment? Put that child down. The demon fool Pestle continued. Let him go down the mountain. Regardless of whether it was Moku or the great Mahamayuri, they didn't have the slightest bit of rebellious thoughts. This emperor weapon was personally forged by the Amitabha Great Emperor to protect the Western Desert Buddhist land. As a supreme being, they had to be respectful. Put it down? Have you all put it down? The demon fool Pestle calmly asked. The great sage Moku immediately put his palms together, admitting his sins and chanting Buddhist names continuously. Not long after, a golden arhat and the others escorted Hua Hua out. They made him appear in front of the great Thunderclap Temple and prepared to put down Mount Meru. No one had expected this kind of ending. It actually ended like this. Chong. The archaic emperor's battle clothes trembled slightly. The armor disintegrated, turning into rays of immortal light that fell down. The emperor corpse was wrapped in primal chaos mist, standing at the peak of Mount Meru. Chapter 1507. The divine emperor stood tall and majestic. Strands of chaotic energy swirled around him, making him seem transcendent and mysterious. He was like a living supreme being that looked down on all life. He stood at the peak of Mount Meru. The deathly energy had lessened greatly. The pressure of the archaic emperor was released, but the two awakened emperor weapons could withstand it and block it, protecting the great Seal Thunder Sound Temple. The world calmed down. A light sigh came from within the 9-colored immortal clothes, carrying endless sadness. It summoned the 9-layered coffin, burying the divine emperor once again. The silkworm emperor's body slowly fell, surrounded by primal chaos. He sank into the coffin, and the stone coffin closed one by one, sealing him within. How many heroes were buried under the passage of time? No matter how great their divine abilities were, it was difficult to reverse the situation. A lifetime of glory, but in the end, all that was left was sorrow. The divine emperor was exceptional, stunning the past and present, but he still couldn't resist the passage of time. In the end, the curtain had to fall. After a dazzling moment, it was followed by endless darkness. Honglong. The 9-layered coffin was completely sealed, like an ordinary stone. It was simple and unadorned, and no one would notice it even if it was thrown into the yellow earth. This was the life of a great emperor. In the end, ashes to ashes, dust to dust. Father. Daoist divine silkworm shouted loudly, hot tears gushing out. He clenched his fists and rushed forward. The divine silkworm race's battle clothes shot out a streak of immortal light, turning into a resplendent heavenly river that led outside the mountain. It was like a bridge to the heavens, turning this place into a passageway. It was guiding the people of the divine silkworm race. The ancient emperor's son, Princess Divine Silkworm, and the others all stepped onto Mount Meru. Yi Fan had a copper cauldron with brilliant green multicolored light above his head. He held the 3-foot immortal sword in his hand as he followed, arriving at the peak of Mount Meru for the first time in his life. Daoist Divine Silkworm's tears rolled down his face. He stroked the stone coffin, his voice hoarse. No one could hear what he was saying. With a honglong sound, the stone coffin enlarged. 9 colors rushed into the heavens, and the 10th color burst forth. It immediately enlarged to 1,000 jong in length, and it was still growing. Strands of multicolored light shot out, entering the space between Daoist Divine Silkworm's brows. There seemed to be waves of scripture sounds, and there was even a type of comprehension after the great Tao was shattered. Daoist Divine Silkworm retreated, and he was in a daze. He muttered to himself, I missed it in the end, I have to be on my way. Shua. Another wave of celestial light burst forth. Out of everyone's expectations, it actually flew towards Princess Divine Silkworm's shoulder and aimed at the little monkey that was shining with golden light. The little monkey, who was not much taller than a palm, immediately bared its teeth and looked afraid. It nervously grabbed a lock of Princess Divine Silkworm's hair and retreated. Everyone was stunned. What was the background of this little divine silkworm that had undergone several metamorphoses and now looked like a sacred battle ape? To think that the god sovereign would pay attention to him and bestow him with celestial light. Even the divine silkworm princess was shocked. She turned around to look at the little divine ape on her shoulder, who was blinking his big eyes and looking innocent. She seemed to be deep in thought, as if she had thought of something. A soul-shattering sound rang out. Before anyone could react, the huge stone coffin soared into the sky, drawing out resplendent immortal light. It tore apart the sky and directly entered the depths of the universe. It chose to walk the path of solitude, drifting endlessly in the universe. This was the final destination of the ancient emperor. In the end, it would be a lonely person who would chew on this kind of loneliness. The 9 coffins disappeared, and the entire Mount Meru quietened down. Be it the demon-subduing pestle or the 9-colored divine robe, they gradually dimmed and slowly returned to silence. I saw the celestial domain open in my dream. Daoist divine silkworm looked into the starry sky. No one knew if he had dreamed of the celestial path, or if he wished for his father to sleep like this and see the celestial path after his death. Master! A loud cry rang out, shocking the group of people on Mount Meru back to their senses. Regardless of whether it was the divine silkworm lineage, the bodhisattvas, or the ancient Buddhas, they all turned to look. It was a young monk who looked very Buddha-like. He had a kind face, big ears that hung down to his shoulders, and a scar on his bald head. There was no doubt that this was Hua Hua. After many years had passed, he had long since grown up. He looked very simple, an honest young man with quite a bit of a Buddhist temperament. However, when he opened his mouth to speak, he immediately destroyed his simple appearance and seemed somewhat out of place. Master, you're back. I missed your precious disciple so much. Although his big ears hung down to his shoulders and his Buddha-like appearance was simple, there was a sense of incongruity when he spoke. His temperament and appearance were worlds apart. Weren't you enlightened? Beside him, the 2 golden arhats who escorted him here were shocked and a little dumbfounded. Sigh, Master, you destroyed my plan for hegemony. If you had come a few decades later, all the female bodhisattvas on this mountain would have been abducted by me. Let the remaining monks cry. The group of people were tongue-tied. This turn of events was too fast. Just now, everyone was fighting with their lives on the line. Why did this little brat completely change the moment he came out? Yi Fan was also momentarily speechless. This brat's appearance was exactly the same as the ancient Buddhas from back then. If he stood to the side and maintained his silence, he would have the bearing of a senior Buddhist monk. However, everything was ruined once he spoke. Especially after he smiled, he looked like a lowly person no matter how one looked at it. What did you say? Yi Fan slapped the back of his head. Little Baldy, weren't you illuminated? Little Q'er and the rest also followed the golden path up Mount Meru. At this step, no one from the Buddhist sect stopped them. Seeing that Yi Fan was also looking over, Hua Hua immediately put on a solemn expression and said with a serious expression, Amitabha, Tathagata, Hua Hua, Great Buddha. Master sits in my heart, and wine and meat pass through my intestines. How can I be illuminated by them? In the end, it caused him to suffer another slap on the back of his head. Everyone spent a lot of effort to save him, but in the end, he didn't even get a single hair on his head. They had been worried for nothing. At this moment, he had a sinister smile on his face. The arhats and bodhisattvas couldn't sit still anymore. They had personally witnessed Hua Hua being illuminated, so how could he be fine in the blink of an eye? Under Yi Fan's stern gaze, Hua Hua didn't dare to act rashly and told the truth in full detail. Light flashed on his forehead, and a Buddha crown fell down. It was simple and unadorned, and there were some cracks and holes on it. However, it gave off a kind of Buddhist Tao presence. Everyone in West Earth was shocked. This was definitely a divine weapon that wasn't left behind by a saint. It had the aura of an emperor hidden within it. Yi Fan naturally understood what was going on. This was the parietal bone of Shakyamuni, a piece of parietal bone that he had left behind in the mortal world when he was refining the Zhong-6 golden body. Back then, it was this piece of Buddha bone that had given Hua Hua a belly full of scriptures. Quasi-Emperor's parietal bone was hidden in the immortal platform and had condensed into one with it. Outsiders couldn't find it, so they naturally couldn't illuminate him. Yi Fan had even prepared the salvation scripture. He thought that he would have to spend a lot of effort, but he didn't expect this to be the result. He directly gave the back of his head another slap. Looking at his despicable smile, no matter how he looked at it, he felt that this was a scam. The faces of the Buddhists sank, and they hoped that they would quickly go down the mountain. There was really nothing they could say about this ending. However, Hua Hua wasn't willing. He was suppressed for no reason, and no matter what, there was a wave of resentment in his heart. Amitabha, this old monk's mortal heart was moved, and my obsession was too deep. I am here to apologize, Moku said expressionlessly. Hua Hua wore a smile, and directly grabbed the old monk's hand, not letting go. She said that she had to take action, and that she couldn't be suppressed for so many years in vain. You have already successfully reincarnated and reappeared in the world. This is a miracle of the Buddhists, and it has verified the Tao of Amitabha. Do you really not recognize me now? Have you forgotten the scene of us discussing the Tao by Lake Ayu 5,000 years ago? Moku shouted. Monk, you are too unreasonable. At the side, Dongfang Yi and the others couldn't take it anymore. Only Yi Fan understood what was going on. He originally thought that the ancient Buddha was very low-key, and not everyone knew about him. He didn't expect that he was old friends with Moku. This time, the Buddhists detained Hua Hua, and it involved too much karma. In the eyes of Moku and the others, Hua Hua was a miracle of the Buddhists, and it confirmed the saying that Amitabha mainly cultivated the afterlife. This was a living example. What nonsense, don't say useless things. I only know that you have suppressed me for many years. Buddhism talks about karma, and you need to return me 100 years of freedom. How about this? I want to establish a big sect in the Buddhists, and let the celestial court grow branches and leaves. You can be my protector. A bald kid was pulling an old monk, and they were arguing endlessly, making people not know whether to laugh or cry. The Buddhists all lowered their heads and didn't say a word. They really didn't want to be entangled by this green-skinned monk. At this moment, a tall figure rushed out of a temple not far away, and his huge bald head was shining. He shouted, God, angels, I finally see a familiar person. Yi Fan, brother Yi, do you still remember me? Bring me down the mountain too. Not only the Buddhists, protectors, and ancient Buddhas frowned, but even the outsiders were a little stunned. How could there be such a strange monk in the pure land of Buddhists? Yi Fan was startled. This was none other than Kaida, Li Xiaoman's classmate from America. After so many years, he had developed a set of profound Buddhist divine arts. As a protector Vaja, what have you become? Moku scolded. Kaida ignored him as if he was grasping at a life-saving straw. He looked to Yi Fan for help and said, Bring me away from this damned place. I'm a vegetarian every day, even the gods will go crazy. Weren't you punished to face the wall? Why did you come out? A bodhisattva asked. Kaida complained to Yi Fan, I haven't eaten meat for 150 years. A while ago, I managed to braise dog meat with great difficulty, but I was discovered the moment I took a bite. I was punished to face the wall for 500 years. God, after 500 years, when I come out, all my teeth have fallen out, and I can't even bite dog meat. Everyone was dumbfounded. Outside Mount Meru, the saints from the outer realms were also staring at each other. Everyone wanted to laugh, but the bodhisattvas, ancient Buddhas, and protectors all had ashen expressions, each uglier than the last. Yi Fan didn't know what to say. He patted Kaida's shoulder, not knowing if it was to comfort him or if it was the etiquette of old friends reuniting. He cursed silently, this was also a fraud. He muttered to himself and spoke to the western desert monks, asking Kaida to go down the mountain and jump out of this hell in his eyes. As a Buddhist disciple, your 6 senses are impure. Banish him down the mountain. Mahamayuri's face was gloomy as he issued such a decree. He didn't want to see such a disciple for even a moment longer. On Mount Meru, the bodhisattvas and arhats sent them down the mountain as if they were the plague. Hua Hua was like a chatterbox. He pulled the old monk Moku's hand and talked endlessly, spittle flying from his mouth. It was as if he hadn't opened his mouth in 10 lifetimes and had endless things to say. His saliva flew everywhere as he chatted with the old monk, asking him to go down the mountain and become a protector to compensate him for all the years of suppression and suffering. The great sage Moku could bear it at first, but later on, his snow-white eyebrows kept twitching. He wanted to slap Hua Hua to death. He really couldn't stand it anymore. His mouth never stopped. Great Master, your beard has turned white. Great Master, your shoes are about to grow holes. Great Master, were you hacked when you were young? There's a big scar on your nose. Listening to these endless words and godlike logical thoughts, the old monk Moku wanted to strangle him to death. Chapter 1508. After walking out of Mount Meru, the chatterbox continued to hold the old monk Moku's hand affectionately. People who didn't know the details would think that they were good friends despite the difference in age. Moku couldn't bear it anymore, but he could only endure it in the end. In the end, Moku agreed to be the protector of the mountain gate for a few years. No one knew if it was because of the Vaja's order, or because he really felt guilty, or because he pitied Huahua's previous incarnation, or because he was moved by the chatterbox. This result left everyone dumbfounded. Master, don't worry. I will heal that big scar on your nose in the future. F***ck off. The Bodhisattvas and ancient Buddhas were dumbfounded and speechless. After a long time, they finally returned to Mount Meru. Dongfang Yi and the others were still wondering if they should beat this old monk up with a stick, but after seeing this result, they decided to let it go. They were afraid that the Vaja and other monarch weapons wouldn't agree to it. Let's see how he does. If he dares to do anything, we will cut off his cultivation. The group of people left for real. Delicious. After leaving Mount Meru, they arrived at a city. In an old shop opened by a mortal, Cade was holding a big pig elbow in his left hand and a roast goose in his right. He looked like the reincarnation of a hungry ghost, eating until his cheeks were bulging and his mouth was full of oil. Like a whirlwind sweeping away the clouds, the table was a mess, and even the bones were swallowed. The innkeeper served several tables of meat dishes before he burped and raised his head reluctantly. Cade expressed his sincere gratitude to Yi Fan first and then looked at the crowd. He had been paying attention to the holy night for a long time on Mount Meru and didn't ask about it. He said something that Dongfang Yi and the others thought was bird language, and he got a response from the holy knight. Then, he rushed over and gave this holy knight a big hug. My immortal eyes are blinded. I have a needle in my eye. I didn't see anything. Dongfang Yi, Li Heishui, Wu Zhongtian, Jiang Huairen, and the others were all cursing. It was too immoral for two men to hug each other. Of course, it was the monk who hugged the holy knight. In China's words, when people from the same hometown see each other, their eyes will be filled with tears. For so many years, I've seen aliens all the time. Finally, I've seen one of my own kind. Cade's tears and snot were all over the holy knight's body, and he didn't take this great sage seriously at all. It was fortunate that the holy knight hid his aura, or else he would have shattered Cade's body. This world is too dangerous. Minotaurs, Bigfoot monsters, Ghoul corpses, devil cats, and everything else. They even call themselves the far ancient imperial race and eat people all day. Also, the monks in this world are fanatical religious people. I ran away a total of 38 times, but I was always caught by them. They almost burned me and asked me to go see Amitabha. I'm not even close to him. Cade was so excited that he was incoherent and deranged. He kept rambling on and on. I came in a coffin. How did you get here? I feel like we've all been abandoned by God. I've always had a dream. I want to go back to Earth and rely on Satan to attack God. The holy knight was speechless when he heard his nonsense. In the end, he just patted his shoulder and said, "Mental trauma needs time to heal." What do you mean? I'm not crazy, those monks are. Cade was unhappy. The group laughed. Princess Divine Silkworm had already found out where the victorious fighting Buddha was on Mount Meru, but she couldn't find any evidence of him being enlightened. She was unwilling to accept this and left with everyone. Old Undying, Old Blind, and Tu Tien also left with the heaven-swallowing jar. The people of Ji family, Yarrow Yukong, and the Prince of Great Xia also set off. Yi Fan sent them off and expressed his sincere gratitude. The people of the Celestial Court didn't completely leave West Earth. They were really planning to take root here. Of course, this could only be considered a branch, and they had to be handed over to Huahua to manage. The Celestial Court Buddhist branch. This was the name Huahua had given them after smiling. One could imagine how gloomy Moku's expression would be when he came. But all in all, his safety shouldn't be a problem. All the bodhisattvas and ancient Buddhas in West Desert were waiting for his subconscious to awaken. This proved that he had a past life and an afterlife. Cade joined the celestial court without hesitation. When he heard that he was still going to be a guardian Vaja and stay in West Desert, he almost fell to the ground. "I won't be a monk even if you beat me to death. Wine and meat will pass through your intestines, there's no need to follow those rules." Huahua tried her best to make him a guardian Vaja. In the end, Cade abandoned God and Satan without any sense of loyalty and became a guardian Vaja of the celestial court. The holy knight left like a lone boat sailing towards the vast ocean. He decided to charge into the outer region and tread his own path. The heavenly village was in the outer region and couldn't be found. The people of the celestial court like Chi Luo and the two Silverblood emperors stayed in West Desert, allowing the celestial court to temporarily take root here. As for Yang Ishi, Li Tian, and a few others, they chose to travel the world. When this great era arrived, there were too many interesting things to see. Of course, everyone had already agreed that it wouldn't be too long before they crossed the star region and left Big Dipper. Because they knew that once the path to immortality opened, this place would definitely be in chaos. At that time, even a saint would easily perish. After getting drunk, everyone set off on their way. After this battle, the celestial court's fame spread far and wide. In the eyes of the Golden Crow race and the ancient race, Yi Fan had also killed his way to fame. He had used several the arch-weapons at once, shocking the world and making it tremble. From a certain perspective, the clans that had used the arch-weapons were all tied to the same chariot. In the future, if one of them was provoked, it could lead to several the arch-weapons smashing down at the same time. Who could fight against them? The 5 regions were in an uproar, and there were sounds of discussion everywhere. For so many days, it was all about Yi Fan's battle at Mount Meru. It had become the focal point of the world's attention. Yi Fan walked alone through the western desert with an immortal sword on his back. His clothes fluttered in the wind, and he looked otherworldly. There was no longer a trace of killing intent, and his green clothes made him seem otherworldly. He arrived at the shore of Lake Ayu and stood there for a long time. Then, he walked through all the monasteries in the western desert and finally arrived at the Lantuor temple. "Benefactor, you've come." It was an old monk with snow-white eyebrows. He seemed to have long since expected that Chu Feng would come here. The Lantuor temple was a vast ancient temple. Under the sunset glow, the buildings were all dyed with a golden luster. The ancient temples were incomparably dignified and appeared even more divine. In the western desert, there were a few ancient temples that were the most famous. The Lantuor temple, the Divine Cloud temple, and the Hollow temple all had immortal inheritances of Buddhism. Of course, the Great Thunderclap temple was the most famous. In the past, Yi Fan had fought a great battle here and fought against several divine monks, all for the sake of seeing An Miaowi and giving her freedom. Today, he returned to this place. The old monk in the temple naturally wouldn't forget him. He chanted Amitabha and invited him in. In that battle, the two sides didn't fight to the death, and the situation was resolved peacefully. Therefore, there was no enmity or hatred between them. It was just that the Battle of Mount Meru this time left the Buddhist sects with a grudge. Yi Fan traveled throughout the western desert and found out that An Miaowi ultimately chose to cultivate here in seclusion. Therefore, he came to see her. Bodhisattva has been in seclusion for dozens of years and hasn't come out. "Perhaps she will only reappear after 100 years, said a divine monk. The 9-storied pagoda was still there. An Miaowi sealed herself within, comprehending the supreme principles and cultivating her own Tao fruit. "Did she say anything?" Yi Fan asked. "She did." The holy monk nodded and said a few words. "Meeting is not as good as reminiscing." When these words were spoken, Yi Fan's body trembled. He was in a daze and couldn't calm down for a long time. He stared at the sealed stone pagoda and wanted to barge in. This was a sacred pagoda left behind by the great sage of an unknown era. It could be used to imprison monks, seal oneself, and suppress oneself. If one were to forcefully open it, the stone pagoda would most likely be destroyed and the person inside would be injured. The fate of the mortal world has been severed. See you on the path of immortality. The old monk handed a letter to Yi Fan. Other than the first sentence, there was another sentence. Yi Fan stood there without moving. It was difficult for him to say a single word. He sighed softly. He walked around the pagoda and could clearly feel a kind of thought. With the letter in hand, various past events appeared in his mind. Why did she say that the fate of the mortal world had been severed? Was it because of Ji Ziyue? Or did she know that he had other ties? Or could it be that she couldn't see the future? And Miaoi was an extraordinary woman. Her thoughts, and decisions were also unexpected. It made one feel disappointed and frustrated, and his heart felt bitter. Meeting is not as good as reminiscing. Distance was beautiful and hazy. If they were to truly be together, perhaps only ordinary would be left, returning to dullness. Didn't Miaoi want him to remember forever? To leave behind the most beautiful side and the most profound imprint in his heart. A fiery meeting, the most beautiful moment, a moment of brilliance. Then they turned around and looked at each other in the mortal world. Yi Fan couldn't speak. Meeting is not as good as reminiscing. It made his heart feel empty. Walking in the ancient temple, it was difficult for him to protect himself under such a state of mind. Benefactor, I think the most important thing is the last two sentences. A young novice monk of 16 or 17 years old spoke. Obviously, his identity was not ordinary. Otherwise, he wouldn't know the contents of the letter, and it was even more impossible for him to follow beside a holy monk. The old monk glared at him, not allowing him to speak carelessly. Buddhists teach liberation and do not lie. I am only speaking the truth, the young novice monk said. Yi Fan was startled. He saw that this young novice monk was born with wisdom and knew that he would not be an ordinary person in the future. He would be brilliant and would one day soar into the heavens. He nodded and slowly calmed down. How could he not know that the last sentence was the main point? He also understood its meaning. The fate of the mortal world has been severed. We will meet on the path of immortality. Let him go on the path of the mortal world. Marry a wife, have children, raise children, repay kindness. We will only meet on the path of immortality. When that time comes, we will meet again, hand in hand, go to the same place, and never leave each other in life or death. Yi Fan walked silently, walking around the stone pagoda again and again. Then, he walked into the distance. Today, he roamed alone under the setting sun. He walked by Lake Ayu alone, walked on the highlands alone. Wherever the two of them had left their footprints, he walked alone. All sorts of things from the past appeared in his mind one by one. In the end, Yi Fan returned to Lantuo Temple. He stood in front of the stone pagoda for a day and a night. He did not see in Miaoi, so he slowly turned and left. Before he left, the old monk told him that Miaoi was comprehending Tao in her dreams. She turned her head and saw a flower from the past. She looked up and saw a flower blooming in the future. Flowers fluttered in the air. I am her Tao protector. In this life, there is only one flower that will not wither and bloom forever, sparkling and translucent, Yi Fan said. He was full of undefeatable confidence as he left in large strides. He was no longer disappointed, no longer feeling empty. There was only a belief left in his heart. If he was undefeatable in the present world, what was there to be afraid of? Everything would be crushed under his fist. Yi Fan took a step forward. The sun, moon, mountains, and rivers moved in reverse. The western desert retreated at lightning speed. He entered the northern plains and continued north until he arrived at a vast icy plain. Tu Fei, I have come to save you. Chapter 1509. There was no end to the vast icy plains. It was a vast expanse of whiteness, and there were glacier everywhere. The cold was bone-chilling, and the air one exhaled would immediately be frozen into ice shards. It was difficult to see creatures here. This place was the northernmost, and apart from the pure white snow and the undulating glacier, there was nothing else to be seen. Yi Fan advanced on foot. With his current cultivation, he didn't need to be as careful as before. He could walk in a perfectly straight line without any worries. Along the way, He saw a few enormous ruins and ice palaces, but they weren't worth stopping at. He directly arrived at the center of the icy plains, the North Pole. This was a terrifying domain. Space was distorted, and all types of brightly colored mists pervaded the air. The brilliance was chaotic and brilliant. This special domain couldn't be considered small, and its radius was several hundred li. In the past, Yi Fan could only stop here. If he forcefully walked in, he would definitely be torn apart, and his golden body would shatter. Now, he was almost about to take that crucial step and become the great sage. This domain naturally couldn't stop him anymore, and he could calmly walk in. The mists spread out, forming a giant vortex that continuously rotated. The rocks that tumbled down from the distant snowy mountains would instantly turn into fine powder. Yi Fan was calm and composed. His long sleeves fluttered about, and with the immortal sword on his back, his body and mind were calm. He arrived at the forbidden region at the center of the North Pole, arriving at the most mysterious ancient land on this icy plains. Woo-woo, all types of strange whistling sounds rang out. Within this misty vortex, there were shattered bones, stone tablets, and broken weapons. They belonged to past experts, and they all moved along with the powerful domain. These things might be extremely troublesome for others. However, for Yi Fan, who had an innately powerful constitution, it wasn't much. The domain fired strand after strand of multicolored light hacked down on his body, releasing waves of resounding sounds. It was difficult for them to injure him. In the end, he arrived at his destination without any mishaps. There was a giant well here. It was thick and deep, and its end couldn't be seen. It was vast and majestic, and many chaotic lights revolved around it. This was the eye of the vortex. All types of ice fragments splashed about, and waves of terrifying mysterious fluctuations surged. They were several tens to 100 times more powerful than the outside world. Streaks of dazzling light erupted from the deep well, and dense mists rose. This was the ancient immortal land where the Northern Pole immortal light was born. Only once every 100,000 years would a strand of it soar into the heavens, so it was very difficult to catch. Yi Fan frowned. He didn't see Tu Fei or the old woman from the same generation as the crazy old man. The immortal light in the ancient well was more intense. The extreme yin true essence and magnetic light surged like a river or a sea. Ordinary warriors would be smashed into powder immediately if they got in there. There was an ancient tablet in the forbidden zone warning that only sages were allowed to enter. Since Yi Fan had already entered the well, there was no reason for him to retreat. He stepped into the well and fell down. Below the ice cave, there were brilliant colors. Radiance rose like mist, and the coldness was bone-piercing. Hundreds and thousands of corpses floated up and down, most of them already frozen and cracked into pieces, spinning along with the vortex. The clothes on these people were very ancient, and they were from different eras. Almost all of them were ancient people who had died tens of thousands of years ago. Many of them were saints, which made Yi Fan frown. He went straight down for 3,000 zhong, sinking into the depths of the giant well. All kinds of essence chi surged like the sea, and the waves were even more violent, but he still hadn't reached the bottom. He didn't land on an empty ground until he was 10,000 zhong deep. The underground world wasn't dark, and it was brightly lit by all kinds of dancing lights. It looked like a kingdom of gods. There were many ruins underground. Among them, there was a giant stone door in the center. Now, there was a gap, and the extreme yin true essence and magnetic light rushed out from it. Even Yi Fan felt a certain amount of pressure. He stared at the waves that could tear a saint apart. He walked forward step by step and stared at the majestic stone door. Immortal Mansion. He saw a plaque on it, and when he saw these two words, he was startled. He looked at the underground ancient building area, and suddenly felt that the style was somewhat familiar. After walking around in a big circle, he didn't find anything. He once again arrived in front of the door and slowly pushed it open with a carca sound. Then, he walked in. The cold was bone-piercing, and the murderous aura attacked the body. It could freeze ordinary saints and destroy them here. Behind the giant door was this terrifying. Light interweaved, divine essence surged, and spiritual energy was like the sea. It was as if he had arrived in a violent immortal realm world. Yi Fan walked with difficulty, facing the great pressure. He walked for dozens of li before he walked out, which made him heave a sigh of relief. Unexpectedly, it was no longer cold, there was no extreme yin true essence, and there were no dancing lights. There was only a deathly stillness. It was as if he had arrived before the creation of the world. This was a dusky world. What entered his eyes were broken mountains, rift valleys, riverbeds. It was dusky, incomparably desolate, and there were no signs of life. It could be seen that in the past, this should have been a piece of divine land, but it had suffered a catastrophe that destroyed all living things, leaving only ruins. Boom! When Yi Fan stepped into a valley, blazing formation patterns flickered, sending him flying. His body cracked, and he was almost destroyed in body and spirit. What kind of place was this? He couldn't help but be shocked. Someone as powerful as him, who could suppress the initial stage great sage, almost died in this place. No one would believe it if news of this got out. This valley was extremely ordinary, a piece of ruined earth. An intense battle had happened in the past, and it had long been destroyed. However, it was precisely because of this that Yi Fan almost died with a grievance. It was just a small piece of damaged formation patterns. Just thinking about it made one's scalp go numb. Yi Fan stopped in his tracks and carefully searched this place. The formation patterns that had almost split him apart just now were too strange. After looking carefully, he became more and more horrified. There was only a square meter of damaged pattern that was about to be obliterated. It was dark and without luster, and after injuring him, it was half destroyed. It was difficult for it to exist in this world. Great Emperor formation patterns, Yi Fan said to himself, coming to this conclusion. This was a corner of a damaged formation pattern, and it was an extraordinary node in the Great Formation. It had been preserved until now, and even though it was so damaged, it was still able to injure the Great Sage. What kind of place was this exactly? It was actually densely covered in Great Emperor formation patterns, but in the end, it was scorched earth. Even such powerful divine patterns no longer existed. As far as the eye could see, the land was scarlet and boundless, scorched earth stretching for tens of thousands of li. Not a single blade of grass grew, mountain peaks were broken, and the great earth was split open. Even with the protection of Great Emperor formation patterns, it was still destroyed to this extent. Just how powerful was this power? Could it be that a great emperor battle happened here? This was just too shocking. Yi Fan's brows furrowed deeply. With a light wong sound, a cauldron flew out from between his brows and floated above his head. It released streaks of starry radiance, protecting him within just in case. He walked forward, investigating this world. In the end, he said softly, if it is full of vitality, if the plants are abundant, then isn't it quite similar to the central continent immortal mana world? In particular, the two words immortal mana on the great gate outside were even more similar to the central continent Pure Land. What was the connection between the two? Yi Fan's heart pounded fiercely. He vaguely guessed the truth. The two words immortal mana had a profound meaning. He quickly walked forward, wanting to seek confirmation. However, right in front of him, an expanse of primal chaos surged. He had reached the end of this small world. The road ahead was cut off. Clearly, some broken mountains, some great rifts were forcibly cut off here. The road ahead was blocked, and the original small world had been destroyed. What a pity, the great Emperor-level battle destroyed all clues. However, I can go to the central continent immortal mana world to continue seeking confirmation. Yi Fan searched carefully, not wanting to miss a single place. Finally, in a dilapidated rift valley, he discovered a path that led straight into the depths of the primal chaos. He walked forward. This was a narrow, winding path that brought him into a small heavenly abode that was like a bubble of primal chaos. The circumference of this place wouldn't exceed several li. This place was densely covered with formation patterns, and the path was blocked. They were all great sage-level formations, and the slightest trigger would inevitably lead to the most violent attacks. Yi Fan held the immortal sword in his hand, but he didn't slash immediately. Instead, he gazed forward, feeling astonished. A most sacred and auspicious aura rushed over. There was a hazy ball of immortal light there, wrapping around a person. It floated up and down, merging with the great Tao. Scriptures rumbled, deafening and thought-provoking. That's the northern immortal light. Yi Fan was shocked. Legend had it that a wisp would appear every 100,000 years, but today, it wasn't as simple as just one wisp. There were at least 10 wisps, and they were wrapping around a person. Every wisp was like a spirit dragon, several jong long. They surged up and down, and immortal energy rose up and down, shocking the world. Tu Fei. Yi Fan called softly. The person being wrapped was Tu Fei. Many years had passed, but he was still the same. He was sealed in the mysterious ice, motionless, and was being nourished by the immortal light. Another wave of life caught Yi Fan's attention. This place could almost be called a bubble of primal chaos, created by someone. A vague figure was wrapped in mist. It was an old woman. She also had the northern immortal light on her body, but it seemed like she had completely refined it. Only a little light flowed on the surface of her body. Above her head, there was a golden pagoda flickering with light. It blended with her, bobbing up and down. It's her. Didn't she transform into the Tao? This was the old woman from the same generation as Crazy's Olay. When he came here that year, he clearly saw that she was transforming into the Tao. How could she still be alive? Moreover, her vitality was as vigorous as the sea, hidden in her body. Young man, you're here again. A divine consciousness came. It was definitely the peak of the great sage level, and its fluctuations were like the sea. The old woman still had her eyes closed, not moving at all. It seemed like it was inconvenient for her to move, so she just transmitted her voice. Greetings, senior. Yi Fan saluted. Your advancement surprised me. This world has finally changed again. The old woman sighed, as if she had endless emotions. The old woman didn't die, and the golden pagoda she obtained was a damaged immemorial ancestral artifact. This time, both the old woman and the artifact were nourished by the immortal light. The former's lifespan increased, and the latter also recovered, gradually becoming flawless. According to legend, a strand of immortal light could only fly out every 100,000 years. However, they had a great opportunity. When they opened up this severed mysterious land, they chiseled out this narrow space and obtained more than 20 strands of immortal light. What is this place? Yi Fan asked directly after a short conversation. This is a road. I only chiseled out a section, said the old woman. Road? What kind of road? Yi Fan was shaken. He felt that his guess was getting closer and closer. This is the immortal ascension road from millions of years ago. I'm trying to restore it and reopen it, answered the old woman. Chapter 15:10. Path of Immortality. Yi Fan was shaken. Even though he had some suspicions that this place might be related to immortals, he still couldn't help but be shocked. He actually saw such a path. The old woman wanted to reopen the old path, cut through the primal chaos and recreate the ancient land, restoring the appearance of this small world before it collapsed. Without a doubt, this was extremely difficult. The primal chaos destroyed everything here. Now, it was completely barren. This pure land had been completely cut off. The path of immortalization millions of years ago. Whether that was the beginning of the primordial age or the end of the mythological age was unknown. There was someone who wanted to invade immortal domain, breaking up this small world, creating this scene. Who are those people? One name after another appeared in Yi Fan's mind. Was it the ancient celestial being, or the emperor of the celestial court at the end of the mythological era, or the immortal heavenly emperor? There was no doubt that those who embarked on the path of immortalhood would be world-shaking. He just didn't know if he had succeeded or failed. Looking at the state of this place, the great emperor's formation patterns had all been ground to pieces, and the path to immortality had also collapsed. It must have been extremely intense at that time. It has finally become the past. Yi Fan sighed softly. If one wanted to enter the immortal domain, they needed the right time, the right place, and also heaven-defying strength. Not a single one could be lacking. No one could truly be sure where the path of immortality would open in this world. This place was just an undying ruin, a place that had witnessed the glory of those who came before, as well as the desolation of those who came after. The only thing the old woman could do was to open up the primal chaos and restore the pure land of the past to its original state. She wanted to find the traces left behind by the path of immortality millions of years ago. There was no way they could enter immortal domain from here. Time changed, so the location naturally changed as well. However, this place was undoubtedly a treasury, containing immortal light. Back then, that person was unrivaled and unmatched. He definitely broke through immortal domain, or else there wouldn't be immortal light descending into this world. The old woman said. There was naturally reason to suspect that the North Pole immortal light was the spiritual energy of the immortal domain. Back then, someone broke through the barrier that had been unbreakable for 10,000 years, causing the aura of that world to surge over. This immortal energy or auspicious multicolored light was sealed in primal chaos. After endless years passed, a strand would occasionally seep out, appearing in the outside world. This is a powerful person, able to see immortal domain, Yi Fan sighed softly. Shui Yuqing had also stepped onto the path of immortalhood and broken through the barrier. However, his body was frail and he was no longer as glorious as he was in his prime. In the end, he fell on the road and could not enter that world. What about this person? Would he also be like this, breaking through immortal domain, but in the end, he was covered in blood along the way? This was very likely, because this place had completely collapsed, and the Great Emperor's formation runes were almost completely obliterated. Yi Fan looked at Tu Fei and sighed. He knew that it wasn't the right time to come here. Tu Fei's fortune wasn't finished yet. He was still transforming. It wasn't suitable to take him away. A fierce wave of soul consciousness came. Tu Fei couldn't move or talk as he was sealed in the mysterious ice. However, his soul consciousness had been awakened for many years. At this moment, he was so excited. Little Yi, is it really you? It's me. I've come to see you, Yi Fan said softly. I'm a dead man now. I can't move. I really want to get out of here. Tu Fei's body was controlled by the immortal light, but it hadn't been refined yet. He couldn't move yet. Just wait. Sooner or later, you will be born, comforted Yi Fan. Where's that dog that should be chopped into pieces? I want to kill it. That bastard. That unreliable bastard. Tu Fei was full of resentment. He was a blabbermouth. At this moment, of course, he couldn't control himself anymore. He cursed Black Emperor. Which one is better? Rock meat or donkey meat? Tu Fei's thought process couldn't be judged by common sense. He had just cursed Black Emperor, and now he was talking about food. What's wrong? Asked Yi Fan. Hungry. Yi Fan was speechless. You've got some Saint Virgins. Don't kill them all. As your brother, if you don't agree, you should save some for me. Besides his big mouth, Tu Fei was also thick-skinned. He changed the topic quickly, which made Yi Fan speechless. After being trapped for so many years, this man couldn't change his nature. Little Yezi, you're not good enough. You can't even get Yaroshi. You haven't seen the Jade Lake Saint Virgins for more than 100 years. You're such a waste. You just woke up. Don't worry too much. Yi Fan got a headache. I want to drink the path understanding tea. Your grandpa. Can't you think normally? Don't jump around. Does Black Emperor still wear flowery underwear? Give him a dogskin one. Tu Fei's thoughts drifted again. After his thoughts raced endlessly, he finally quieted down. It was very quiet. After a long time, he sobbed, Liu Ku is dead. He cried loudly. This was his true feelings. Some bandits had sworn brotherhood. Liu Ku was his good brother, and he had gone through thick and thin with him. However, Tu Fei couldn't send him off. He felt so sad. Yi Fan understood that Tu Tian and the undying old man had come here to tell Tu Fei everything out there. Of course, Tu Fei was hurt and hurt. After crying for a long time, Tu Fei finally calmed down. He talked to Yi Fan and asked about many things. In the end, he sighed and wished he could leave immediately. The old woman had taken Tu Fei as her disciple and taught him the Nirvana immortal scripture. It was said that this was the orthodoxy of an ancient celestial being. It was a cultivation method that was copied from a divine stele dug out from the ground. Tu-Fei's long hibernation was also related to this. This environment, this immortal light, and this cultivation method were really suitable for him. In the end, they talked about the path to immortality. The old woman pointed out that the celestial world in the central province was definitely the correct location in the past, and that there were even people who had truly entered the celestial realm from there. Because that world had not collapsed to this day, it also meant that the ancient path had not collapsed back then. "I want to go there and see what the deepest part is like," said Yi Fan. That year, he couldn't go deep due to his limited strength. He was stopped outside. In that place, the undying Heavenly King and the Tai Huang were buried. They had coffins but no corpses. They had entered that small world. Perhaps death wasn't the truth. Becoming an immortal was the truth. Yi Fan stayed here for 3 days. They talked about many things that happened in the past, which made Tu-Fei's emotions fluctuate. He didn't participate in the killing of the Heavenly Prince or the human clan's ancient road. He hated that he couldn't leave immediately. However, his cultivation method was too special. After 3 days, he directly nirvana and fell into a deep sleep. He became a living dead person and began his special cultivation journey. Snowflakes fluttered in the air. Yi Fan bid farewell to Tu-Fei and the old woman. He left the ice field and headed south in the wind and snow. Eventually, he returned to the eastern barren territory and entered the Blue Flood Dragon King's small world. The Blue Flood Dragon King had passed away before the world changed. Now, the Peacock King and the Scarlet Dragon King were here, leading the monster clan. No one dared to provoke them. There was a lonely grave deep inside the pine forest on a quiet mountain peak. The mound wasn't big, and there was a stone tablet with the name Qin Yarrow engraved on it. The cold wind blew, scattering the fallen leaves. Yi Fan felt very cold. He stood quietly in front of the grave and put down the flower in his hand. Instantly, white flower petals flew everywhere, creating a desolate scene. Yi Fan sat on the cold ground and stayed there for a long time. What could he say? Time had passed, and people had returned to the yellow earth. They would never come back. A cultivator's life wasn't limited to battles of life and death. They also had to face the parting of friends and family. The stronger a cultivator was, the more they would have to face in the future. The pine trees whimpered. This place was desolate and lonely. It was sad to have only a lonely grave like this. After an unknown period of time, Yi Fan stood up. The wind was strong, and the pine trees rustled. It sounded like they were sobbing and complaining. He hid in a gust of wind and dashed out of the Blue Flood Dragon King's small world. He didn't go to see the Red Dragon Daoist or the Peacock King. He just wanted to leave this place and run with all his strength. Who was it that scattered these flowers? A woman appeared. It was precisely Jin Yang from the past. She was much more mature now. She looked at the disappearing wind and said, "Did that person come? Sister Qin Yarrow, the person you couldn't forget has come to see you. I heard he's about to become unrivaled under the heavens. My older brother Jin Yu died, and big brother Ku Zhu also died from severing the Tao. Of the 3 of them, only big brother Bai Feng is left. If we had a choice, how different would our paths be?" Jin Yang left this mountain peak. Yi Fan was someone who could kill the initial stage great sage. His strength was extremely great, and he also cultivated the row word art. He possessed the world's fastest speed. Even though the Great Earth was vast, with his current cultivation, it still couldn't be considered much. He didn't use a formation platform and directly strode forward. He squandered his body's exuberant blood energy and rushed towards Central Continent. After an unknown period of time, he finally slowed down. He had already entered Central Continent's territory, and he slowly calmed down. Large amounts of mountain ranges rose and fell like dragons in hibernation. Waves of purple chi rose up, as if it was a land of ascension to immortality. It was grand and beautiful. This was the immortal mountain where the unique Scholar Manor was located. Yi Fan directly walked through the mountain gate. Many things of the past occurred to him when he arrived here. One outstanding talent after another had used their strength to break through and enter the unique Scholar Manor. Only he had stood guard outside and never entered. He had eaten Qi Huanshui's mount, killed Yang Yunhuan, and even faced off against Wang Teng. Yi, who is this person? Why does he look so familiar? Although the current unique scholar manor had sent some outstanding talents into the starry sky, it had not closed. There were still outstanding talents from the 5 regions gathered here. As soon as Yi Fan entered, he attracted a few people's attention. They all turned to look in his direction. The Saint Physique Yi Fan. Someone recognized him and cried out in surprise. Immediately, a commotion broke out in the unique scholar manor. Many people appeared and looked in his direction. Now, Yi Fan's name was too great. Even Mount Meru had almost been flattened. There was no need to talk about other things. His appearance naturally caused a commotion. It really is him. I heard that he's about to become a great sage. He can even kill those who have just entered the great sage realm. He's invincible on the human race's ancient road and has returned to the Big Dipper. Within the unique scholar manor, there were people from Yi Fan's generation. After seeing him, they couldn't help but feel bitter. Compared to him, their cultivation levels were already a great deal lower. It was as if they were 2 generations apart. Senior Yi, what's on the human race's ancient road? A very spirited young girl ran over. She was only 12 or 13 years old and looked like a porcelain doll. She didn't fear his fame at all. Senior, tell us about the ancient road. Some other youngsters also came over. This was already the next generation. There were more than 100 years between them and Yi Fan's generation. They were just like them in the past, full of youthful energy. However, there was a 12 or 13-year-old child among them. It was still amazing. Presumably, her aptitude was extremely outstanding. Yi Fan carefully looked at her and found that this doll-like girl was similar to the little monk he saw in the Western Desert's Land Tuor Temple. Her aptitude was excellent and her aptitude was extraordinary. It was rare in this world. Which family are you from? Yi Fan asked in a pleasant tone. The porcelain doll was very cute and naive. My mother and Senior Yi are old friends. Chapter 1511. The porcelain doll was innocent and unaffected. She didn't feel the slightest bit of fear because Yi Fan was an expert on par with the great sage. Her voice was sweet and naive, pure and natural. Yi Fan noticed the longevity lock hanging around her snow-white neck. He understood whose descendant she was, and couldn't help but feel a bit moved. The longevity lock was polished from purple gold. Although its luster and extraordinariness had been deliberately concealed, and it wasn't that outstanding, its auspicious aura could still be sensed. This lock was extraordinary. It was the leftover material from the Buddha's demon-subduing pestle. It was forged into a life-saving lock by the bodhisattvas of the Western Desert. It had been worn by Central Sovereign Xiong Yufei, and then it fell into Duanda's hands. In the end, Yi Fan, Princess Yu Dai, and Dongfang Yi launched a sneak attack in the Immortal Mansion world. They knocked out the heartless Daoist and robbed him clean, and the longevity lock fell into Yu Dai's hands. Is the princess well? Yi Fan asked. My mother is very well. She has mentioned uncle many times, telling me to learn from you and cultivate diligently, the porcelain doll said happily. There were 4 great empires in the central continent, and under them were 9 great dynasties and the 100 schools of thought. Princess Yu Dai was the successor of the peaceful peace country of the 9 great dynasties, and now, she had already become the empress. Yi Fan had saved Yu Dai in the past, and was bestowed an ancient scripture that explained the mysteries of the natural Tao. It was suspected to have been written by a human emperor in his later years, and Li Ruoyu of the Humble Peak had obtained it as a supreme treasure. Yi Fan himself had also been deeply enlightened. Yu Dai was one of the few beautiful girls in the central continent, and was ranked 3rd by busybodies. She had countless pursuers in this great land, and her popularity among her peers was very high. The stunning girl from back then had already become a mother. Yi Fan could only sigh. Time passed quickly. My mother said that if I can meet uncle, I must properly ask for his guidance, and also invite him to our home as a guest. The porcelain doll's large eyes were very bright, and her voice was childish. Yi Fan laughed and rubbed her head. This child was very cute. In fact, this little doll was not shy at all. She asked Yi Fan many questions, and even asked about the matters of the ancient starry sky path. The people on the side were very envious, and in the end, the younger generation cultivators all crowded over. They were full of curiosity about the legendary divine physique, and all of them asked about it as a senior. In the distance, a group of cultivators who had cultivated for close to 200 years were speechless. These people had experienced Yi Fan's era, witnessing how he rose up. When they looked back, it was as if they were in a dream. Now, everything was different. Naturally, they were all geniuses whose names shook a region. However, compared to the current Yi Fan, they were much dimmer. Killing a heavenly prince, stepping onto the ancient road of the human race, contending against a great sage, and wanting to flatten Mount Meru in a fit of rage. Which one of these wasn't shocking news? Time has truly changed too much. Some people silently sighed. Some of the experts weren't very old, but after witnessing the events of the past 100 years, they actually wanted to retire, no longer willing to struggle in this chaotic world. Yi Fan talked about some things on the road with these young people, and then he walked into the depths of the Odd Scholar Manor. He wanted to find the old manor master to ask about some things. Unfortunately, he couldn't do as he wished. The old manor master had disappeared for over 100 years, and he had long since left this place. "Uncle, I'll treat you to a drink." The porcelain doll ran over and pulled him towards a small wine shop. The mountains in the manor were beautiful, and peach blossoms were blooming along the road, filling the air with a sweet fragrance. The little girl was very eager to learn, and she asked many questions about cultivation. Then, she gathered her courage and asked Yi Fan to teach her the one artifact breaking 10,000 techniques technique. Yi Fan laughed and said, "Forget it, I'll teach you a scroll of the Tao scripture." It wouldn't be good for him to teach other scriptures. After all, they belonged to the Jade Lake, Jiang clan, and so on. Carelessly teaching them would cause big problems, but the Tao scripture didn't have this kind of worry. The porcelain doll immediately cheered and clenched her small fists. Obviously, the little girl wanted to ask for guidance on the profound mysteries of this scripture. Yi Fan pointed at the space between her eyebrows, and then left her alone to ponder. He stood up and walked off into the distance. "Uncle, the immortal mansion world is so lively. All the saints from outside the realm have been coming and going for so many years, all searching." "Aren't you going?" "I want to go in with some friends as well," the little girl called out from behind. "You guys go first, I'll be there soon," Yi Fan replied. He knew that the porcelain doll wanted to go in, but was afraid that something unexpected would happen, so he hoped that he could protect her. Yi Fan's main goal in coming to the central continent was to enter the immortal mansion world, so he didn't refuse. He couldn't refuse to take care of the daughter of an old friend. He went to a different tavern, and saw some familiar people. He guessed that they were cultivators of the same generation as him, and after chatting with them, he didn't mind telling them about his experiences over the years. "Brother Yi's name has shaken the world, and you've killed so many saints from outside the realm that they don't dare to act rashly. But we haven't accomplished anything yet, and our cultivation isn't high enough. We've really wasted our time. What's the point of saying such useless things? Brother Yi still remembers us, then please drink more and drink to your heart's content." After the initial restraint, the crowd loosened up a little. Yi Fan learned many things from their mouths. He learned all about the turbulence that had happened in the Big Dipper Star region over the years. Many years had passed, but the wild aura of the immortal mansion world hadn't changed. Wild beasts ran amok, strange birds roamed, and powerful saints had already been born in the depths. After so many years, this world had long since been opened to the outside world. First, the ancients had stirred up trouble, because they had heard that the undying heavenly emperor was buried here, and that there was a divine will left behind. Then, the saints from outside the realm descended. They understood that this place might be related to the road of immortal ascension, and all of them hurried over to investigate. In the past few decades, they had come and gone, and many heroes had come and gone. They had discovered many secrets, but it was still difficult to enter the deepest parts. That was a forbidden area. "Will Senior Yi come?" This was a group of youths, 6 or 7 in total. They constantly turned their heads to look behind them. "Don't worry, Uncle Yi is coming," the porcelain doll guaranteed, because she had heard the secret voice transmission. Yi Fan had indeed come in. He promised to stand guard for them for 3 days, and then he would leave. Apes cried and tigers roared. Azure dragons soared through the sky, and giant rocks spread their wings. In these past years, the creatures here had become more and more powerful. The natural laws had changed, making this place even more suitable for cultivation than the outside world. On the first day, these youths encountered danger. They were chased by a centipede that was over 10,000 meters long. Poisonous gas gushed out like clouds, and it chased them for thousands of li. They were almost killed. Yifan didn't make a move. He calmly watched them flee, and he wouldn't show himself until the critical moment. Finally, these youthful faces understood how dangerous this place was. They no longer rushed in rashly and only trained in the outer regions. They didn't bite off more than they could chew. Time passed in a flash. 3 days passed. Yifan appeared and said, "If you are willing, I can bring you all into the depths for a walk. However, it can't be considered training, and will only allow you all to gain some experience." Great. The group of people cheered. Yifan walked towards the undying emperor's coffin. He had already heard that the will of the deity had disappeared. Some said that the evil will had been erased under the passage of time, and others said that he had escaped. Meanwhile, the human skin of the undying emperor was brought back from the hands of the humans after many negotiations by the great ancient imperial clans. It was enshrined in the highest divine temple. This place was now empty. The 10,000 Zhong jade platform was boundless with primal chaos pouring down like a waterfall. However, the heavenly emperor's ancient coffin, human skin, and the will of the deity could no longer be found. This is fine as well. Otherwise, if the will of the deity runs amok, there will be great trouble. Yifan said to himself. If it really was the evil will, then that was that, but if it was finally bald, he would summon the past life and awaken the true undying emperor. Then, he would be unmatched in the heavens above and earth below, sweeping through all life. The undying emperor is too terrifying, even life and death becoming a mystery. Yifan sighed softly. In the past, the undying emperor died and was buried in Purple Mountain. All clans knew about this. However, reality wasn't like that at all. After who knew how many tens of thousands of years had passed, his coffin appeared here again. How could a person be buried twice? He was first buried in Purple Mountain, and then the coffin was placed here. There was a gap in time, and at that time, the undying emperor most likely hadn't died. All signs pointed to the fact that he revived after being buried in Purple Mountain. His body underwent rebirth, reappearing in this world. Then, he came here and established the immortal path, wishing to fight his way into immortal domain. Yifan left this place, heading towards the depths of the immortal manor world. This space was extremely large, easily spanning tens of thousands of li. The territory was vast and boundless. Kill, shouts of war shook the skies. In the depths of this pure land, a boundless battlefield appeared. Not a single blade of grass grew here. Demonic clouds surged, and baleful energy overflowed into the heavens. It was unknown just how many people were stopped in this place. Almost all saints couldn't pass through, stopped by the most powerful killing intent. Black mists roiled, killing intent shocking through endless time. In the past, there was definitely a great battle that caused the heavens to collapse and the earth to split apart. There were ruined marks of great emperors left behind, and there wasn't the slightest bit of life left on the scorched earth. Many figures could be seen fighting a great battle in the mists. These were the afterimages left behind from the archaic times, and even after endless time had passed, they hadn't been erased. It was hard to imagine just how terrifying that battle was. A magnificent army turned into ashes, leaving behind unerased resentment and killing intent, engraving itself into this shattered mountain and river. Undying Emperor. Someone roared angrily, his voice shaking heaven and earth. Even after endless time had passed, it still made everyone's ears ring with wong-wong sounds. One could imagine just how astonishing that roar was back then, how majestic and magnificent it was. Yifan was stunned. Meanwhile, the faces of the porcelain doll and the others were all pale. They were all horrified. Even though they were young, they had naturally heard of archaic emperors. When they heard this type of explosive roar, their minds all trembled. Did he really open up the path of immortality here? Yi Fan said to himself. He became more and more certain. He had the children stay here and not rush about randomly. Then, he himself turned into a void figure, circling around this boundless battlefield, starting to measure it and carefully observe it. This was definitely a tremendous calamity. Even the great emperor's formation patterns were shattered. Was this the result of forcefully entering the path of immortality, or was it the result of a great battle between two archaic emperors? Even Yi Fan couldn't be sure. This battlefield was too terrifying. Even though most of the laws and resentment had been erased, there were still some that didn't scatter, creating this type of disturbance. It was also precisely because of this that the saints were stopped here. 90% of them couldn't pass through. In just a short period of time, Yi Fan discovered that there were no less than 18 saints pacing back and forth. There were ancient races, as well as sages from the outer realms. All of them were very powerful, and they were here to investigate. Why did a few little things that still smell of their mother's milk come in? Aren't you afraid of dying without a burial? A saint from the other side walked over. When he saw the porcelain doll and the others, his eyes were demonic and sparkling. The incomer naturally released a powerful aura that rushed over, pressing down on the porcelain doll and the others until their bones were about to break. They almost immediately knelt down. Do you have a problem? Yi Fan arrived soundlessly and stared at him coldly. You have the human race's divine physique. The voice of this foreign expert trembled. He staggered backwards and hurriedly bowed. Then, without saying a word, he hurriedly left into the distance. The saints nearby all knew that Yi Fan had arrived, and it immediately caused a wave of unease. Everyone nodded in his direction, but they all kept a respectful distance and quickly retreated, making way for this place. Yi Fan didn't tarry. His body shone with golden light, and he propped up a golden divine domain. He led the young people into the battlefield and actually passed through. Many saints were dumbfounded by the scene. Fellow Daoist, you are indeed extraordinary. Now, your style is peerless. As soon as Yi Fan came out, he saw a familiar person. Hunchuo, the great sage, the king of mediation, greeted him with a smile and a kind expression. When he looked again, there were a few figures on this side of the battlefield. None of them were weak. They were all great sage, and they were all staring at the scene in front of them with solemn expressions. What is that? Could it be an immortal who has suffered a tribulation? Someone asked, his voice trembling. Clearly, he was also a latecomer and didn't understand the situation here. Chapter 15:12. An expanse of demonic light rested on the scorched earth. To be more precise, it was more like a flame, dark red with black light. It looked extremely sinister, terrifying to the extreme, making even the void distort. Within the flames, there were humanoid figures one after another, releasing blazing radiance. They were struggling, twisting, resisting furiously. What kind of creature was this? Not destroyed after experiencing 10,000 tribulations, existing since ancient times, living until now? It truly made one's mind tremble. Without a doubt, this expanse of demonic light had existed since ancient times, never extinguishing. How many tens of thousands of years had passed, yet these humanoid creatures were still bound here, struggling and roaring. One couldn't help but be shocked. Even Yi Fan was stupefied. What kind of creature could live for so long? Now, there seemed to be only one answer: immortals. It was no wonder that the great sage who had just arrived couldn't help but cry out in alarm, suspecting that these were immortals who had suffered a tribulation. Immortals, do they really exist in this world? Have they been bound by someone? Just what kind of cultivation does one have to be able to do this? The porcelain doll and several youngsters' voices trembled. If it wasn't for them standing within Yi Fan's golden sacred domain, they wouldn't be able to withstand this pressure at all. Their bodies would definitely explode a long time ago. Even ordinary saints would be torn apart before the demonic light. Only the great sage could appear here. Dao friend, what do you think? Great sage Hunchuo spoke, asking Yi Fan. He was just like in the past, the passage of time not leaving many scars on his face. He looked extremely ordinary, his clothes even more casual, not much different from an old human farmer. There was a simple and honest aura about him. "Naturally not immortals," said Yi Fan. On this side of the battlefield, there were a total of 8 or 9 great sages. There were ancient race elders, as well as a few from beyond this region. They were currently existences at the peak of Big Dipper, able to overlook all life. Towards Yi Fan's arrival, they didn't have any hostility, nor did they have any good intentions. They were all indifferent, each standing on one side. Someone with this kind of status naturally didn't need to lower himself, everything could be done according to his heart. Moreover, they also had this kind of strength. They knew that Yi Fan had an emperor weapon and couldn't be angered. It was fine as long as they didn't provoke him. After hearing Yi Fan's conclusion, almost everyone nodded. Apart from those who had just arrived and didn't understand the situation, those who had carefully observed for a long time naturally wouldn't believe that these were immortals. If the great emperor was angry, the heavens and earth would collapse, all life would be destroyed. Let alone immortals, if there really were a few who were tied up here, struggling furiously like this, it might not only be this scorched earth that would explode, even this small world and central continent would split apart. Just what exactly was this? Everyone had their own answers. Some people believed that it was some sort of divine will, some sort of undying will that had manifested here. Some people of emperors had of gods, but of mortals. Sure. Of gods, of divine intent. Without a doubt, the latter conjecture was crazy. Normally, only existences at the level of archaic emperors or great emperors could give birth to such evil spirits. It was too shocking to see several of them together. Yi Fan searched carefully and observed carefully. He didn't find the divine will of the undying heavenly emperor. He believed the former guess more. Roars came from the dark red flames, shaking the great sage so much that his chi and blood surged and his body swayed. Yi Fan hurriedly thickened his gold sacred domain to protect the few young people. Just how powerful is his will? After countless years, he has already been worn down to his weakest state, yet he can still be like this. This is truly shocking. Everyone sighed. These humanoid creatures were terrifying. Even if they were so weak that they weren't even 1,000th of what they were in the past, if they escaped, it would still be enough for the great sage to go to war. This must have been left behind by an ancient emperor. Otherwise, it would be impossible for someone else to have such a strong will imprint. A great sage from the outer realms said. He had 12 pairs of golden wings, and it was unknown what kind of bird race he belonged to. Everyone nodded. Even the remnant fluctuations were this powerful. It could only be an ancient supreme being. Fellow Daoist, what do you think this dark red demonic light is? Great Sage Hunchuo asked Yi Fan as if they were of the same generation. He was very serious and sincere. Thinking back to the past, such a character was high up above, so powerful that even sage kings had to retreat, let alone Yi Fan, who hadn't become a saint yet. But now, everything was different. The little cultivator of the past had grown to a level that even the great sage feared. Everyone needed to treat him with caution and seriousness. It looks like blood is burning, Yi Fan said. That's right. Fellow Taoists and I also think so. This time, we specially came to seek confirmation. Great Sage Hunchuo nodded. The porcelain doll and the other juniors all held their breaths. They stood behind Yi Fan and listened attentively, not daring to disturb the conversation of this group of experts. These people weren't from the same world as them. How could they see them normally? Today, Yi Fan brought the porcelain doll and the others to broaden their horizons. It was completely a kind of spoiling. Hunchuo took out a paper bag. After opening it, it was actually black soil that emitted a hair-raising aura. The Outer Realm Great Sage was amazed and couldn't help but take a step back. According to legend, this was formed when the blood of an ancient sovereign sprinkled on the soil. After the essence energy scattered, it became what it is today. Great Sage Hunchuo said. With a light shout, a stream of light shot out, dragging the soil into the demonic light ahead. Boom! The entire world trembled. It was as if the world was collapsing. The dark red flames burned even more fiercely. However, near the black soil, there was a shocking change. It suffered a great rejection, and the dark red flames actually liquefied, turning into wisps of bloody mist. The killing intent was astonishing. This was a confrontation between the remnant blood of a great emperor-level expert and the ancient sovereign's blood. Everyone couldn't help but take a step back. They realized that their speculation was correct. It really was the blood of a great emperor-level expert that was burning. In that case, these humanoid creatures are the inextinguishable imprints contained in the blood. Correct, but this is the case. Everyone sighed. The ancient supreme beings were too powerful. The fluctuations of the imprints left behind by their remnant blood were already so terrifying. If their true bodies appeared, how terrifying would they be? Does anyone want to go inside and see what's going on? Great Sage Hunchuo asked. Everyone immediately became silent. In so many years, no one had been able to enter. This demonic light was blocking the way, and it was truly frightening. Who dared to take the risk? They could only watch and deduce from the outside. This time, I've borrowed an emperor weapon. This old one wishes to go inside and see what's going on. Is there anyone willing to go with me? Hunchuo asked. As soon as he said this, 5 or 6 great sage immediately retreated far enough away from him. It was as if they were avoiding a plague god, not wanting to get involved. After so many years, the Outer Realm Great Sage and the others had long understood this world. They had even analyzed some powerful characters. In their eyes, Hunchuo was a star of misfortune. He could even persuade several great sages to death when they were fighting. If this type of person didn't do it on purpose, then he was naturally a god of misfortune. In reality, combining with past cases, everyone believed that he was the latter. He had an innately miserable and unlucky appearance. If one provoked him too much, there would be great problems. There were people who searched through ancient texts, saying that this was a special type of fate. He was innately gloomy and unlucky, but in the end, it would always land on others to lessen his own sins. The great sage naturally didn't believe these things. The more powerful a cultivator was, the more they believed in themselves. How could they believe this type of nonsense? However, they couldn't stop tragic things from happening one after another, so they naturally viewed him like a black crow. Now, he had an emperor weapon, so it was even more dangerous. It seems like only little friend and I are kindred spirits. Hunchuo said, looking towards Yifan. It was because he was the only one who didn't move. The others all moved 800 zhong away. Even the ancient race elders ultimately maintained a respectful distance. Yifan was speechless. The porcelain doll was about to cry. He pouted and pulled at the corner of Yifan's clothes, telling him not to agree no matter what. After so many years, even these children had heard of Hunchuo's glorious past. It was like thunder piercing through their ears. Yifan laughed and said, "All right, I'm willing to make a trip." When they heard this, the porcelain doll and the others' little faces all became snow white. They really didn't want to walk too close to this god of misfortune. Even the great sage was cursed to death, so their little lives were even more delicate. "All right, the demonic light over there has almost been extinguished. We'll leave from there," said Hunchuo. Yifan walked behind him, maintaining a set distance from him. After all, this was an ancient race senior expert. His strength was extremely great, and he had an emperor weapon in hand, so he had to be on guard. Of course, he wasn't that scared either. He himself also had an emperor weapon. At worst, he could just run away, so there was no need to be scared. On this side, the demonic light was indeed about to be extinguished. Only a weak flame was jumping about, but it blocked the path ahead. After burning for hundreds of thousands of years, even millions of years, this type of blood still hadn't dried up. This in itself was enough to prove how terrifying it was. No one would be careless. The god of misfortune Hunchuo brought out the emperor weapon. This was a dark blue gourd, as if it was born from a real plant and not refined. The mouth of the gourd spat out chaotic energy. This was the ancestral weapon of the primitive lake, the primitive emperor's famous extreme Dao weapon. Hunchuo held it, and it emitted a gentle light. He walked through the void, walking towards the depths of the forbidden land, avoiding those flames and human-shaped imprints. When Yifan saw this, he brought out the damaged green copper cauldron. It floated above his head, and with the immortal sword in hand, he followed inside. The porcelain doll and the others were nervous and expectant. Yi Fan used a technique, and all of them disappeared, being held in his palm. Behind him, all of the great sage's eyes were shining with divine light as they stared at the green copper cauldron. This was a legendary immortal weapon, something left behind by an emperor. Everyone coveted it. However, no one dared to act rashly, because this was a killing star. Even Mount Meru was almost flattened, so if they didn't have any confidence, who would dare make a move? The dark red flames were extremely terrifying, possessing world-shocking destructive power. The green copper cauldron was forced to shine. After all, that was emperor blood burning, even though its essence energy had pretty much scattered. Hunchuo and Yi Fan walked in front and behind. It was daunting, but not dangerous. They passed through this area of demonic light, about to break away from the dark red flames and avoid all of the human-shaped imprints. During this time, the porcelain doll reminded him in a low voice, saying, "Uncle Yi, he can even stop people from fighting, so won't it be even more miserable if we go in with him? Everyone says he's the reincarnation of a god of misfortune." Even though she was using her divine will to transmit sound, what kind of person was Hunchuo? He could completely hear it. He turned around and revealed a benevolent smile. "Little doll, you're quite cute. You look like you're carved from jade, just like my granddaughter in the past. In the future, I'll protect you in Big Dipper." When the porcelain doll heard this, her little face immediately turned snow white. She covered her mouth and was about to cry. "I didn't hear anything, I didn't hear anything. Please don't talk to me, hee hee." Yi Fan laughed again and again. They safely passed through this area and arrived at the depths of the Forbidden Land. They immediately felt an even more terrifying aura. At this moment, the green copper cauldron shone brightly, several times more resplendent than before. "This is..." Even Hunchuo was shocked, his eyes widening. "Is this the end?" The golden blood in Yi Fan's body boiled as he looked at everything in front of him in shock. Chapter 15:13. In the innermost depths of the Forbidden Ground, this was a piece of scorched earth. In the outer regions, the mountains had collapsed and the rivers had dried up. The land was deathly still, without the slightest bit of life. And inside, it was a scarlet expanse, dripping with fresh blood. Broken bones and flesh were scattered everywhere. It was a ghastly sight to behold. This kind of blood was bright red and had an undying divine luster. Although most of the essence energy had dissipated, it was still shocking. There was a kind of pressure spreading outwards. "Emperor blood." In just an instant, these three words appeared in the hearts of Hunchuo and Yi Fan. The center of the entire Forbidden Ground was bleak, emitting a sparkling red light. There were many puddles, all of them were this kind of emperor blood. There were even some blood-stained white bones and minced meat, causing the hearts of those who saw it to palpitate. An aura that could slay the primordial spirit and seize the soul permeated the air. This wasn't a true powerful force, but rather a formless pressure from a spiritual domain. The stronger one was, the deeper they would feel it. Yi Fan and Hunchuo's blood was boiling. Their foreheads shone with a sparkling light, as if there were hundreds of stars on their backs. The immortal platforms at the center of their brows were about to explode. Calm their hearts, focus, self-control. The two of them quickly stabilized their state of mind, allowing themselves to be like mortals. They didn't use their primordial spirits or physical strength to resist. The pain of their bones being torn apart slowly disappeared. The two of them finally stabilized. The demonic and heaven-defying pressure ahead no longer targeted the two of them. Instead, it was conflicting with the Emperor weapons. Regardless of whether it was the blue gourd or the green copper cauldron on Yi Fan's head, their radiance didn't diminish at all. The porcelain doll and the other children didn't sense the danger earlier. But when they saw Yi Fan and great sage Hunchuo like this, they instantly understood that this place was filled with danger. A great emperor died here, even his body exploded. The path to immortalization is so terrifying, even an ancient supreme being died. Yi Fan sighed. Great sage Hunchuo had a heavy expression. This kind of ending was truly moving. A supreme being who had been invincible throughout the ages actually had a day where he died, dying miserably on the path to immortal realms. This truly made one's heart tremble. There was no head, no face, and no one could see his true appearance. The ancient emperor had completely exploded. His body was smashed into smithereens, and fresh blood drenched the place. It was a terrifying sight to behold. Amongst these pieces of corpses, the only one that was completely preserved was a right palm. It was warm like jade, and it possessed a terrifying energy of divinity. If it were to strike someone, then even the quasi-emperor would perish on the spot. Sadly, right now, he could only lie there quietly. Everything was over. The ancient emperor failed in the path of immortality and died. This was the ending of the path to immortality, the tragic end of an ancient supreme being. Yi Fan had heard many legends, but what he was seeing now was the most tragic scene on the road to immortality. A great emperor-level figure was blown to pieces. How tragic was that? Further forward, it was chaotic and hazy, the entire small world cut off. This meant that the path of immortality stopped here, shattered. This person failed to pass the trial and died dejectedly. Who is this person? Could it be the undying heavenly emperor? Yi Fan muttered to himself. Great sage Hunchuo's heart immediately jumped. This title was supreme to the 10,000 ancient races. Even though tens of thousands of years had passed, he was still the supreme deity in the hearts of many ancient races. And within many great races, there had always been a legend that the undying heavenly emperor might not have died and had ascended to immortality. In reality, there was no need to verify this at all. Perhaps it was the respect people had for the supreme deity in their hearts, and as a result, the legend and glory were derived. As for the truth, no one knew. It can't be the undying heavenly emperor. He is unrivaled in this world. Even if he stepped onto the path of immortality, he wouldn't be defeated. He is known as undying. This trial cannot allow him to die. Hunchuo shook his head and didn't accept this explanation. He came here before and buried the coffin, leaving behind a piece of human skin. His flesh and bones are nowhere to be seen. Could it not be him? When Yi Fan opened and closed his eyes, light shot out in all directions. In reality, he didn't really believe it was the undying heavenly emperor, because he had previously heard the roar of another person in the battlefield outside. The one who seemed to have the upper hand seemed to be that undying heavenly emperor. In this world, is there an era where two emperors coexisted? Yi Fan asked. Hunchuo shook his head. From what he knew, there didn't seem to be such an era. However, when he thought of the venerable emperor era, he became a bit hesitant. That was a great and complicated world. It was rumored that there might have been experts of the same level coexisting, but there was no proof. The two of them circled around these shattered mountains and rivers, looking at the ghastly blood and white bones. The emperor's body had already been shattered, so the essence of his body had pretty much flowed out. However, it was still terrifying. Of course, the most important thing was the spiritual pressure. The more powerful one was, the greater the effect, making one's heart tremble. To fight to this extent on the path of immortality, this person seems to be about to enter. Unfortunately, he still failed at the last moment and died miserably here. The time of this person's era was wrong. He wanted to forcefully barge in with his world-shaking cultivation, so he was destined to fail. The two of them discussed. They wanted to bring out a piece of emperor bone, because even though the essence energy was about to scatter, that was still a rare immortal material. However, they couldn't do anything about it, because there were great emperor patterns interweaving about the shining blood and bone that still hadn't been erased. Woo-woo. Suddenly, a sobbing sound entered their ears, sounding sorrowful and miserable, incomparably mournful. Someone was crying. From the sound of it, the age shouldn't be too young, extremely sorrowful. It was right up ahead. There were emperor patterns flickering about here. Even though they didn't extend outwards, they could still distort space and other things, which was why they could powerfully interfere with one's sight and hearing. At first, Yi Fan and Hunchuo thought that it was an imprint that hadn't been erased since the ancient times, not taking it seriously. However, when they continued walking for several dozen li, they sensed a wave of emperor might, and only then were they shocked. In a mountain col, there was an indistinct figure who was currently crying in grief, kneeling towards the flesh at the center. Meanwhile, above its head was a dragon sword that released brilliance in all directions, dazzling and resplendent. It continuously released mournful cries. Tai Emperor Sword. This was Central Continent Great Xia Emperor clan's supreme treasure, left behind by its founder. One didn't need to think too much to know that this person definitely came from the everlasting dynasty. Yi Fan's heart shook, and Hunchuo also instantly understood. Now, the truth had come to light. The one who died at the center of the battlefield was the Tai Emperor, the founder of the Grand Xia dynasty. The Tai Emperor stepped onto the path of immortalhood, but he failed forcefully and his body exploded here. This was a great sage, his body emitting an aura of decay. He didn't have much lifespan left, and needless to say, this was the foundation of the Grand Xia imperial clan. Now, he had appeared. This person should be the Tai Emperor's descendant, otherwise, why would he be so sorrowful? He trembled as he stood up, crying a few times, allowing the Tai Emperor sword to continue its mournful cries before finally leaving. He didn't bid farewell to Yi Fan or Hunchuo, he just left on his own. It wasn't one of the supreme sovereigns of the supreme ancient immortal realms, it was actually the Tai Emperor. When the truth came out, Yi Fan sighed softly. Great Sage Hunchuo was also startled and didn't say anything for a long time. As for the porcelain doll and the others, they all kept their mouths shut, their little faces filled with solemnity. All of them held their breaths in concentration, listening quietly. Yi Fan knew that the Tai Emperor had come here before, because during the battle back then, he and the others had ascended the tens of thousands of jong tall jade platform and found the Tao diagram left behind by the Undying Emperor within the coffin. So this was the result. It wasn't the Primordial Emperor, nor was it the Undying Emperor, but the Tai Emperor died. The Primordial Emperor died here, filled with unwillingness. Not far away, his emperor blood was still burning, and even now, it hadn't been extinguished. This was the resentment of his unwillingness. Since ancient times, countless heroes had hoped to become immortals, but there was no record of a certain person becoming an immortal. Now, it seemed that everything was a tragedy. Even the Primordial Emperor failed, leaving behind great hatred as he fell in a pool of blood on the path of immortalhood. What's with that roar from the battlefield? Yi Fan muttered to himself as he looked at Hunchuo. Now that he thought about it, that roar was too terrifying. It seemed to be extremely angry at the Undying Emperor, and was loudly berating him, filled with hatred. Hunchuo was also deep in thought. This was really strange. What exactly happened in the past? Why would there be such unwillingness to die? Why would such a voice be branded in the void, not dissipating even now? That voice was so terrifying, and it was still there. It was very likely that it was the roar of a great emperor-level character. Could it be left behind by the Tai Emperor? No matter who it was, when they thought about it, they couldn't help but make some connections. How did the Tai Emperor die? Yi Fan revealed a strange expression. Great Sage Hunchuo was silent. There were clues that pointed to one direction. It was very likely that the Undying Emperor had secretly attacked the Tai Emperor. However, how was this possible? The Undying Emperor was a character from the beginning of the Primordial Era, at the end of the Legendary Era. It was at least several million years ago, and the Tai Emperor was someone from hundreds of thousands of years ago. How could the two of them meet? This didn't make sense. That old ghost, the Undying Emperor, could he have lived for so long? How is that possible? If that's the case, he wouldn't need to become an immortal, and he would already be immortal. When Hunchuo heard Yi Fan's disrespect, he didn't object. He only frowned and thought about it seriously for a long time. Even he felt a wave of horror and strangeness. Could it be that the Tai Emperor forcefully broke through and opened the path to immortality, but the Undying Emperor ambushed him and stole his immortal throne? The porcelain doll said in a low voice. The other youngsters were all overwhelmed with shock. This matter was too far away from them. The great sage was someone they couldn't even look up to, let alone a great emperor. However, they had heard such a secret at this moment. This was a bewildering murder case that involved ancient emperors. After the porcelain doll finished speaking, he shook his head. This kind of deduction had a fatal flaw. Who could live for millions of years? Yi Fan's eyes were cold as he said, Could it be that the undying heavenly emperor also walked that path in the end? Don't tell me that the origin ancient mine was created by him, and that was why he was able to live for endless years. Hunchuo was shaken. He said to himself, doing that would indeed allow one to live for so long. However, it is too cruel. It would be difficult for one to advance even an inch in this life. The things he spoke of, at this point, there was already no longer a need to doubt what kind of existences there were in origin ancient mine, that they survived precisely through such methods. The undying emperor definitely wouldn't do that. He was a prideful person, and from the moment he was born, he wanted to make all deities of the 10,000 worlds kneel beneath his feet. He would rather die than submit. He claimed to be number one throughout the ages, so how could he lower his head? Great sage Hunchuo said. Regardless, this place didn't have the undying emperor's corpse. He had come here before, so he definitely had some plans and obtained something. The number of great emperors and emperors from the ancient times can be counted. Let's go to that battlefield again and carefully observe those engravings. We need to see who exactly left them behind to determine the truth behind this bloody case. Yi Fan said. He took the lead and walked out, wishing to get to the bottom of this. Chapter 1514. The great emperor fell, dying in battle on the immortal path. It was actually this bitter, truly shocking everyone's hearts. In the hearts of the people of this world, the two words great emperor were as heavy as Mount Tai. There was nothing they couldn't do, no opponents they couldn't defeat. They were the synonym for unmatched. However, it was precisely these types of people who died, their bodies smashed and their bones crushed. It was truly shocking. Yi Fan gave the sparkling emperor blood, as well as the white bones and crushed flesh one last look. He left this place, heading towards the battlefield outside to see what was going on. In front of the dark red flames, those 8 or 9 great sage still hadn't scattered, still standing there and watching seriously. Yi Fan and Hunchuo came out one after another, making them reveal strange expressions. They wanted to ask about the results, but they didn't have much of a relationship. Moreover, they all felt restraining fear. After all, these two had emperor weapons in their hands. Only an old clan elder walked up and asked Hunchuo. After obtaining a brief understanding of the situation, his expression couldn't help but change greatly. Finally, they arrived at that ancient battlefield. The indistinct figures were all engravings of ancient heroic spirits. A magnificent army charged forward, exceptionally intimidating. Even though they could move through this place, they still had to consciously avoid the most powerful engravings. Otherwise, there would likely be great trouble. There was even less of a need to talk about searching for the most terrifying raw. This engraving was definitely world-shocking, definitely left behind by a great emperor-level figure. It was carved here, impossible to erase. There was scorched earth everywhere, mountains and rivers shattered. The damaged formation pattern's luster grew dim. No matter how one looked at it, it was a land of destruction, blasted into a ruined world. Yi Fan, Hunchuo, and the other great sage arrived here. After carefully looking around, they were all horrified. They saw quite a few starstones. Normal saints couldn't move them. These are true stars. Someone casually grabbed them and refined them, turning them into magical treasures, Hunchuo said with a light sigh. There were many starstones on the ground, but they were only the size of a fist. They floated within some formation patterns, flickering with dim luster. It was truly shocking. If the magical seal was removed, these might immediately turn into great stars. It really was as if the heavenly dome was blasted apart, all of them falling here. Undying Emperor, an angry roar finally appeared. Emperor weapons hovered above Yi Fan and Hunter Tuor's heads, protecting themselves. They walked forward against the great pressure, wanting to find out the truth. It was a majestic figure. Although it was very blurry, it was suffocating. Although it was an incomplete brand, it was as if the 9 heavens were pressing down, causing the navy gourd and green copper cauldron to shake. What, this person is? Yi Fan was stunned. Even though he only saw a back view, it didn't seem like a human. It was this domineering, this matchless aura that pierced through the 9 heavens. Emperor of Fighting! Great Sage Hunchuo cried out in alarm. He was someone from the end of the archaic era and had an audience with the unmatched sacred emperor. He had even been suppressed by the sacred emperor and given pointers, so how could he not recognize him? The majestic figure could pluck down the stars in the sky, but it disappeared in a flash. After all, this was only a remnant will, and not an illusory body or incarnation. Things were getting more and more complicated. The Emperor of Fighting had actually come. The roar from before wasn't made by the Grand Emperor, but by the Emperor of Fighting who had discovered something. He was furious and berated the undying Emperor. What had happened in the immortal mansion world in the past? The fog was heavy, and if one looked closely, they could only think that it was related to the path of immortality. This was once the correct place. Yi Fan frowned. It wasn't the Grand Emperor's roar, but the monkey's father. It was hard to speculate now, and it was completely different from what he had imagined. The Grand Emperor's death shouldn't have anything to do with the undying Emperor. Great Sage Hunchuo spoke and let out a long breath. He also had some suspicions just now, but he didn't want the supreme deity in his heart to have such a stain. Now, it seemed that the Grand Emperor had died. He most likely fell before the path of immortality, and his blood splattered everywhere. He couldn't enter the immortal domain, and his body was crushed. However, Yi Fan frowned, feeling that things weren't so simple. In the early years, the monkey's father also respected the undying emperor like the ancient race people, but in the end, he overturned his Dao field and completely broke off relations. As for what the reason was, outsiders had no way of knowing. Only today, when Yi Fan saw this incomplete imprint, did he understand. Perhaps it had something to do with the path of immortality. The undying emperor had plotted in this place, and most likely the Emperor of Fighting had discovered something. Therefore, when he returned, he overturned his Dao field and smashed his divine statue. Moreover, it must have been something big. Otherwise, with the status of the Emperor of Fighting, he wouldn't have used such intense methods. 1,000,000 years later, the Grand Emperor also came here, and he still wanted to become an immortal. But how could the same place be the correct place so many times? If it wasn't that someone had set up a trap for the Grand Emperor, then this place was really too special. If it really has something to do with the undying Emperor, then he's the most terrifying person. He hasn't died for millions of years, and he can plot against two great emperors. It's really terrifying, the porcelain doll said with a bit of fear, blinking its large eyes. Hunchuo frowned. Behind him, the old patriarch of the ancient race didn't like what he heard and glared at him. However, when he saw Yi Fan's cold eyes, he had no choice but to turn his face away. The immortal mansion world was complicated and confusing. It was already impossible to find out what the truth was. After all, it was too long ago, and the great emperors had changed many times. Yi Fan returned to the place where the emperor's body had shattered. He stared at the flesh and blood, and looked at the only palm that hadn't been destroyed. He couldn't help but frown. That palm was sparkling and translucent like jade, and it was the center of the palm. If one looked closely, there were a few wrinkles on the back of the hand, and it wasn't completely maintained in its youthful state. Obviously, the Grand Emperor had been very old at that time. In his later years, it was reasonable to say that he had fallen on the path of immortality due to his old age and weak body. In the end, Yi Fan relaxed his brows. There was no need to worry about it. There was no need. In reality, it was enough to sum up a few useful pieces of information. The first was that the undying heavenly emperor hadn't died in the Purple Mountain and had come here. The second monkey's father had also come. He had seen through something and rebelled against the undying heavenly emperor. The third was that the Grand Emperor had tried to break through here and fallen in a pool of blood, dying on the path of immortality. No matter what, this place was useless in this world. The primal chaos had cut off the path ahead, and the path of immortality had collapsed. There was nothing left to investigate in this immortal mansion world. For Yi Fan, the curtains could be drawn. He had finally explored this world clearly. What a pity. The great emperor of a generation actually ended up like this. In order to become an immortal, he died without a complete corpse. Yi Fan let out a long sigh. Whether or not immortals existed in this world was a serious matter. Since ancient times, there hadn't been a single example of true success. The most powerful celestial being, the ancient emperor, and the great emperor had almost all failed. There hadn't been a single example with conclusive evidence. Immortals were too indistinct, too far away. Even great emperors were left with regrets and grief. Daoist friend, will you be participating in the upcoming distinguished meeting? Great sage Hunchuo asked as they left this forbidden land. What distinguished meeting? Yi Fan was astonished. He had just returned and hadn't paid attention to it, so he hadn't heard of any distinguished meeting. The distinguished meeting of the myriad races. Great sage Hunchuo replied. Yi Fan was momentarily stunned. He still remembered the distinguished meeting of the myriad races at the Jade Pool. That was truly a turbulent time. The human race and the ancient race had engaged in a soul-stirring contest. Great sage Hunchuo said, "In this world, the true path of immortality is about to appear, and the Big Dipper is becoming more and more chaotic. There are endless battles, and the saints are fighting to the death. They are about to set a rule." There were rumors in the world that this world would be different from the past. The ancient emperor and the great emperor of the human race both speculated that the heaven and earth might split open an immortal gate and connect the immortal domain. However, time was limited, so there would definitely be bloodshed and corpses forming a sea. The Big Dipper was destined to become the center of the storm in the entire universe. Battles were unavoidable, but they couldn't continue to be chaotic because of this. The various races had to discuss and set some rules. When the time comes, I will go and take a look. Yi Fan nodded and bid farewell to the god of misfortune. When they returned to the Great Scholar Manor, the porcelain doll and the few youths were incomparably excited. They bowed to Yi Fan to express their gratitude. Everything they had experienced today was too mysterious to them. They walked side by side with the great sage and saw the corpse of the great emperor of ancient times. They didn't even dare to think about this in the past, but now they were exploring it. In the northern part of the central region, in the City of Darkness, a place that made the unparalleled experts frown and feel apprehensive. The Empress of the West had come and gone before. Great Sage Physique had come here before. The Void Emperor had overseen it before. Great Emperor Wu Sha had descended before. They represented supreme beings of the extreme Tao one after another. This city was too special. It would inevitably become the center of the storm every time there was a dark upheaval. That was because this place wasn't that far from the Undying Mountain, and it wasn't that far from the Sacred Cliff either. It was an ancient city that had to face the forbidden regions of life during the Age of Turmoil. Among them, there was a great sage Physique who fought a bloody battle at the Undying Mountain. He spent his entire life on conquest, and in the end, he died at the Sacred Cliff in his later years. During his prime, he had once guarded the City of Darkness, and it was unknown how many upheavals he had quelled. The Void Emperor had fought bloody battles in the various forbidden regions, and the final battle at the Undying Mountain was the most cruel. Great Emperor Wu Sha had also taken action here, killing the supreme beings of the Dark Age and even suppressing a rarely seen giant throughout the ages. Now, the God-Seal decree he had refined was still pressing down on the Sacred Cliff. The City of Darkness was, without a doubt, the #1 city in the central region. It had an immortal legend, and its name shook the world. Its origins were great. Recently, the City of Darkness wasn't calm at all. It was because a distinguished meeting was going to be held here. At that time, the Big Dipper race, the various great races of the Archaic era, as well as the saints of the Outer Realms, would all appear. This was a distinguished meeting of all races in name and in reality. It didn't just belong to the Big Dipper race, but rather all the powerful races that appeared on this ancient planet. In the past few days, there would be experts rushing over from time to time, stirring up a storm and becoming the focal point of the entire world. Almost all experts would come. Wu, that's the old clan leader of the Fire Chiline Cave. I heard that their ancient prince disappeared and hasn't returned even now. Many old seniors of the ancient races with extremely high statuses had come. One could well imagine how much importance they attached to this distinguished meeting. Yi, that's the Jiang clan's Saint Lord Jiang Ifei. He also came. There are rumors in the outside world that he might be the son of the Eternal Universe Emperor and that his previous identity was fake. Impossible, that's just a rumor. On the street, a youngster in clothes whiter than snow sat on the back of a golden swan ni. He was untainted by even a speck of dust, giving off a type of transcendent feeling. Many knights followed around him. The Central Region's Wind Clan's clan leader, Feng Huang, has come. This woman has truly been stunning in recent years. She solved the riddle of her clan's ancient monument. Oh, it's really her. I heard that she had some grievances with the human race's saint physique in the past. A woman wearing a multicolored mask and surrounded by multicolored clouds flew across the sky and quickly went far away. No one dared to approach her. Behind him, there was a group of experts following. What did I just see? A huge black tortoise being carried in a palanquin. He also